Or did you mean the Brazilian researcher who's a GRU spy up in the high north of Norway?
Intern, but tell me about the Norwegian clown.
Right, I can. So he was arrested last year in, I think, Tromsø, I believe it was,
God
the
bless you.
University of Tromsø. And he was, I forget what his alleged name was, but he's actually a colonel from the GRU. So he was found to be his actual name to be Mikhail something or other, and he was a colonel in the GRU. He had previously infiltrated as a Brazilian into Canada, and studied international relations there, and then went as a researcher to Tromsø, and he worked on Arctic defense policy and similar, which of course every Brazilian is very interested in. So I wasn't suspicious in the slightest. No, I mean it's perfectly reasonable for there to be a Brazilian interested in the Arctic theater, right? But at the end of the day, it was because he was in fact a GRU colonel and Bellingcat. I think, if I remember correctly, they found that his real name had both a driver's license issued in Moscow as well as a previous address in the dormitory known to be housing GRU officers. I think while they were
they're so brilliant. They're so brilliant. These must have been.
I think. Yeah.
I love how they all make similar mistakes. They're such clowns.
I think somebody just gave that one address to Bellingcat at some point, and since then they're just like, wow, anybody who's ever lived here, ever, is probably a GRU officer. It's pretty straightforward.
Well, that's one way to find them, isn't it? To just identify their places. And yes, it would seem that they have indeed been trying to infiltrate in all sorts of strange and wonderful ways. And the more that get caught out, the better, I feel. Do us a lot of good in the long run, ripping out that rot, eh? Ernest?
Yeah, precisely right. And it's something we should condition ourselves to expect to find many more. Because we've seen there are many attempts to date, so we can probably assume that there are ongoing or ones that have yet to be unveiled to us. So we should expect more, I think, and it's high time.
Talking of cutting out the rot, Dillman, do you remember us having a number of discussions with Chef Zhenya and a number of others about the fact that still the Ukrainian military food that was being provided by the military itself wasn't great?
Yes, I recall that, yes.
Well, there was obviously a call for the Ukrainian military to do something about that. And they have. Even through the course of everything else that they're going through, they have managed to take legal action against the company that provided substandard food packages to reclaim 456 million hryvnia from the company. This company had a contract with the Ministry of Defence to supply garrisons in March 22, but they repeatedly breached terms of the agreement, leading to the Ministry of Defence to file a lawsuit to nullify the supplementary agreement to the contract and reclaim advance payments and fines from the company. Obviously, they've sought other sources which should be providing much better sustenance. But it just goes to show that, these things that have been identified, these problems with the army that they've had over the past, they've decided that they're not having any of them anymore, and they're making real efforts to cut out anything that is a detriment to them, and I think that's brilliant.
Excellent. I'm very glad to hear that.
Go ahead, Ernest.
It's very encouraging to see that Ukraine is still diligent and dedicated to building a better, freer future for themselves. That Ukrainians are, I should say, not Ukraine, because whether this war was to come along or not, it would still be necessary work for them in their own space and time to create for themselves that freer future. So I think it's something that is great to see. I'm not very dismayed that it was going on. To be honest with you, it's not really a shock, because these are the things that we see all over places where we've seen focus and infiltration from Muscovites. These are conditions that are created, and corruption is seen to be common and seen to be a way of doing business. And we spoke on this space for many months at different periods over many months, but the topic has been frequent that in securing freedom and liberty and freeing people in villages and towns and cities who have been captured, and then those men and women who have done that work, when they are no longer pulling triggers or working directly in their military roles, will be indignant and disgusted and completely intolerant, which is right, of any of the old graft or any of the old stinking Soviet way of life and the post-Soviet structures of basically ripping off and blackguarding in as blatantly mob way as one can. So you mentioned rebates and invoices and such for food from government, and this is one of the more typically targeted types of contract or types of work by organized crime across the world, because it can be seen to be one of their soft touches. You know, they say, "Oh, it's the public purses, no one really getting hurt," when in fact it is rot in the very heart of the nation itself, that attitude. So it's great to see it continuing. I'm not surprised, just from the exposure to the Ukrainian people I've met here, young and old, and being able to listen and learn from on this space and in others. Alexander Kamushin comes to mind. These are not people who are going to tolerate this kind of graft and self-serving greed. That is not the Ukraine of the present day, and nor is the Ukraine of the future as it's making itself. So it's really, really encouraging to see it, and I hope that people in other free countries start looking around our own places and realizing, wow, could there be similar malaise and self-serving graft going on? Maybe not as grotesquely organized crimely obvious as, you know, public contracts, but maybe yes, public contracts. Maybe we should look around and see, is there similar rot in our own free democracies, if we're lucky enough to live in them. But it's marvelous to see Ukraine leading by example, as I would see it.
Yeah, they absolutely are. They're taking these things seriously now, and it's good to see that they have made sweeping changes in the police, and now they're also doing so in the military as well, in order to create that support that the guys at the front need. Ernest?
Exactly right, and the fact that the state is creating itself decent, honest, and trustworthy institutions at the same time kind of makes that two-edged sword cut, you know, all in Ukraine's direction. It's all for the Ukrainian good, because, you know, folks who may have been found to be corrupt in these ways or behaving in criminal manner in public offices and with public trust are being prosecuted and are being held to account through justice in the court system in that country, which itself has been very well and continually to be reformed. I think it's important that that's seen to be done, so that these figures don't just fade and then become petty mobsters in the next 8 to 12 years themselves. No, they're in fact fronting court and answering to their peers for their crime, which, as I said, is how you build institutions and builds a public's trust in institutions. And it's, you know, it's something we should expect high standards of ourselves and in our own places, as I've been already banging on about. It's something we should aspire to do ourselves in our own countries and in our own institutions, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, they're going to be the best military around by the time we're done here, I think.
Well, certainly they will are now considered the finest exponents of modern land warfare, and not just because they're the ones doing it most brilliantly at the current time, but because of the what was seen at the start as a surprise to those who had miscalculated the Ukrainians and their metal. It is now both the crucible of liberty and freedom in Europe, but it's also the cutting edge of technology, medical and military.
Cece?
So speaking of aspiring for greater heights in our own governments, I'm going to DC this coming week. And so if anyone here, I always value our community in your brains, has any concise talking points that they want conveyed, I'm putting together this weekend a complete package that I've been working on. I myself am not a power broker, but for some reason the person that I go with is and has figured out that I lend some sort of help. So I go. So, and we just have so many great brains here, such a brain trust. If you have any like really easy, clever fixes, things that you'd like on the list, I'm going to, just try to curate the most powerful package possible when I'm talking to these senators and reps and members of DOD. And I'm always open ears.
Yeah, I have some. I have some. 1,000 Bradleys, all the ATACMS. That's to start with. Then all the cluster munitions. For 155 shells, yes, obviously, but also M26, which is the kind of Gimler equivalent but cluster munition, and also Block 1A ATACMS. I know the US doesn't have any anymore, but their friends have lots, and many are reaching the end of life. Should be very cheap, but they're US design, US production in the first place. So it's kind of down to the US to a great degree. If Ukraine got 500 Block 1A ATACMS, which are 1990s technology, at this point very cheap. At this point, more or less end of life where they are serving still. Turkey, a few places in the Middle East, South Korea, among other. They could just get rid of the concept of Russian close air support and tactical aviation anywhere in Crimea, anywhere in occupied territories, anywhere, nearby in the near abroad of Russia. They don't have to do it themselves per se, just kind of, say, hey, Turkey, how about you send Ukraine that and we give you, I don't know, what do you like? Some money, I guess. So that'd be fantastic. The other one is maybe prevent what's it called? Rossellhosbank from re-acceding to SWIFT in exchange for any other operation that Russia might want to do. These whole Russian grain this, grain that, via Qatar, Turkey to whomever, million tons for free, whatever they're trying to do. It's all nonsense. It's all just trying to subvert sanctions. It's all trying to bring in banks that are being used to make the oil dark fleet operational and thus subvert the oil price cap. And they're just trying to get it back into SWIFT. And the UN is behind this in part because it's egged on by a number of its member states who are either kind of friendly-ish with Russia or blind to the real situation and blind to the to market forces. So that would be great if that was prevented from being possible to be done. That's kind of it. How does that sound, Cece?
Which aspects of SWIFT?
Oh, so reconnecting one of the Russian banks, which claims to be an agricultural bank, to SWIFT.
I didn't hear that they did that.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, they didn't, but they want to, and there's ever more push in that direction, including by the UN.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying. Right.
So
right.
just
No,
make
I
sure
think
that
that's
doesn't happen.
a really smart one to underline and highlight.
It's a really easy one because it's just paper pushing at OFAC, so it's very straightforward. Right, that's the particularly easy bit. It just doesn't take any effort to just maintain the status quo when it comes to SWIFT. Ernest, what's on your wish list?
Well, marvelous points, Donald. Before I tell you what I was thinking, I would just like to say that such suggestions as you just made, as they are rather more administrative in nature and require, let's be honest, a little less effort from those who are elected public office, those are the sweet, soft point, soft underbellies where we should aim. Because although it doesn't require very much work on their behalf, it does have massive impact and consequence. Specifically speaking about the SWIFT designation, very easy just to keep that enforced rather than to go through all the bother of unrolling it, particularly when we see it's effective, which is why they are trying to play their fool's game, pretending as if they have bargaining position. That's not how losers perform in a bargain. That's those who are losing don't dictate the terms. Very simple principle. So we should just reinforce that with, as you mentioned, the SWIFT standing firm on, and perhaps even now that we see that this is an interest of theirs and that they're still on this one, they're still hot for this one, we should probably add a couple more. I believe there are some banking institutions that are still trundling along merrily. I'm pretty sure their state interest and their supposed need for these house finance houses, I'm pretty sure those functions can be carried out by other, or should we say, third party institutions, perhaps until we see that the true interest and that the true non-fascist form of Russia is back and realised, perhaps held in trust for those perhaps future bills that these people will owe. But that's another question, perhaps further down the line of sanctioning financial institutions. I was going to suggest, again, along the financial end, I suppose, but a little more local, CC, given the nature of defence procurement and a very strong federal law on the same about it being diffused and equally distributed and all territories, 50, whatever, Yochma Bob's getting a fair crack at the whip. In other words, that the big old money pie is divided nicely so that everyone's district can have a taste of defence procurement and other various national defence contracts and manufacturing sites even. So I would say, CC, whomsoever you meet, say someone Colorado, someone Utah, someone Wisconsin there, New Hampshire, maybe a bit of Massachusetts, New York, whoever you meet, Maryland, whoever, Florida people, whoever you meet, up and down, Texas more than likely, whoever you meet up and down, put it to them all. Here is my question. I would like a response, please. If you could give it to me within maybe 7 to 10 days. I know you are very busy. They're fucking not very busy. But anyway, I know you are very busy. I set an expectation for when you want your response, and then ask them, what do they know about their local precincts or areas of where they get elected, and how well they are currently doing in terms of money for defence procurement and similar defence projects. What are they doing to make sure, not specifically related to Ukraine, just generally speaking, the question, and then follow that with how do they see what they have shared with us about their local knowledge and what's happening from the defence money pie in our local areas. Then we just tie it to Ukraine and their procurement needs. That are the list. On what Dorman said about the list he just mentioned. I would go for ATACMS, but I would also push for naval assets, because if we're going to be rational about it, there will need to be a large Ukrainian floating navy in the Black Sea, and if we're to be really self-interested about it, we should probably think about flogging them a few. We should sell them. Is what I'm saying. So these are things which are very acutely felt locally. I know where I live, there's shipwrights and there's different shipyards and various different outfits. So I know my own local area where the money is and how that's working in Duval, St. John, the greater Jacksonville area. I'm pretty tuned into that, but I'd be curious to see what they know, because I'm sure they do know, because these corporations and these people are voters and they donate, and then just tie it back to the specific interest of ours, which is the Ukrainian aid, and then the lists. But every single one of those people from across the nation does know that, should know that, and needs to be asked to repeat it, and then say, within 7 to 10 days, and they'll probably get back to you. But I'd love to hear responses.
Thank you very much, Ernest. CC.
So I'm putting together a database of all U.S. In all the different states. I'm breaking it down by states of weaponry, HIMARS in Arkansas, Ohio, artillery, like every single state and what they produce and what they can produce and what they will produce, what they have the possibility to do with existing infrastructure within the state. So if any of you have any special requests, something you know that's happening in your state, that's not one of the big obvious ones, I'm trying to make the most thorough database possible here. So that when we do meet with these folks, you know, we can say job creation, job creation, job creation with this war.
Yeah, shipyards. We need to be selling Navy ships. Otherwise, we're going to have our lunch eaten by the European shipyards. Simple as.
Italian specifically. Very good. Good plan. I like that approach. I really appreciate that. Enter the NAFO. Go ahead.
Yes, hello everyone. I just wanted to cycle back a bit about boycotting companies that are, still working and active in Russia. But I was also thinking about mainstream media and how they still are very good at giving Russians and pro-Russian narratives, room. I was reading this article by Bad Baltic Takes about Anatol Lievin, and maybe you covered that earlier today. But I thought it's such a huge impact in all media. I think even here in Sweden, there are a lot of voices by known journalists and former politicians that are, continuously pushing this. We shouldn't pressure Russia too much. We have to give them a way out. Don't prolong the war. All those narratives that we've heard during the last year and a half, and they're still around. And I'm just wondering what we can do. What do you people have? If you have any thoughts on how we can kind of pressure them even more. I mean, I think that obviously posting facts, presenting backgrounds to people that are voicing that are given room in these newspapers and TV shows and everything, and showing that they are, their history and their kind of narratives is one way. But just throwing it out there, if you have any general thoughts or ideas about it.
So so one part of it is just awareness of who stuff is coming from, and I agree. There's editorial boards that are really missing a good grasp on that. There was a wonderful so the piece from Levin came out about 3 days ago, so it's a little bit passé, but of course Bad Baltic Takes kind of dug it out now. When I first commented on it, one of our quite regular listeners, let's say, who is from Lithuania, Darius Susidelis, but I think he lives in the US. He said, Anatol Lievin faithfully calling for caution since at least 1988. And so nothing really new there. Nothing new from him. However, I think the best thing to do is two things. One, whenever such nonsense is written, what is very consistently left out is the cost of occupation, is the cost of doing nothing. And there is a logical fallacy committed time and time again by, let's call them useful writers like this, which needs to be called out. And I think getting people who don't frequent these parts of the internet necessarily, but who do read newspapers, listen to TV shows, whatever else in their home countries, just getting an awareness of that to be more pronounced. And I know in Sweden there's very little sympathy for the Russian case. There is. I mean, every poll says as much. About 97% of Swedes support Ukrainian fight for freedom, etc. It's very near universal. So that's not the issue. That's not the issue. Just the maybe the reading sometimes can be. So working a little bit on that, and it should be very straightforward. But let's think of the other thing. What does this increase that you're experiencing in these sort of writings and talking points coming out into the public sphere? What does this mean? Why is this happening? At the end of the day, this is happening because Russia is losing, and they know that they're losing. And they see that they will not be able to progress to increase the amount of their occupation. If you chart area under Russian occupation versus time, whenever a local maximum is hit, Russians start suing for a ceasefire, a peace, a solidifying of lines, a freezing of the conflict, whatever. And that's because they know that from here on it's all downhill. And this is why this is coming up, because they know that they're just about to lose a whole lot of territory which they currently occupy. The Ukrainians are just about to liberate a whole lot of territory which Russians are currently occupying. So that, I think, is the biggest takeaway you can have from all of this. That I don't know if this really addresses what you were asking for or necessarily helps, but I should think it. I should think it does.
Yeah, no, I totally agree, and that's how I pretty much approach it as well. I was writing some tweets to Gudrun Schyman, who's a former left-wing party head of the party back in the days, and she had that kind of appeasing narrative as well, and I was saying exactly that. Tell that to the people that are under occupation, that it's better than war, being stripped of all your freedoms and rights and being tortured and so on. But I think it's just interesting, and I've been very frustrated over the tone of a lot of reporting, even from high up military personas that are speaking in media and so on and so forth, that there's this constant kind of undermining of that Ukraine knows what they're doing. And as we all know, like a week ago or so, there was so much about how little progress the Ukrainian counteroffensive had, and they're always pushing it in a slightly negative tone, which I can't wrap my head around why they're doing it, because I don't think that they have a pro-Russian agenda. It's just like they're being swept away by the general feeling, or Western allies saying certain things at certain points. I don't know what it is, but it's really frustrating because there's nobody giving kind of the whole picture and the perspective, and it's almost like even our military experts don't know what attrition is. They're only looking at how many kilometers or meters have been reclaimed, and they're not talking about the enormous casualties that the Russians are suffering, and that might actually be a strategy that makes sense given the the situation on the ground with the massive minefields slowing down armored putting in your tanks and all that at full strength. And so it's just weird. It's just this tone that I'm reading, not just in international press, but in Swedish press and in I follow quite a few different countries, but it's like it sort of simmers through all the time, this kind of slightly negative tone, which it's I can't understand it, because it's a country fighting for its existence, and we should just be pushing objectively, but still very pro. But I don't really feel that, and I'm just wondering where that tone is coming from.
I think it's okay, I'll put it this way. I'm somewhat understanding of this. I'm not excessively critical of this. I'm somewhat understanding of this because I know that there are no journalists really who are trained for this, who are ready to do this properly and well. And that's fairly normal because this is just such a very different situation from anything that anybody's experienced, seen, prepared for, practiced for, frankly, since the Second World War, Korea, that was a long time ago. Anyone who was a journalist during the time of Korea is well, it's not a journalist anymore, are they? They're probably well retired. There's very few around in the first place. This seriously, that's part of it. The other part of it is, I think that a lot of us have this perception of war from history books, right? Of large-scale conventional war from history books. Naturally, that is where we have perception of these things from, because, of course, we don't have them from present, because how are we supposed to have them from present? This is, now the first one that's happening after all this time. The reason why I'm saying this is because people who report on it, write about it, talk about it, need to kind of get to grips with how to do it. And instead, what they're using is they're using the things that they can kind of hang their hat on. They're using maps, and nothing much is changing on maps, especially a big zoomed out map that shows the entire country. But of course, that's normal. In history books, you read a history book on war, and nothing happens for a couple months, and they just kind of do it over half a page, and then spend 27 pages describing 15 minutes of action, right? That's how war writing looks like. And maybe I'm exaggerating a little bit for effect, but you know where I'm getting at, I think, at the NAFO. So no one's really used to it. No one's really used to doing it with the right sort of tools. The only way that they can do it is to do it maximally zoomed out at a country level, which is largely useless, frankly, sorry to say. Or they do it maximally zoomed in. They embed with the unit for 3 days, and then they write the story. The 17 people that we spoke to in this platoon, their experience is this, and this is how it was during the 3 days that we were here. And naturally, it is exactly like that across a 1 million+ person strong army, across a 1,000+ kilometer long front line. Of course it isn't. That's ridiculous. That's not how it works, because every platoon along that front line is going to have a somewhat different experience. And indeed, the platoon, 3 platoons to the left might have a very different experience than this one, but this is what they know, and then this is how it gets written. So understanding that, I think, is helpful, because because this way you then avoid making the really bad mistakes and the really big misinterpretations. So I don't know what to say. Focusing on good stories, praising good stories rather than just criticizing bad stories, I think can help a lot. Because if there's a very good response to a well-framed piece, of analysis, a well-framed story, there's more motivation to write ones like that, right? And if and when a journalist gets a really good response on a particular way of writing a piece, that's helpful, because then they're more likely to do it more that way again and again. So what Ernest wants me to convey, because I think he had to go, I don't know, fight an alligator or something. At the end of the day, nowadays we're a little bit of our own journalists as well. Here on the MriyaReport, as he calls it, new home for decent information. How's the SEP, Avi? Have you opened it yet?
No, I'm waiting for the time to pass 5 p.m. I'm not going to go with the breakfast bubbles. I'm going with the afternoon glass of wine. So I'll try it out. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Thanks, Edwin. I totally agree with your assessment, and that's why MriyaReport is such a great place, and very very based and balanced, of course, pro freedom, but super balanced, and a lot of great speakers and expertise. So thanks, and I'll step down.
Thank you, Enter the NAFO. Do write me a note once you've managed to open it and sniff it. Then John.
Will do.
Yeah. So, and I'm not one of the well-spoken and expertise people there, but I'm still talking. But Doma, what you said makes sense about journalism in general, but maybe not after 18 months. That's the thing, because during the Korea War, I'm sure it was the same thing initially. The war, well, that was close to the Second World War, so they probably had journalists who had done that before. But by now they should have learned. I think if they haven't, then when are they ever going to learn? Then they cannot use that excuse that they're not used to this and blah blah blah. They have to get used to it. It's their job. So yeah, there's probably some other explanation as well.
Then John, it can be very difficult for many to learn the correct lessons. It takes a very long time, but to forget them takes but seconds. I see Sir Shaggy has already successfully conducted his coup against mockers. I will likewise make space for Jana before somebody comes and kicks me out forcibly. Good luck all, and I will possibly join you as a speaker in a little bit.
Okay, thanks a lot, Damon. I will see if I'll let you up or not. I'm sure I'll let you up. Or yeah, no, we definitely will let you up anyway. So who's that requesting? So that was G-Man. Let me just press this button. Excellent stuff. Right. Caught me on a hop there. I'm just eating well, I was just eating a bit of Yorkshire pudding. Honest, well, maybe a bit of gravy, I suppose, a bit of brown sauce. So yeah, I've now cleared that. Good. So it's 4 o'clock. Oh, Janet, you're here. You made it. You're sprightly up those stairs.
Yes, Sir Shaggy, thank you very much. It's a beautiful view over here from the balcony. So yeah, thank you. And hello, everyone. Greetings. And Slava Ukraini.
Hello, Slava. Right. Do you want to do your PSA? Because I like your PSA.
Oh, my PSA. All right. Okay. Thank you very much. So welcome everyone to the regular listeners, but also to the new listeners. And for the new listeners, the public service announcement, so-called PSA. You might already know that MriyaReport is a voluntary run, some kind of discussion group / internet live radio, where you can not only listen, but also contribute to the discussion. So you can raise your hand, ask your questions, or give any comments that are related to Ukraine and their brave defense against the brutal Russian invasion. We pledged that we will run this discussion group until the Ukrainian victory, and perhaps even after that, as needed. And as I said, it's totally run by volunteers, by people from all around the world. It has a charity status, 501c3, which means that your donations to our worthy causes are tax deductible if you pay taxes in the US. And one more thing that I would like to highlight, we often have very amazing guests apart from our regular 24/7 discussion. And if you are curious about the guests we had in the past, you can search for MriyaReport on Spotify and find a lot of recordings. So I think that's it for my PSA. Thank you very much. Oh, one more important thing. Sorry. Please retweet this space. It's very important. It helps us to bring new listeners and spread the word. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jenna. And don't forget, if you go to MriyaReport.org, you can make a donation to us, to our charity. We're all helping out, trying to raise funds. We raise funds for various different things. It's a lot of it's going to be is on the site, and you'll know about what it is. Filters, drones, loads of different things. So yeah, if you have any discretionary monies to throw our way, that would be good. It will be put to a good cause in the aid of Ukraine. So it's been a busy day. Well, I've been busy, but I left my Bluetooth speaker at home today, stupidly, so I didn't listen to anything. This is my first. I listened to literally about 30 seconds, maybe a couple of minutes actually, before I started co-hosting today. So have you been listening in, Dana? I don't want to go over topics which have literally just been gone over.
Oh dear, Sir Shaggy, I had a very similar announcement to make as well, because I also didn't have a chance to listen very much today. So we might be repeating ourselves. So I would encourage our wonderful listeners, if they already heard some topic several times today, please again raise your hand and tell us. So yeah, otherwise we will just bring it to the new listeners, because I guess not everybody has a chance to listen all day every day, as we all try to.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I do know, because we're in Europe. The Americans kind of wake up, obviously, with the time zones and stuff like that. Wake up a little bit later. I think, what is it, 6 hours to New York, and 9 or 10 hours, whatever it is, to Alaska and California, maybe. So yeah, those chaps and chapesses will need updates. That'll be good. So sorry if we're going to be boring the Europeans and maybe the Australians who heard of it right at the start of their day, which is nice. And you know how it works on this big round thing that we call our planet. News is 24/7, just like MriyaReport. So yeah, so that'll be good. So what's your first bit of news you want to, or first item you'd like to talk about, Jenna? Because we've got no hands, so we can just pick.
All right. Well, Sir Shaggy, today I would like to maybe start with this nice glance over the latest development that is provided by the Radio Free Europe, because I kind of like their summaries. So let me just give you the topics, and if there is anything that catches your attention, you can stop me and we can maybe discuss it in more detail. Is that a good plan?
That's a great plan. Crack on.
All right. So the latest developments at a glance. Russia has said that its forces thwarted 3 sea drone attacks on the strategic Crimean bridge linking Ukraine's occupied Crimean peninsula to the Russian mainland, as Ukraine's military said it was continuing its push towards the southeastern city of Melitopol in an effort to cut off the land bridge to Crimea. Yeah, I was actually really interested in this piece of news, because I caught in the morning that there was possibly some booms around Crimean bridge, but I guess this didn't damage it too much. So this is the news around that. Then another one, Ukraine's forces in recent days have made notable progress against Russian troops in the south of the country. This is a piece of news from a White House spokesperson. Another one, UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres sent Russia a new proposal aimed at getting grain and fertilizer to international markets in hopes of reviving a deal that allowed Ukraine to ship grain at a time of growing global hunger. And I think this is actually also news from yesterday. We discussed it. That was the port of Odessa and the 2 ships that left with the iron ore and pig iron. And I remember the detail that Ivana told us that the pig iron is called pig iron because the forms have a shape of little piglets. I had to Google it afterwards. Well, you really have to have very, very strong imagination to see piglets in there, but okay, that's how it's called.
Yeah, it was also because it smells a bit funny as well. It smells like piggies.
Oh, is that true? I didn't know that.
Yeah, Google that. You can wait till 7, but you can Google that as well. Yeah, it's got extra carbon in it, so apparently it smells a little bit.
Oh, wow, interesting.
Anyway,
Well,
but definitely Google that. Hopefully, I'm not misremembering that. But on that previous point, though, that the UN and the grain deal, I was a bit miffed when I read that, because there's one important detail in there that, well, it's important to me anyway, is part of that proposal by the UN is they want SWIFT to unblock a Russian bank, or maybe a couple of Russian banks, but at least one. So yeah, that's not gonna. I don't want that to happen. No way whatsoever. So
No, totally.
we'll come back to that one after you've done your little go through.
Yeah, totally agree with you. This is another piece of news that I guess this is not too many new pieces of news, because yeah, it's the weekend, but we already discussed yesterday about Vladimir Putin, who will host the Turkish president or leader Erdogan for talks in Sochi, in the Black Sea resort, on Monday. That's their first meeting since the grain agreement unraveled. And we also discussed the British military equipment maker BAE that set up a legal entity in Ukraine, and of course that prompted a reaction from the Russian officials that it will become a target. And yeah, and the last one from my overview, and again, this is a little bit already older, that Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says that his country has developed a weapon that hits a target 700 kilometers away. So yeah, that is my overview for today, Sir Shaggy.
Okay, all right, brilliant. That was very good. We got a few topics in there. Let me just I think I'll reject all those cookies from Reuters. Thank you very much, Reuters. Yeah, so that grain deal. So this was mooted about a month ago. I was just bringing up some sources. So this was mooted about a month ago. This letting some Russian banks have access to SWIFT again, so they can make international transfers in exchange for Russia signing on the dotted line on some kind of grain deal. And that grain deal obviously will be between the UN, Russia, and Turkey, because Ukraine has never signed a grain deal with Russia. The grain deal that comes in two parts: one by, as I said, Russia, the UN and Turkey, and the other part by Turkey, Ukraine, and the UN. Well, they can sign wherever they want. But then I wouldn't expect Ukraine to be signing any grain deal that gives Russia more than what Ukraine is getting. So, for instance, I'm thinking of EU inspections. There's no point in it's not fair for Russia to be able to inspect Ukrainian grain ships, and the Ukrainians can't inspect Russian grain ships, especially considering the Russians just delayed the inspection of the grain ships, which in effect just made the grain deal null and void. There's no point having a deal if you can't actually do anything. You can't actually get your ships out when you want. So yeah, the bare minimum, my British sense of fairness should be fair as fair. Both inspect each of the ships, or no inspections take place, which is what I'd prefer, basically. Or actually, if the Ukrainians can inspect Russian ships for the next year, because the first year, well, Russians were inspecting Ukraine ships. I like all this yin and yang, you see. It's all evens things up. So it's Ukraine's turn to inspect Russia's ships. Now, this is never going to happen, obviously. Russians are never going to go for that. Therefore, the Ukrainians, from what I understand, don't actually want a grain deal with Russia involved. They just want to ship their grain, like any country can, without fear of anything getting blown up, or any mines being put in the lanes, or any inspections needing to be happening, or anything like that. Just a normal. It's grain. It's got its customers. It's got ships which want to come backwards and forwards, and it should be allowed to. The aggressor country, which is Russia, should have no say in this. It's just get out of the way, acquiesce, bugger off, or suffer the consequences, which seems to be Russian ships being blown up. So at the moment, it's kind of there's some military Russian ships that have blown up, and there was a empty oil tanker with a big hole in it, well, when I say blown up, I mean damaged, not actually literally. Anyway, it went kaboom. So yeah, a bit of a boom in its side, and an empty, I think it was oil tanker, which was good because there's no real environmental damage in an empty oil tanker. So I'm all for Ukraine just hitting Russian ships. I'm not an eco warrior, but I do care for the environment a bit. So yeah, empty oil tankers, empty grain ships, Russian ones these are. I'm all right for that. I'm all right for that. Maybe they can sink some Russian shipping near the Kerch Bridge, because that's where Russia seems to want to sink them. So yeah, should ask Ukraine for a bit of help if Russia can just like put some of its military ships near the Kerch Bridge, guns pointing away. I'm pretty sure the Ukrainians would love to come along with a drone or two and help them and sink them for them. What do you reckon, Jana?
I absolutely agree, Sir Shaggy, and yeah, we would really enjoy to see that as well. So yeah. Well, do you have anything else to add to the grain deal? Because I don't have anything to add to that, but I have some good news, and I'm very excited to talk about it.
Oh, I'm gonna talk for the next half hour about the grain deal. No, I'm only joking. You can talk about this thing. Go on, whatever it is. I'm excited to know what you're excited about.
Yeah, sorry. Well, I didn't want to interrupt your thread, but you can maybe weave it into our talking as we talk. We can always revisit the grain deal. But what I was really excited about was the result of the piece of news that we actually talked about yesterday as well. Do you remember the Nobel Prize banquet and the very sad decision of the committee to invite the representative of Russia and Belarus?
I do, and somebody sent me a great hashtag that I loved, and I was going to use it, and I was slightly disappointed, ever so slightly disappointed that I'm not going to be able to use that hashtag anymore. So the hashtag was Nobel Prize for Genocide, all one word. I thought that was brilliant. I was gonna rock with that today. I didn't have time yesterday because I went to bed at about half an hour after I finished co-hosting because I was knackered. And then woke up this morning thinking, right, I read that. I thought, right, brilliant. But whoever sent that in, I'm not going to say your name because I don't know if it's supposed to be anonymous or not, so I won't. But I love that. But I won't be able to use it because you're going to tell us, Jana.
Yeah, because the committee actually reversed their decision and they canceled the Russian ambassador's invite to the prize ceremony. And I really have to say that I'm quite proud of the community, both online and offline, because I'm absolutely certain this was really the result of the pushback, the former decision created in people. So this is really, really good news. And I have also some couple of reactions in the news about this positive decision. So, for example, Swedish PM welcomes Nobel Foundation's decision on not inviting the ambassadors. And also the reaction from Ukraine about this. So, for example, the source is European Pravda, referred to Oleg Nikolenko, who is the spokesperson of the Foreign Ministry of Ukraine. And he is saying the victory of humanism. The Nobel Foundation has cancelled its decision to invite the ambassadors of Russia and Belarus to the Nobel Prize ceremony in Stockholm. And we are convinced that a similar decision should be made in relation to the Russian and Belarusian ambassadors to Oslo. And that's it. So I just wanted to share this good news and some reactions that I saw online. And I'll give the word back to you, Sir Shaggy, if we don't have anybody who wants to talk to us.
Yeah, right. Well, for the geographically challenged, you might pique your interest. Hang on, why is the Nobel Peace Prize, which is for Swedish bloke, I think, awarded in Oslo, which is not Sweden, that's Norway. If my geography is okay, I think I'm gonna have to Google that just to check. I'm pretty sure Oslo is not in Sweden. So why do you think? I think we should I think some Swedes and some Norwegians should come up and explain yourselves. I mean, I've had a Google, but I'm just trying to drum up some speakers here. Do you know why, Gemma?
I did not know that, but if you want me to answer, I'm really quite fast at Googling. So I see something online that says, why Norway? No one knows for sure why Alfred Nobel wanted the Peace Prize in particular to be awarded by a Norwegian committee, or what prompted him to include Norway in the Nobel Prize proceedings at all. So perhaps some person from Nordic countries can shed some light on this. Did you know, Sir Shaggy?
Well, from what I understand, is because Sweden, not a member of NATO just yet, but it will be, was regarded by Sir Alfred Nobel, or not Sir, was he? It was just Alfred Nobel, as quite a militaristic country back in the day, back then. But Sweden has had been neutral and had a strong military for really quite a few centuries. So he might have been a little bit miffed by this, or slightly. I'm thinking, well, a peace prize in a militaristic country. Well, maybe Norway's a bit better. So maybe Norway wasn't considered as military as Sweden by Alfred Nobel. That's my working theory at the moment. But I can see I've got a request. I've got G-Man. G-Man's going to know, but G-Man's not Nordic, so maybe I'll just leave him down there. No, I won't, G-Man. You're coming up. Don't worry. Add. There we go. Hands in the air. G-Man, tell us. You're the historian. You'll know.
Right. Well, yes, I do know a few things.
Are you there? Because I
Hello.
can't hear you if you are.
Yeah. Right. So, Alfred Nobel.
Go, G-Man.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, G-Man. Sir Shaggy, you cannot hear G-Man?
Okay.
No, I can't. Oh, bummer. Well, I'm going to recycle then. Oh, say something, G-Man, again.
Hello.
Yeah, G-Man, please go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. So, Alfred Nobel was born in Switzerland, Sweden, but at the time, Sweden and Norway were part of the same country. So that's why. Well, that's one of the reasons why he might actually be holding the prize in Oslo and not in Sweden. But the other thing is, the reason that Alfred Nobel isn't exactly a very good peace symbol, it being explosive and all that. So, but his brother died. A newspaper, I think it was in France, got the names wrong, and they printed a headline: Alfred Nobel, world famous purveyor of death, is dead. And he saw the light, and I need to do something about this. And so one of the reasons for that was he created the Nobel Peace Prize. But the only reason for it being in Norway, I can only assume that he was actually born in Norway, but it was part of Sweden at the time.
Thank you very much, G-Man. That really indeed shed a lot of light. And you actually reminded me that I remember from elementary school how the teacher told us how he was horrified by his own invention and how it was misused. So he was really trying to pursue peace. And G-Man, if you knew these facts, do you also know why there is no Nobel prize for mathematics? Hello? I think I lost you. G-Man. All right. Well, because I cannot hear anyone, I hope people listening hear me.
I hear you.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah,
Sir Shaggy and perfect. Everyone hears me.
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay.
I hear you as well, but I completely missed what G-Man said. I caught the end of it, so it was because he was. Anyway, give me the 2 lines, G-Man.
I'm not sure Jiman is able to speak, Sir Shaggy. So if you want, I can maybe summarize what I thought, what he said.
Yeah, go on then. Go on then, because I'm interested if
Yeah.
it was right or nearly wrong or just completely wrong.
Yeah, he said that when Nobel lived in his country, actually Norway and Sweden was one country, and he was actually born in Norway. But then also Jiman was talking about this motivation of peace and his invention of dynamite and giving it to, yeah, indeed, the more peaceful country. I also see online is that finally he might have been also influenced by his admiration for Norwegian fiction, particularly by the author Bjørnstjerne Bjørnson, who was also a well-known peace activist in the 1890s. So here, there are several reasons why the Nobel Peace Prize is given in Norway. Not Peace Prize, prize in general, Nobel Prize.
Oh, that's interesting. That makes a lot of sense. I thought it was something to do with the military. I completely forgot actually he invented dynamite. That flew over my head. But when you said it, it was some neuron activated in my brain, and I remembered it again. But yeah, Norwegians less military, less macho. So I'm just trying to get some less macho than the Swedes. Ooh, well, don't know. I'm trying to get some Scandinavians up here to have a little bit of a handbag fight, maybe. Where's Dan John when you need him? Where are the Nordics? G-Man.
So we had a quick conflict here with my son. He was arguing with me that the Nobel Prizes are held in Stockholm, and well, he's right, but he's wrong. So the ceremonial presentation for the award for physics, chemistry, physiology, or medicine, literature, and economics take place in Stockholm, but for peace, it takes place in Oslo on December 10th, the anniversary of Nobel's death. Why? I'm not quite sure yet. And it's, well, we still need somebody from Scandinavia to enlighten us.
Yeah, I still think it has to do with the military aspect. The like chemistry and physics and all that, not really military stuff. So that can take place in Sweden, but for the military stuff, i.e. the Peace Prize, or for kind of that area, peace. Then yeah, go with the Norwegians, because their military isn't as good as the Swedish, apparently, according to Alfred Nobel or something like that. I find that quite interesting, actually. I like, honestly, come on, Scandinavians, what are you doing? You don't have siestas. Get up here and let us know, because that is quite interesting. Yeah, I like.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jiman, for clarifying this. I see that I did confuse myself. So just to summarize, Stockholm is for all the sciences like physics and chemistry, and the Peace Prize is in Norway. Okay, very good to know. Thank you very much.
I like it. Is it what's the so the Peace Prize actually has a financial value as well. There's a financial award to it as well. I don't know if it's 100,000 or it's quite a few zeros on it, 100,000 or a million or something like that. It's it's a chunk of change. That is quite nice. So yeah, maybe we'll have a Google around for that as well and see what that is, because that's quite good. But yeah, I mean, I read I did actually read the Nobels. Well, I read part of it. The reasons why they're backtracking. It was partly because there was a backlash in Sweden. They were saying the Swedes are pissed off with it. Didn't say the Norwegians were pissed off with it. If you pardon the language. So yeah, so I wonder if loads of people were like VPNing into Sweden, as I kind of do sometimes. I VPN into different countries when I want to have a moan about that country's governments, what they're doing. It's a little bit sneaky, maybe, but yeah, that's what I did. So I didn't actually get around to VPNing into Sweden though, because well, they backtracked too quickly for me. I couldn't use my hashtag. Well, I couldn't use that hashtag that a lovely listener told me about. But what are you entering? Enter the NAFO. Sorry, I had to look at your full name there. Enter the NAFO.
Yeah, hi. No, just about Nobel Prize. So I think that the prize amount is 10 million crowns for the for like physics and chemistry and those, and also about the Swedish pushback on the Nobel Foundation's decision to invite Russia and Iran and Belarus. I think the tipping point was actually when the Swedish king came out and said that he probably wouldn't attend the Nobel Prize party if those countries were invited. So I think that, together with public support or discourse, changed their minds. Even though it seems like the CEO of the Nobel Foundation still feels that their call was correct to invite these countries, but he's backing down because of the pushback from the public. Thanks.
Okay, excellent. And I detected a slight, ever so slight Swedish accent there. So we got one up. We got a Swede up. That's brilliant. Thank you for representing the Scandinavians on the speaker panel and to the NAVO. Yeah. Oh well, we were talking yesterday actually about monarchies and stuff like that, and how useful they are and how unuseful they are. Some people don't like them and want to get rid of them all. Some people like them, and some people are like, well, they're kind of useful. They bring in, like in the UK, they bring in a lot of tourist dollars, tourist pounds in the UK, obviously, and things like that. I mean, I think they are useful because my argument, I can't remember when it was actually. I remember a couple of days ago. My argument was, well, they're kind of normally a stabilizing hand, a steady hand. Compared to like governments, obviously, which come and go, and they're to the left or to the right, and all this kind of stuff. Sometimes, but the monarchies in Europe, well, over the last 50, 100 years, whatever, are kind of more of a steadying hand, and this kind of speaks to that a little bit. King comes out, says, "Don't like that." King of Sweden comes out, "Don't like that," and people listen. Even if they haven't got any great deal of constitutional power. They still have a lot of moral authority. I think I'll file that under, and coupled with Swedish people themselves saying, not happy with this. King comes out on the in the discourse, siding on the right side of history, as I like to call it. So yeah, very good. Didn't realize it was a king that came out. I just thought it was Swedish people, but he is a Swedish person. So technically, it is Swedish people. Just a very important Swedish person with a crown on his head. Excellent.
Yeah.
Jenna.
Yeah, absolutely, Sir Shaggy. And thank you so much, Enter the NAFO, for bringing this amazing detail to us. And I just have one thing to add. I think the Swedish Kings deserves his own fella.
I think so too. Sorry, I just had a call and I just had to press decline because I'm co-hosting, and it's from somebody who knows I'm co-hosting at these times. So yeah, get a big decline.
Oh dear, yeah. I think I forgot to put my phone on the flight mode. So yeah, I'll do that later. But Sir Shaggy, shall I bring another quick news that we received? Do you want me to talk about the German Taurus cruise missiles?
Oh, is there any news on that? Yeah, talk on that. I've got to send a quick message to this person so they don't bother me again for the next 2.5 hours.
Yeah, the piece of news is that there is a pressure. There is a pressure is mounting to deliver the German Taurus cruise missiles to Ukraine. The main opposition party in Germany, CDU-CSU, is demanding to finally deliver the weapon system. Friedrich Merz says that these cruise missiles should be delivered just as France and the UK did, Scalp and Storm Shadows, in order to support Ukraine's military capabilities from the air. Well, of course, we couldn't agree more to that. This is also supported by the defense specialist Carlo Massala. One of the loudest advocates is Roderick Kiesewetter. I hope I said that right. Kiesewetter, who is also part of the CDU. Even some in German government are supporting this idea. Only the SPD-led chancellery is blocking, bringing up illogical and outright wrong excuses. Germany has 600 of the key EPD 350 Taurus missiles in their inventories. So yeah, just a little bit of an update about this, and I think we've been talking about this already for such a long time. So hopefully something will happen. Over to you, Sir.
Okay. Okay, I thought it was going to be they've been released. The tourists, the balls are running down the streets or in the skies soon. But well, okay. So it's inching closer. I mean, I'd like to know how many inches to go before they actually get released. But an inch is an inch, I guess.
Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, I totally agree with you. Well, well, I guess, yeah, indeed, it's like moving to the right direction, and it's good to see that the pressure is getting stronger. But yeah, we should actually see some results much sooner.
I wonder when. I wonder when. Hang on a second. I wonder when they're going to actually make it. I mean, is it going to be okay? Yeah, they've been released. But now we've got to modify aircraft, and that's going to take another 6 months. Blah blah blah. It better not be. So that would be most disappointing. Anyway, yeah. Sorry. XD. My eyesight's going here. XD Spaggy.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you sound great. There we can.
Okay, I will just be first. It's about the Nobel Prize. I think maybe NATO should organize like sort of a thank you email, promotion, and we should all write like a short thanks email to the office of the Swedish King, because usually people only complain about things, and maybe it would be nice for a chance to show some, support for the correct decision. That will be all. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm in two minds about that. Maybe I'm just grumpy. I'll get the older I get. I mean, I don't normally, if somebody's done something wrong and then corrects it, I don't normally thank them for doing the right thing that they should have done originally.
Oh, I meant the king. I meant the Swedish king, not the Nobel guys. I mean, king. The king stepped up and told them to, shove it, and he's not going to show up. That's for the king.
Oh yeah, definitely the king. Yeah, sorry, I got the wrong end of the stick there. Yeah, definitely the king. In fact, has he got a Twitter account, or is it we have to literally write to him? Because yeah, how do we get in touch with the king, or how do we get a message to the king, or should we just plaster it all over Twitter and he'll hear about it probably anyway? That's a good idea. I like that. I see some memes coming with the king of Sweden riding on a horse to the rescue of humanism. I think it was called. I think Ukrainians said it was a victory for humanism. Yeah, so we're going to have to. Yeah, he's there leading NATO and leading Swedish people and leading the rest of the world there. Well, leading all those who are on the right side of history. I'm seeing a lot of memes in my mind's eye. What do you reckon, Spaggy?
Well, yeah, definitely. I mean, I saw some of your memes on the Twitter. Go for it. I just thought about this because, like, usually we are complaining to companies that they do business in Russia, and we should be also highlighting when somebody does the correct, morally correct decision, he should be like praised. I mean, you know what I mean, I think.
Yeah, definitely know what you mean. Yeah, I reckon we thank him. He's been our knight in shining armor. Well, our king in shining armor. For those who didn't want Russia, Belarus, and Iran to be invited. So he yeah, definitely. I'll be on that after I finish co-hosting. I'll call in an article, a NAFO Article 5, and try and get some more fellas to do that as well, and send them a message of thank you very much, Liz. That'd be lovely. What do you think, Jana?
Yeah, I think it's a wonderful idea because indeed, I I always believed that we should also give positive feedback, not only negative, to strengthen good things. And when XD was talking about this, what ran through my mind was, if the person is a king, I believe any snail mail service should be able to deliver the post to them from any country. If you write on an envelope to the King of Sweden, I'm sure it will find him. So, yeah, I think it's a really good idea.
I like that idea. A thank you card, and all you put on it is King of Sweden, Sweden, and then and stick in the post box. And with obviously enough postage to actually get there, and well, see if it gets there. Yeah, that's quite good. It's like writing to Father Christmas. Father Christmas, North Pole. I think is his address. Although different people think he lives somewhere else. But we won't talk about that.
He's in Finland. I was there. Christmas village. I was there. He lives in Finland.
Pretty sure he lives in my parents' loft. Actually, I'm pretty sure he came from there. What about you, Jana? Where does Father Christmas come from? In fact, we should go around everyone just to see where everyone thinks Father Christmas comes from.
Father Christmas. Let me think. I don't think we really in my country say where he is from. I think I only learned later that he's from the North Pole, but that's the influence of I think other countries. In my country, it's the Saint Nicholas, and he comes in the night. You have to clean your boots and put them behind the window or near the chimney, and he will bring the stuff and put it in your boots. And if you were good, you would get sweets, and if you were naughty, you would get a piece of coal or something like that.
Yeah, that used to be a very old tradition in the UK, a piece of coal and sweets. But then kids got a lot more and decided, no, we want PlayStations and basically just open a shopping catalogue and just tick things off. It got very consumery, but it's quite. I wonder in Ukraine where Father Christmas or Saint Nicholas or whatever it's called comes from. Maybe Rouge will know. Oh, Rouge is gonna argue against Norway now, I think. Rouge.
No, I'm not arguing against anyone except the Swedish postal system. No, there's no point trying to send snail mail to the King of Sweden. It won't reach him anyway, because our snail mail system has totally failed. I get less than half of the mail that's supposed to arrive. I'm not the king, though. You might have special services. I don't.
Oh dear! Oh, bad postal. I mean, I wouldn't have expected that from Sweden. Bad postal service. Everything. Well, apart from one thing in Sweden, I was a bit disappointed about. I love Sweden. Apart from the liquor stores in Sweden, I think they're all run by the government, and they closed really early, and that was really annoying.
They close early, but you can find anything there. There's no better liquor store once you're there.
Yeah, I think I kind of had the idea to have a party in Sweden, and it was about 8 o'clock at night, which it wasn't really that late. It was in the middle of the summer, and it was like, well, okay, let's go to the offie, and they were like, can't, it's closed. I was gutted. Yeah. Anyway, so that was my only bad memory of Sweden. I love the place apart from that. It's very nice. A lot of midges though, up near Gävle. Well, university town up there. Anyway, we're getting Scandinavian. So you're very happy with the King of Sweden then. Have you got any input on the Nobel Prize?
Well, I'm not sure it was only the king, but he actually, his spokesperson said we haven't decided yet whether to say to come or not, and that was they probably calculated it was enough. But to be fair, this guy, the CEO, I don't remember his name, he's Norwegian, of the Nobel Committee. I think it's time to get rid of him because what he said afterwards was like, well, we knew there was people were going to be upset about this decision, but we didn't expect them to be this upset, so we changed our minds. There's nothing about it being immoral or to have a refugee for crimes against humanity and his highest representative coming to your party. That was no problem. Just the protests. So
Yeah,
he should really step down. I don't
yeah,
want to see him again. I'll punch him in the face if I meet him.
yeah. Sorry. Ugh, I got another phone call from that same person I just messaged now and I'm talking to, telling me not to phone. And I'm phoning anyway. Daft person. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I thought you were talking about the king that's stepping down then, but no, you're
Yeah.
talking about the head of the Nobel. I agree with that. I get mixed up between kings and the heads of Nobel at the moment. I'm getting discombobulated by incoming phone calls. Yeah, if I put it into airplane mode, I don't know if that means my Wi-Fi is going to go off. I haven't. I should test it out first of all. But yes, exactly. There was no real apology, Ruse. It was just like, oh, well, we might have done something which people don't, which a lot of people don't like, so therefore we'll do something else. But I'm not apologizing, and I don't like people who when they've done something wrong, don't apologize. That is not good. I don't particularly like people who apologize on other people's behalves either. Because you should only apologise for your own mistakes, not mistakes other people have made. But that's just a little personal quibble of mine. But yeah, definitely didn't really sound like an apology, and definitely think he needs to apologise and then step down because he didn't act correctly. I kind of
Yeah,
understand what he was trying to do, but it was definitely inappropriate. What do you think, Bruce?
yeah, it is. Well, yeah, wasn't there? It was Dante, I think, who has this hell for people who does who does the right thing for the wrong reasons. He'll end up there.
Okay, yeah, he's gonna end. Oh, the Nobel chairman or whatever, he's gonna end up in Dante, one of Dante's. How many circles of hell? Is it 5 or 7 or it's some number anyway? Yeah, I wonder how far. I mean, not obviously too far down because it's
Yeah.
not terribly horrible, but it's not great either. So yeah, Jana.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I have a vague memory of the 7, but we would have to validate this, Sir Shaggy. But I just wanted to say, Rose, but this is like personally mine. I agree with you that okay, there weren't particularly right reasons, but there were reasons nonetheless, and I very much appreciate the community push, the push of the people. And okay, if the institutions make a mistake, the same as politicians, it's really good that the public show them their opinion. So yeah, I do agree with you, but also I very much appreciate that people raise their voices and give the feedback. So that's just what I wanted to add to it.
Yeah, it's often said that like 2 wrongs don't make a right, but actually technically they do. Because I mean, for instance, you can make a left turn, go the wrong way down the road, have forgot your lunch, and therefore have to go into a shop, and then meet your future wife or husband or something like that. So 2 wrongs can make a right, but that's just kind of a squinty way of looking at it. But yeah, doing the wrong thing and then doing the right thing, it's like it still leaves a bit of a sour taste in the mouth. And people in these high offices, like the chairman or whatever, the president of the Nobel Prize, should have known better. It's probably a lot of his advisors as well, and not just him, although he has ultimate responsibility for it. But maybe before he resigns, he boots all the people out of the Nobel Foundation, who gave him that stupid advice to invite Russia, Belarus, and Iran, their ambassadors. Daft. I mean, honestly, tone deaf is probably a polite way of putting it, and I'll leave it at tone deaf. Uh, or would you call it something else, Shanna? Or do you think that was a fair enough assessment?
Yeah, I would call it stronger, but then I would have to, I don't know. I think we have a swear jar, so yeah, I could contribute to the swear jar, but let's leave this for a better occasion. But Sir Shaggy, would you like a little bit more news from the Nordic countries? I bet you would.
More news from the Nordic. I'll be talking F-16s from Norway because I heard that.
Oh,
I won't say.
I wish, yeah.
Oh
No, I don't have such exciting news. Just a little bit of amusement because it's always nice to trigger these Russian propagandists. So let me read you the news. Russia is, wait for it, outraged at downsizing downsizing of its embassy in Denmark. This is already from Friday, so if it was discussed, somebody stopped me, but I didn't know about this. On Friday evening, Maria Zakharova, spokesperson for Russia's Ministry of Foreign Affairs, briefly commented on Denmark's decision to equalize the number of Russian diplomats in Copenhagen with that number of Danish diplomats in Moscow. The source is Zakharova's comment published by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Russia, and it was cited by European Pravda. The comment states that Moscow considers the Danish government's demand for the number of Russian diplomats in Copenhagen to be reduced from 15 to 5 as, and I'm going to cite, another manifestation of the Danish leadership's hostility towards our country. This is the pause for laughter. Zakharova added, the necessary conclusion will, of course, be drawn. So, Sir Shaggy, what do you think? Is this yet another red line?
I think you should have asked for some Tales of Woe music. In fact, I need to cue that up, don't I? Yeah, that is a little tale of woe. Well, tale of woe-ish anyway. That's good. Normally, kind of Russia gets rid of diplomats first, and kind of countries react and downsize there in retaliation. So I don't know if in this case Denmark was first to pull the punches, i.e., first to kick 10 of them out and make it down to 5. And I wouldn't be surprised if Russia turns around and says, right, some of you Danish diplomats in Russia, you got to go. So, I mean, if I was a Danish diplomat in Russia at the moment, I'd be starting to get the cardboard boxes ready and some newspapers and start packing, because I think the Russians will retaliate because they do that. Yeah, so yeah, tough shit, but yeah, nice. I wonder how many Vatnik tears that is going to produce, because I do like my Vatnik tears, and that sounds Vatnik teary. Having a little whinge there, she was. Oh dear. So yes. Well done, Denmark. Thank you very much. Although I will put this out there. I wonder why Denmark is a Nordic country and not a Baltic country. Anyway, I'm going to leave that one there. Just to try and get some, just to kind of get some Scandi stuff, and the Baltics as well. I'm reaching 2 groups of countries here now, so they can explain that one to me. Yeah, sorry, I'm just feeling a bit playful today. I've actually had some sleep today, Yana. I only had 1 or 2 hours sleep before yesterday, and did a 9-hour shift at work, and then came here. So thanks for carrying me yesterday. You did wonderfully well. I was a little bit, but today full of beans, mushy peas. Apparently, a special type of pea. I was educating some NAFO people the other day on mushy peas. But yeah, I get sidetracked again. Yeah, well done, Denmark. That's good. 5 is not a lot. So that's like an ambassador, his secretary, and maybe a couple of a few, well, 3 others basically. So that's not a lot really whatsoever. I'm going to have a little dig around to see who's got how many diplomats in Russia, and how many of those countries diplomats are, how many Russian diplomats are in their country, and to see who's kind of even, or who's got too many of one, or whatever. You know what I mean? Yeah, to see how things are going. Yeah, I can see graphs in
Yeah,
my head.
yeah, that's a good idea. But speaking about the numbers, let me give you a little bit more details about that. Because yeah, well, they said that they are leveling it down to the number of the diplomats that are actually in Moscow, the Danish diplomats. So now the result will be that the level that is of Danish embassy in Moscow is 5 diplomats and 20 administrative and technical staff. So this is how the staff of the Russian embassy in Copenhagen will be downsized as well. And apparently there were some talks about increasing the staff of the Danish embassy, but they got nowhere because, and this is also a little bit amusing, because Moscow continued its attempts to send members of its intelligence service to Denmark. So yeah, in April of 2022 still, so that was last year, the Danish Foreign Ministry announced that 15 Russian intelligence operatives who had worked undercover at the Russian embassy had been expelled. And a little bit more background from Europe. Since the beginning of the Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, European states have expelled several hundred Russian spies who had been working in embassies under diplomatic cover. So yeah, so that's a little bit of background to this piece of news, Sir Shaggy.
Oh no, thanks a lot for that. So it was a reaction to what the Russians kind of did. That's normally the case. It would have surprised me. I was a little bit surprised thinking it was the Danes who were doing it first. But yeah, that kind of makes a little bit more sense compared to what's happened before. Yeah, 5 and 20. Okay, all right then. Fair enough. Well, it's still good. I mean, I like Russia being isolated, one diplomat at a time, one company pulling out at a time, one, I mean, steady. I'd like it obviously to be a lot faster, because the faster Russia is completely isolated from the world in many fields, especially sport as well. For instance, the Olympics and that kind of stuff. Yeah, hopefully the quicker their population will turn around to their state, will change their state basically, get rid of Putin and stuff like that. But I'm definitely not holding my breath. I'll be blue in the corner, so I'm not going to bother. But it is good to hear news that countries are withdrawing from various things. Yeah, I need to dig out to see. I'm going to have a word with Beefeater if he's around to see if any more companies have actually pulled out of Russia. And if any of those companies have actually pulled out of Russia, rather than just saying they've pulled out of Russia, but haven't actually pulled out of Russia, because some of them are really sneaky like that. They'll say they've pulled out, but then work through a third country or a third party and still be there just under a different name, which is hyper sneaky. And those ones are particularly on my sites for buying one share in that company, so I can attend their shareholders meeting and point out that very subterfuge, that lie that they say they've pulled out and haven't. The ones that haven't and are blatant about it, okay, they definitely deserve a bonking. But the ones that say they have and haven't, they deserve. They're Dante's hell rings. Yeah, they're closer to the center in my view, because that's added sneakiness on there. So yeah, Beefeater. I think Beefeater's coming back at some point in the future to give more of his really good talks on this thread. If you don't follow Beefeater, definitely give him a follow. He comes out with these very detailed threads on economics and companies that are avoiding sanctions and stuff like that. He's a great resource for that and speaks very well about it as well. So yeah, keep an eye out for Beefeater. If you ever see a card that says he's coming, book it in your diary, definitely.
No, absolutely. And also he really always provides a lot of resources. So everything is like checked and well resourced. So definitely recommend it. A friend of the space, give him a follow. Chris, your hand went up. Please go ahead.
Yeah, you can't ask Chris like that. What you have to do is say, Oh, hi, Chris.
Woo! Thank you, Shaggy. Yeah, no, you don't always have to say it, but if you want to, that's cool.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chris. I'll practice in private, okay?
You do that, Yana. I'll look forward to seeing the results. Yeah, so I was just going to say, Shaggy, were you listening earlier on the PG tips discussion?
I was not listening all day. I left my Bluetooth speaker in the shed, plugged into my solar power, my solar power unit, powering up on my free solar power because I'm an eco warrior. Well, I'm not really, but I do that bit. I try and get as much. What was it?
Well,
explain to us what happened.
Well, no, it was sort of interesting actually. It was interesting because it sort of went from I'm taking all my PG tips back because they, you know, they're working in Russia still because they belong to whoever it was, forget now, Unilever, right? To no, they don't. They actually bought themselves out. Well, somebody bought them out of Unilever. And in fact, on their website, they say as soon as they actually completed the exit from Unilever, they left Russia. Right. However,
I like that. So you're gonna have to fit. What you're gonna be fishing your PG tips out of the bin now, then?
Yes, exactly. And the point is there actually, Shaggy, that it's interesting actually because I think it was you I was saying to you the other day, wasn't it? Wasn't it you I was saying to you about the accountants that I was talking to, and they were basically saying that you know that I won't say who, right, but like a mid-tier accountancy firm, and they were basically saying that for a long time ago they decided that they wouldn't deal with any Russians any or be involved in Russia or anything like that, right? However, that then gave them a bit of a challenge, right? Because basically now every new prospect they go to, not every new prospect, that's an exaggeration, that is, right? But a lot of the prospects that they go to and that they can't work with because their like vetting department rejects them, right? Which is sort of interesting, isn't it? Right. But you know, so I suppose what I was doing is just like sounding a note of caution here, because as you say, I think we could probably rely on what Beefeater says because he probably does a lot of research on it. But what we should not be doing is like knee-jerk reactions until we've done a bit of research on them. So, i.e., don't chuck out all your PG tips just yet. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
Equally.
Yeah, I mean, especially if it comes to ice cream as well. Don't throw it straight out. I mean, move it to the cupboard that's near the bin. First of all, maybe we need a pre-spot, just so until BP is confirmed or denied whether that product needs to go in the bin. Then yeah, stick in the cupboard or the fridge nearest to the bin, just so you know what to ask them about. What do you reckon?
Yeah, so earlier I sort of like left the space partly because it looked like it crashed to me. I don't know whether it did crash a couple of hours ago or more, but it looked like it crashed to me. So and then my phone decided to do some mega updates and that, and then I had to do something. But at the same time, it was sort of coincidental, Shaggy, that it seemed to crash just about the time that we were discussing an alternative to Starlink, right? So I don't know. Again, you might not have heard that conversation, but we were talking about the British company OneWeb, right? Which is so I thought, oh, somebody must have been listening in from Elon's team because we were saying, well, you know, if Elon wants to get funny about Starlink and that, we can always use OneWeb, which by the way is a British company, it seems, right?
Yeah,
but then again, Shaggy, we'd have to do a little bit of research and due diligence on them before we made that decision too.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we need to probably start speaking code. He might have some AI, and he's got it set on keywords like Elon. So we'll just call him Elmo, And Starlink, we won't call it Starlink, we'll call it Starwink, because it seems to go on and off. So I think that's a good name. Starwink. What do you reckon?
I'll go for that. Is it so? So this is so that nobody twigs what we're talking about. Is it? I mean, they'll never twig that, will they? If we say Starwing, Shaggy, they'll never guess what we're really talking about, will they?
Exactly. Well, the AI might not. I mean, a human might, but the AI might go, no, that's spelled incorrectly. So error. Or sorry, that doesn't go in the turn off file, and they might let us with that as well. So one web, we can call it One's Web, like One's Web. We call it One's Web. So we can get some code words for these, so that the phantom AI that I just made up won't be listening in and won't cause us any space crashes or anything like that. Just in case. Dib. Be prepared. Everyone who's listening will know exactly what we're talking about, but the AIs might not. And Elmo, if he's had a dupe, he might not either. So yeah, what day is it? It's Saturday. Saturday is normally the day he does his well, actually, he normally does his system testing. I feel on a Saturday is live system testing just to see what happens. I mean, honestly, but that kind of seemed to happen on Friday night at midnight, just bang on midnight. That 2 hour space nonsense that occurred. I still haven't actually done any research because I slept a hell of a lot and then worked, and now I'm here again. So I don't know. Do you know why it went down? Did you hear any news on that? Anyone, Jana or Chris or G-Man? Did you hear why Spaces went down and went wonky, or has it just been brushed under the carpet as just a bad case of Twitter pox rather than just a small code? It was more like I don't know. It's more like the flu compared to a common cold, should we say?
No, Sir Shaggy, I didn't hear anything about the reasons. Yeah, but I've heard that it was really bad. So no.
Yeah, don't worry. Well, I'll do a little bit of digging around, see if I can see anything on something like GitHub or some techie channels that I'm on that I haven't been on for a while. That's going to be a lot of messages to whiz through to see what they said. There was some rumors that the head of SpaceLink, I'm getting it mixed up now. SpaceX. Well, yeah, it's got an X in it as well, hasn't it? He likes his X's. I've only just dawned on me. That's only just dawned on me. Yeah, SpaceX, the head of security, apparently is a bit of a batnik. So we'll have to see. So yeah, I shouldn't have said SpaceX, because now the AI is going to be after me. Oh no, I'm going to cause us problems. I'll shut up about any of Elmo's companies for a little while. We want our space to be to actually run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week without age. Thank you very much. That'd be a hell of a lot easier. So yeah, how are the animals, Chris? Are they behaving? Are they sleeping? Have they been munched?
No, they're all good, Shaggy. It's quite hot today. I don't know where you are, but where I am, it's quite a warm day today. So they're hiding.
Yeah,
in the
Mike.
pool.
Yeah, it's very warm here. It was a bit warm working today. I have to say, I had to take my time a little bit. Although it's drying out my car. I left my window slightly up my car a couple of days ago, and there was thunderstorms, and there's a little puddle in the back of my car. It's not that I left the roof off. I just left the window open. There's a little puddle in my car, so hopefully that's evaporating out again. I have a habit of doing that, actually, the passenger one. So I won't do that. But since you're up, Chris, the expo is coming up in a bit, isn't it? Tell us about the expo.
Hi, Shaggy. Well, I was going to mention that, actually. Thank you for mentioning it. Yes, it's quite interesting, actually. So 26th and 27th. But amazingly, there are people flying in for it from all over the world, Shaggy. I think they're only coming to meet you, mate.
Well,
right?
tell us what it
They're coming
is.
to meet you and the shark.
Okay, well, tell us what it is. Tell the listeners who don't know what this expo is about, and where it is, and what's going to go on there and stuff like that.
Well, of course, a star attraction is going to be you in your shark suit, isn't it? But
yeah, well, I don't know. I'm probably not going to be. Well, maybe. I hope I don't get arrested. Although that would be quite good publicity. Apparently, there's no such thing as bad publicity. So that's what I'm kind of thinking when it comes to these shareholders meetings. So yeah, we'll see. I don't really want to get arrested. I haven't been arrested for quite a long time. We won't get into that though.
We'll let you off, Shaggy. Your other option, mate, is to turn up as your NAFO avatar. That's another option.
Well, if they ask me what my name is, I'm just going to turn around and say Sharky Fella, and just leave it at that, and then refuse to say anything. So that somewhere in the dim and distant, somewhere on police records, will be the Sharky Fella will appear for posterity.
You're gonna put this on your registration application, are you?
Well, if you're allowed to wear a burqa or a veil or something like that, I can wear my shark outfit. I'll just make up some religion or other and just say well, I don't know. Think of some religion which has sharks and join it quickly, and then claim that. So
the I like eating Russians religion. That one.
Yeah, sushi. The god of sushi. I don't know. Yeah, we'll have to think of something. But I'm looking forward to that. I've still got to book the days off work though. The holiday calendar where I work started 1st of September, so I only started yesterday. And I did have a look actually on the 1st of September. It's all red, which basically means I can't book any time off yet. So I'm gonna have to actually speak to HR, and that's always a nightmare, honestly. They're rubbish.
Well, obviously, Shaggy, you don't have to be there. You don't have to be there both days anyway, mate. But yeah, but if you could make it and that. So I'm not sure if I'm allowed to publicly talk about Jay. I'll just use that code for a minute. Jay, who's helping me in the background, but so I'll have to check with her before I can say publicly on the space that she's helping me.
Well, you've already given her gender away by saying her. So you're not.
Oh, that's true. That's true, isn't it? That's true.
You're not very good at this OPSEC thing.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to
yeah, I'm obviously out of practice, aren't I? Anyway, so just to say that yes, the International Security and Cybersecurity Expo at Olympia, the 26th and 27th of September. So the original plan was to try and get a Ukraine pavilion at the expo, but couldn't quite raise the money for that. So kindly, the expo said, well, not a problem, Chris, because actually you've got a number of speakers that are going to be speaking during the event, including U-Control. So we've got two of the ladies coming over from Ukraine for U-Control and that. And Oksana will be speaking. That I can say publicly because it'll be on the speaker list if it's not already. And basically they get VIP access. So that means that we've got access to the VIP lounge. So we're going to meet at the VIP lounge, Shaggy. That sounds all right, doesn't it?
Yeah, maybe I'll be a VIP poisson.
A VIP croissant. Why can't you just be a VIP shark then? Yeah. Would you want to be a VIP croissant for?
Well, a very important poisson, which is French for fish, but it wouldn't be a VIF.
Oh, poisson. I'm sorry, I missed that. I thought you said croissant. I'm like, what? Where the hell's he going with this? I can't work that one out. Croissant. Yeah. Okay. Poisson. You're absolutely right, mate. You can be a VIP poisson. In fact, that can be the code, can't it? Yeah.
Well, just VIP, a very important poisson. So just VIP. There's no very important poisson. It's just VIP poisson.
Okay.
We're going down the rabbit hole. We're going down the semantic rabbit hole.
Well, so I was going to say, at the minute I'm not going to name names, but there's somebody. So obviously there, U-Control coming in from Ukraine. But there's somebody flying in again, who I won't name publicly, but somebody from the space flying in from America. There's somebody from the space flying in from Spain, and they're going to be staying for 2 or 3 days, sometimes some more than that in London and that. So so a lot of people are going to get to meet a lot of people, Shaggy, but until I've got their permission to say publicly, then I won't, right? But lots of people from the space.
All right, yeah. Well, that's good. I mean, this is all about. That's why we're building about it. So this is going to be advocacy for Ukraine. There's going to be Ukrainians there. There's going to be us who are going to be mentioning Ukraine left, right, and centre. Also, us going to be mentioning NAFO. I like saying NAFO. It depends on the sentence, really. NAFO. So that's why I'm going to be in my shark outfit, as well as some fellow merch. I did get my MriyaReport mug through the post today, which is good. However, I ordered a mug, a pen, and 250 cards as well. So I'm getting prepared for this, matey. I got my MriyaReport business cards, but they haven't appeared. They're just a box with a mug in it. So I hope I haven't been mugged. If you pardon the pun.
I'm sure you'll be all right. But I'm impressed, Jaggy. But you are another one, and that has been busy behind the scenes. You know, because like some people have like they just sent me a message. They go, right, Chris, I've booked my flights, I've booked my hotel. What's the agenda? I went, whoa, whoa! Give me a break.
That's good. I like that. I'm coming. I don't know why, but I'm there to support you. That's what I heard in that.
Well, to support us, you know. So I think you're right. They're there to support MriyaReport. They're there to support NAFO. They're there to support Ukraine, obviously. Yeah, all of those reasons. I mean, the commitment of some people is just like, whoa, okay, cool. Thanks very much.
This is very good. And this is in real life as well. So we're going to be out and about with actual humans. Well, I mean, everyone's listening as actual human, but you know what I mean? There's going to be no digitization between us. We're actually going to be speaking face to face with people, advocating for Ukraine, which is the main thing. Getting people to one at least start thinking about us more, thinking about Ukraine more, and two, actually trying to get some more concrete action as well from these security people. Might be able to get maybe some very important stuff there. Because I mean, cyber warfare and all that kind of stuff from Russians is a thing, is a big thing as well. So yeah.
Well, Shaggy. If I just give people a little bit of history about the event and that, because it's going to be interesting to see what the whole thing is like, right? So the first thing to say is that because it's in Olympia, I'm sure you've been to the Olympia exhibition hall a number of times, right?
Yeah.
Well, because obviously you know that because it's in Olympia, you know, which is basically like West End of London or west of London, it's easier to get to than some of the expo centres, isn't it? So that I think that's one good thing. So I mean, as far as I know, everybody that I've heard of that's booked hotels, they're all somewhere, you know, around the Olympia, Kensington area. Yeah. That's a good thing. And it's always a bit, you know, so it's always a bit more of a, what's the word, homely feel, you know, that this expo. But it started as a physical security expo. Yeah. So like, you know, so obviously I didn't go when it first started, but you know, security guards and security things, you know, alarms and blah like that. So that's how it started. And then quite a few military people started going as well. And then a few years ago, they started the cybersecurity bit of it, right? So it's now quite an interesting for me anyway, interesting mixture of physical security, military sort of security, bit of weapons. It's not like one of the main military expos, but quite a lot of military stuff. And then the cybersecurity side of it as well, right? So anybody's into any of those things, then it should be interesting for them anyhow, you know. And they were very keen to get. So basically, got U Control, cybersecurity company who I won't say at the minute, and a drone tech company there to actually speak on the main stage, which is in the the security and military bit, and the cyber stage as well, which is it's like it's in the same building, but it's just a separate area. That's all. So so that's a little bit on the expo and that. So yeah, I'll put something. I'll do a tweet, shall I, Shaggy? And then if you want to, you can.
Oh yeah, definitely.
You can put it up.
Yeah, yeah, and I'll stick it up in the nest. Yeah, we can do that so more people can know.
And I'll check who I'm allowed to publicly talk about and not, and that. And then next time I talk about it, I'll know then. Yeah.
Yeah, we can stick it up in the nest, and then people come along because it's MriyaReport. Well, we're going to be there representing MriyaReport and NAFO and Ukraine. Not in that order. It's Ukraine, then MriyaReport, NAFO, probably.
Excellent, Shaggy. Thanks for the time, mate. Thanks, Yana. And I thought G-Man had his hand up, but maybe I was talking too much.
Yeah, G-Man.
So I don't know what mic came on or anyway. That's why my hand had gone down. It's not working. Sorry about that. Yeah, Shaggy, your VIP thing. You could be a Viper, which VIP and the Ukrainian word for shark, which is akula.
Akula. Sorry, I missed the first part. I wonder if I'm getting Twitter pops again because you were coming in and out, but it's not just you. There's a little bit of rubber banding, it's called. So what was VIP? What do you think VIP
you were
was?
saying about VIP. What's on? You were saying about being a VIP fish. So instead of being a VIP fish, you can be a VIP shark.
Yeah, I mean,
The word for it in Ukrainian is akula.
Kahula. But it needs to start with a P, though.
Akula, as in AKULA in English, but it's got a different spelling in Cyrillic, obviously.
You're missing the point here, G-Man. VIP, so very important, and then something beginning with P, not A or F. It has to begin with P. That's why I picked poisson, because it begins with a P. You're gonna have to work on that one, G-Man. You're gonna have to go through the language.
G-Man, does that mean that the Akula submarine is actually shark?
He's gone to find a language dictionary now for something beginning with P. That's a bit like a shark, I think.
Is that what he said, though, Shaggy? The shark was Akula in Ukrainian.
In Ukrainian. So that actually make a lot of sense. That the submarine, which is a Akula class submarine, maybe it's a shark class.
My goodness me, the things you learn here, mate.
This is MriyaReport. We are 24/7 giving lots of useful and occasionally useless information, things that you never knew you wanted to know. But there you go, it's all knowledge. May come in handy one day. A lot of the knowledge we give comes in handy every day. I can see Gunny there. Gunny might be able to tell us if Akula was because it's shark in Ukrainian. Maybe the Ukrainians came up with the name, but I mean, obviously the Russians don't come up with anything. They always steal Ukrainian ideas and things like that. That's what they do with culture. They haven't really got much of their own, if any. That's arguable. But yeah, maybe Akula class submarine is shark class. I wonder if this is Gunny now. It is Gunny now. I'm gonna come on, Gunny. Come up and tell us what's what.
Sir Shaggy, if I may, the Deepo Translate machine also says that shark is Akula, but sorry, Gunny, for stealing your thunder.
Gunny, you're up. Gunny can definitely talk about submarines.
I thought Akula was a NATO name. The Russians they don't call their submarines what we do. So obviously we had Alphas, Bravos, Charlies, Deltas, etc. And then we ran out phonetic alphabet. So I think Akula is, I think it's a NATO designation. They normally call them by project, whatever the shipbuilding project was. Because an Akula is just a sort of successor to the Sierra class, and that in turn the Victors.
Okay, the mystery of Akula. I like it. I mean, I'm thinking maybe some NATO guy thought it looked like a Russian sub looked like a shark, and therefore took the Ukrainian name for shark. I wonder if the Russian name for shark is similar to the Ukrainian name for shark. They probably stole that as well. They do a lot of that stealing
Yes,
thing.
yeah. Yeah, it seems to be, it's either Akula or Akul, according to the Depot Translate again.
Okay, thank you, Google Translate. Gary, have you got any thoughts on anything that's been happening lately? Any boat news or sub news or anything like that that's kind of piqued your fancy? I've seen a couple of your tweets. I can't repeat some of them because it is during the day. It's not past the watershed just yet, but I do love the way you reply to to some people. You have a way with words, my friend.
Yeah, I've got low tolerance to bullshit at the moment. No, not really. I mean, those two ships sailing yesterday from Odessa, I think there's been a tacit agreement with the Russians there. Russians could have killed them very, very easily, very quickly. So clearly that was with Russian agreement. Two foreign flag vessels. Just trying to concentrate here, because the M27, they've helpfully taken all the road markings off, which is really good when there's 4 abreast traffic. It's amazing. Makes it more fun, more exciting. So yeah, I think the Russians okayed that. There's clearly a mine-swept corridor, and the Russians said, yeah, go for it, let those 2 ships through. I think the Ukrainian escort that might have been with them, that was just like a little show, to be honest with you. They wouldn't have been able to do anything if the Russians had gone after them. And as for everything else, well, where are the Charlies? Where are the Bulldogs? Where are the rest of the AMXs? I don't know, but I think the Ukrainians are just pushing hard up and down, looking for a gap to commit still. I don't think all the brigades are committed. I think their problem is, look, we rip the piss out of Russians as much as they want. They're bleeding the Ukrainians. We might not like it, and we might have all sat here and laughed about their trench systems, but the Russians are doing something right. There are real echoes here of sort of 1941, where after 3 days, company and battalion commanders in the German army were just astonished at the Russian ability to absorb casualties and just keep throwing people at a problem, when most Western armies, you know, at this stage would have collapsed. This whole thing about NATO units considering themselves combat ineffective at 30% casualties, I think we're going to have to revisit this game, because I don't think Russians and the People's Liberation Army really work along those lines. They will just throw things at walls until they create a hole. So I'm starting to think that this is behind schedule now, clearly. It's if you don't like it, that's my opinion. I think things are a little bit behind schedule now. I think the Ukrainians are pushing hard, but the problem is they can't keep those brigades in reserve. The manoeuvre groups that are going to exploit the breakthrough right up close, and they don't know where the big break might happen. So I think they've got to keep units back, a long way back. I think they're looking for that hole for exploitation, thinking that there'll be a cascade collapse. And I think the clock really is winding down here, and if they don't get it by the autumn, I honestly think this whole thing will wind down until the rains are gone, and either the ground hardens up in the winter or next year. Because this is their one shot. If they screw the pooch on this, it's going to turn into a stalemate, and there will inevitably have to be talk of a negotiated settlement. That's what the Russians are going for. They're not going for a win. They're going for hold on until the Ukrainians are exhausted, and then force some kind of negotiation where they can sell it to the Russian population, but it's a win of sorts. So therefore, Ukrainians need to create that hole and get the challenges through. I think the Abrams are probably in theatre, to be honest with you. We've seen before, kit has suddenly appeared quite a while before it was supposed to be there. I think they're there. I think all the operational manoeuvre sort of groups for the exploitation phase are ready to go. There just isn't that hole yet. and the Russians are just fighting tooth and nail, trench by trench, which is kind of what a lot of people did warn about, wasn't it, earlier in the year?
Yeah, that's one of the things, because we haven't given them enough. We haven't been able to give them enough to push through further and faster than they should have. So yeah, it's slow and steady, but it's slow. It's slow because we haven't given them stuff. I mean, I'm really hoping. I'm banking on more stuff getting to them. But it's a little bit late for that now. But obviously, more stuff is always good. But I'm banking on it being like what we call an Indian summer, a really late summer, so it stays dry for really quite a long time. Apparently, El Nino's on our side as well. Some weather people are saying, yeah, the good weather is going to stay longer this year because of El Nino, which I think is a good thing. That'll because as soon as it starts raining and getting muddy, that really buggers up maneuver in maneuver warfare. What do you think of that, Gunny, about the weather playing a part?
Yeah, I think so. I think a catastrophically bad winter will play to Ukraine's favour as well. I mean, it won't affect the mines that they're just chucking out on the ground, but you know, it does impact how mines, especially anti-tank mines, work that have been buried in. We know Russian cold weather is appalling, and a catastrophic winter means that they will be freezing in their trenches and they will be lighting fires. And if you're in wagons with really good optics, or you've got UAVs with really good optics, that's going to make killing them a lot easier. At the minute, the weather's okay. You know, they could dig in, they can camouflage. But when it's minus 20, minus 30, you're going to light a fire. And that's when you'll be dead. So I don't know. I really hope, you know, I think if the Ukrainians make a hole and they blow through it, we might see a cascading collapse. And the one thing about conscript armies is they're great holding them at the point of the bayonet and telling them to fire. But when real panic sets in and you see left and right of you and hear on the radio units collapsing, that's when you start looking over your shoulder. I think that's what we're all banking on. But if the situation isn't perfect, I really don't think the Ukrainians will go. I think they'd rather husband it and then just, you know, keep the pressure on and wait and see what develops over the next few months. And it'll be disappointing, but that's kind of the game. You don't launch that final roll of the dice unless you're really happy that everything is in your favor. And if it's not, then you just have to hold on and be damned to American domestic politics. I think they'll get to the stage where American support might not be as fundamentally key next year. And they certainly will have that in mind. I think they'll be winding up production on, you know, just planning for the worst case scenario, and some lunatic getting back into the White House and then support disappearing. But, you know, that's domestic US politics.
Yeah, I agree about the winter. That's one of the things I was hoping for last winter, actually, was, there's that phrase, major winter. And I also came up with, general winter, and I came up with major famine as well. Okay, that's that I meant for the troops. So yeah, I'd like them to freeze to death, because the Ukrainians definitely seem to have a lot of better winter gear. Last year, the Russians, apparently their winter uniforms disappeared in the shape of a yacht. So about 2 million winter uniforms that were supposed to be in a warehouse there just weren't there. So they didn't have a good time, but they were lucky in a way because it wasn't a very, very, very cold winter. But maybe I don't know whether they got winter uniforms ready for this year or not, or whether that's another yacht. I'm hoping it's another yacht for some oligarch, and they've got no winter uniforms. But they do kind of learn, unfortunately, quite slowly. But they might have learned to actually get some winter uniforms and winter kit for their invaders this year. But yeah, I do think, yeah, I'm going to repeat myself, that the Ukrainians need lots of winter gear just to give them the advantage over the Russians, which hopefully won't have winter gear. But yeah, fingers crossed on that. Ioana, I can see you've popped up.
Yes, hello, Shaggy. I was listening to Gani and I was thinking that we had really very big expectations about this counteroffensive. Everybody was thinking of what happened in Kharkiv or in Kherson, but let's not forget how much time the Russians needed to take Bakhmut. For example, I believe it was about 10 months. And I was one of those who said that we shouldn't underestimate the Russians. Their weaponry may be imprecise, their officers may be not well trained, they lack strategic thinking, they may lack in tactics, they do not do combined arms. There is a problem between, cooperation between groups and so on. There is a competition between the battalions, all things that we have seen, but they are many. They do have the capacity to, build up on the military industrial complex and still produce, munition and missiles and whatever. And they just do not care. They do not care about the life of other Russians, and um, they are many. So that's the main power they have. So they had the time to do those trenches and those fortifications, and now it's very, very difficult to dislodge them and to gain back that terrain. But I have two observations. The first is that in southern Ukraine, the weather and the soil is not comparable with the one in eastern and northeastern Ukraine. It's a big difference. There is not that Chernosium that is doing the mud that we have seen in the spring. It's a different soil. It's a different absorption of water, and usually the weather is mild during the winter. So I think offensive operations can be done until even maybe November. And last winter was very mild. I think they could move even during the winter. So not very much snow, not a lot of precipitation. So that's one thing to keep in mind, that in the south it's different from what we have seen in the eastern and northeastern part of Ukraine. And the second, about what Gani said, yes, Russians hope for a compromise. They want a stalemate. They want to freeze the lines. That's their objective. You begin with nothing, you gain some terrain, and then you negotiate to keep some of that terrain you didn't have before. So that's clearly their objective. But I don't know how they can sustain another few months without losing people. We have seen that they are losing people. We have seen that there are dead and wounded quite a lot every day. So they will need some kind of more obvious mobilization, because the mobilization never stopped, but it was kind of concealed, covert, whatever. They will need some mobilization to have reinforcements. And we have seen what happened with the first big wave of mobilization. A lot of Russians left the country. They may take the measures right now in order to prevent the people to leave the country and so on, but still it will be seen. It will be seen by the society, and many people agree with Putin about, having this, between quotes, special military operation, but many of those are not willing to fight. So let's see what will happen. Ukrainians, for the moment, are very determined. They are gaining terrain. They are not, hold back by anything. I don't know about military strategy, but I believe, as everybody said, that there are some reserves that are prepared and just waiting for a breakthrough. I truly hope that this will happen sooner rather than later. And yeah, I just wanted to give my two observations about what I'm, perceiving from the press in Russia, because there is this fear of mobilization, and being geographically very close to Ukraine, I could speak a little bit about the climate.
Thank you very much, Joanna. Thank you. As usual, you bring so much detail and so much, such a depth of knowledge, and it's always very valuable. Thank you. I see that Chris has his hand up. We also have some news or posts from the background about the Ukraine's preparation for the winter, which is connected to this topic. But let me give Chris a go first, and then I can read this. Chris, please go ahead.
Thank you, Jana. Well, actually, Joanna, I was just going to say to you that when we discussed this the other day, certainly at least one person said, well, we should be all right in the south weather-wise up until maybe even December, I think. Am I right? Or am I being too over optimistic there, right? So certainly they said, let's not start panicking September, October in the south, right? So I think there's that. And look, I understand Gunny being what's the word? Realistic, if you like, about it. You know, hope for the best, plan for the worst, blah blah blah, etc. But I don't think. I think if we look across all of the people that we're hearing on the space, they're not as negative as Gunny is, right? But Gunny has every right to be negative. I'm just saying.
Gani, I see you want to react. Please go ahead.
Yeah, hi, Chris. Look, I'm not being negative. I'm being realistic. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the Ukrainian army on the outskirts of Sevastopol. But it's not, is it? It's not in Melitopol. Why isn't it? Because the Russians, it's not minefields. It's not just the minefields, right? You can clear minefields. The minefields are covered by people in fortifications who are fighting, right? And they're fighting tooth and nail in places. Now, if you don't like that, unlucky, because the map speaks for itself. The Ukrainians are having to turn this into a grind. They're doing it meter by meter. They're not going to be happy with that because they're losing people, because it's an army based around a humanitarian society in a civilized nation. So they need it to be over as quickly as possible. And that's why all the planning would have been for this to have been done as quickly as possible. And it's not happening. Now, you can sell yourself the idea that the Russians have folded, the Russians have given up, morale has collapsed, no one's fighting, everyone's surrendering. But guys, they're not in Sevastopol. Therefore, someone's fighting, aren't they? And if someone's fighting, that means units are fighting, and that means you have to be realistic, right? False hopes, blind optimism, and absolute conviction is wonderful, but ask someone in a Ukrainian mechanized infantry platoon if the Russians have given up, and they'll probably sort of give you a bit of a wry smile and say, have they fucked? And that is the case. So you just have to accept that it is a grind. When the collapse comes, it will probably be very, very fast and very dramatic. But there are a lot of trenches, a lot of bunkers, a lot of shell scrapes to clear. Then there's going to be the inevitable Russian armored counterattack to try and seal up the breach. And then when we see Charlies and Bulldogs and AMXs and Leos flooding out, complete disarray and Russian units collapsing, hey, I'll be popping the champagne with you. But anyone in the military knows that this is a nasty, bloody game. And for them to having to grind, that tells me there's still a lot of defense to overcome.
Yeah, well, on the last bit, I can't really see you drinking champagne, Gunny. Maybe a 25-year-old bottle or something, but definitely not champagne. But I get your point. And with regards to, yeah, exactly, Russian morale, I mean, I think we may be guilty of comparing Russian morale to Ukrainian or Western morale. And if our morale was as low as Russian morale was, then we'd be in trouble. However, Russian morale is relative to the Russian people, and they're used to living in the shit and all this kind of stuff and not being happy and whatever. So them having low morale is kind of just standard, and therefore their morale, yeah, has got a bit lower, compared to being a Russian living in Russia. So yeah, it's relative. I think that's how I describe it. I don't know how right that is or not.
Yeah, that's a very good point.
Yeah, exactly. If you live on the street, and somebody gives you a cardboard box, then you're really quite happy. If you come from a nice house and somebody gives you on the street and somebody gives you a cardboard box, you're going to be still grumpy. That kind of, so I'd explain it. That's my anecdote. I hope that worked. Chris.
Yeah, I was going to say, obviously we've had people come up on the space. For example, one I remember, Nuclei, who has come up and said, it's very hard where I am, right? And in fact, it's the hardest I've ever known. And by the way, I've had a lot of experience at fighting wars and that, right? So I'm not denying that it's very, very hard. But if you listen to, for example, Bearded and that, he would say everything's going pretty well according to plan, right? The pressure is being applied all the way round, and there are things that have not yet been really put into action. Like when I was up the other night and I was talking about there are 2,000 apparently Ukrainian commandos with amphibious armor and loads of boats and all the rest of it. What's going to happen with them? People didn't want to say what's going to happen with them. I understand that. They're there though, and the Russians know that they're there, and they can strike anywhere along the coast or the river. So I'm not saying it's not hard, Gunny, right? I'm just saying that I would say that the general weight of opinion is slightly more optimistic than where you're at the minute.
Thank you very much, Chris. Yeah, well, it's it's hard, and I think yeah, I think we should really maybe come back to this topic, and I wanted to bring a little piece of news from Ukraine, because I think when we were in discussion, we didn't have a chance to say this flash news. It's not exactly about the fighting in the front, but it was about Kramatorsk, because yet another example of the way how the Russians fight the war. There was a rocket that hit a residential building in Kramatorsk, which I checked on the map. It's actually quite far from the front line. Luckily, this rocket didn't explode. And according to the preliminary information, luckily no one was injured, and the police is on the spot. And there is like a flash news about Kharkiv region, who has the air raid alert. So yeah, so it's horrible. But if I can maybe circle back a little bit to the previous discussion about fighting and preparation for the winter, I would like to bring you the post from Mick Ryan, who is a retired Major General, and he made an interesting thread about the preparation for fighting in the winter, and he's also using as a resource Volodymyr Zelensky, the president. So Volodymyr Zelensky referred to preparation for the winter, and these preparations by the Ukrainians are certain to have been underway already for some time. And of course, Russia will also have been planning for the coming winter. So Mick Ryan is saying in his thread, what can we expect in the coming months? So the forecasts for the winter this year are predicting the winter to be similar to the one of the last year. we can expect cold weather, wet weather, overcast, and mud. All of these have an impact on the planning for and execution of military operations, as well as humanitarian support. The Ukrainian winter campaign will probably have 3 strategic objectives. First, it will want to project a sense of progress, activity to retain support for Ukraine, prevent pointless peace initiatives, and continue to flow of equipment will be key to their winter campaign. So yeah, it really touches the points that you discussed and that Gani brought to us as well. Second, Ukraine will want to sustain the momentum they have generated with ground, air, and maritime ops. This will depend on the battlefield situation and the levels of stock holding for key military consumables such as artillery munitions, fuel, and precision munitions. And the third, Ukraine will want to ensure its people are able to endure the winter conditions. This humanitarian imperative becomes even more stark given that Russia might again strike civilian infrastructure this winter, of course, to put political pressure on Zelensky's government. What does achieving these strategic objectives look like? Ukraine has the strategic initiative. They will not want to waste their momentum over the colder months. As such, we should expect Ukraine to conduct ground attacks where they find weaknesses in Russian defenses. Concurrently, they will continue strikes against operational level targets such as logistics nodes, electronic warfare, and naval systems, Russian transport infrastructure, as well as C2 facilities. It will aim to break down as much of the Russian operational systems as possible. Ukraine has the capacity to undertake strategic strikes against targets in occupied Crimea and Russia. These will be sustained or accelerated over winter, well, weather permitting, of course. And yeah, there is some source that MriyaReport is also citing from Reuters that the drone strikes on Russian soil will probably increase. This is from a senior Ukraine official. Another point by MriyaReport is the Ukrainian government has a careful balancing act to achieve in this regard. The strikes should have military utility or achieve a political impact while avoiding civilian casualties or upsetting its supporters in the West. Ukraine will continue its strategic influence campaign over the winter months. While doing this, they will be fighting Russian misinformation operations, seeking to convince Americans and Europeans that their support for Ukraine is not wasted. Finally, the Ukrainian president and his diplomats will be heading off half-baked peace initiatives which might emerge. This will be a priority in the coming months to ensure Ukraine isn't forced into negotiations when they can still defeat the Russians on the battlefield. And now he's also looking at the Russian side and Russian perspective. From the Russian perspective, the Russian commander, General Gerasimov, will want to consolidate key enablers like logistics, fires, and command, and control over winter to ensure they are survivable. The Ukrainians are good at finding and killing these. Gerasimov apparently still retains the confidence of Putin, at least publicly. Depending on how much progress Ukraine makes in the south, and MriyaReport expects a lot more, Gerasimov might also want to review the leadership of the Russian forces in Ukraine. There has already been a mini purge after the Prigozhin's mutiny. Gerasimov might feel he has a breathing space over winter to shuffle the deck with his commanders to keep them focused on the battlefield and not worrying about the direction of the war or his performance. Winter is also an opportunity for Gerasimov to finalize his plans for the campaigns he will conduct in 2024. Just as he did at the beginning of 2023, he might want to begin the new year with a bang and commence offensive activity in January 2024. He will be thinking through his priorities for these offensives, their sequencing, where to use his few remaining experienced units, as well as mobilized troops, and the shaping activities that will be required well in advance of executing his 2024 plan. But Gerasimov also knows that a higher strategic priority is to not lose. Putin's theory of a victory is to have Ukrainian supporters tire of the war and reduce their support. In the meantime, Gerasimov has to keep his army viable and defend his ground. Gerasimov will continue his strategic strike campaign against targets in Ukraine. Two targets are likely to be prioritized. First, civilian infrastructure, particularly that relates to power and heating. Degradation of Ukrainian morale will remain a key Russian objective. Second, Ukrainian supply depots, particularly those that stock artillery munitions and precision munitions for aircraft and ground launch systems. Russia will want to minimize Ukraine's ability to conduct a winter strike campaign and hinder its stockpiling for 2024 offensives. And a final element that will be important over winter will be Russia's strategic influence campaign. Foreign Minister Lavrov will be continuing his efforts to ensure those who are not, to ensure those who are on the fence about the war to at least stay there. Perhaps more importantly, Russian misinformation campaigns will be honed and focused on the US presidential election year. Russian information operations personnel will be investing heavily in shaping perceptions and assigning anti-Ukraine candidates in 2024. The winter of 2022 was followed by a large-scale Russian offensive, which gained little ground. Subsequently, Ukraine launched its 2023 offensives, which has made progress in the south and in the east, as well as on the maritime front. This has placed Ukraine in a better strategic position than it was in the same time in 2022. But Ukraine must employ a range of diplomacy, influence, intelligence, and warfighting skills to sustain winter operations while preparing for the 2024 campaigns. And this is the end of this very informative thread. Thank you. Thank you for listening.
Yeah, thanks, Jenna. Yeah, that was good. That was good. Oh, I wanted to go back to something. One thing that Gunny was talking about, but I've now forgotten what I was gonna say regarding that. Yeah, I mean, oh yes, that's what I was going to say. Right. So, I mean, the problem with the Ukrainian offensive is we haven't given enough. The countries that support Ukraine. I know a lot of us volunteers have, but our governments haven't. They've given some, yeah, but they haven't given as much as Ukraine wanted or needed to prosecute the war. And yeah, Gunny was right. The Russians, yeah, I was a little bit guilty. Well, quite guilty of underestimating them. I was laughing at their trenches being in a straight line and all this kind of stuff. But they did have a lot of time to build a lot of trenches and a lot of mines, and they are fighting to the death, because it's either they do that, they either die kind of fighting Ukrainians, or they get shot by their own. So they haven't really got much choice, really. Although they could try a little bit harder killing their commanders and stuff like that. I would always recommend that, and definitely a lot more sabotage in Russia, please. I know you're working on it. I know there's various as I posited, go after the railway boxes, the signals boxes, and stuff like that, because the Russian military relies a lot on the railway. So yeah, any Russian saboteurs or any saboteurs in Russia listening in, keep on hammering those rail lines and those rail boxes and stuff like that. You know what? Maybe blow up a rail tunnel that goes through a mountain or something. That'd be really handy because well, that'd take a while to recover. So have a go at that. But I mean, if you're just walking around with a can of petrol and a lighter, well, okay, just go for the railway boxes. You probably won't be able to blow up a rail tunnel with that. But if you do happen to have some explosives, well, you know what to do with it. A nice little wobbly bridge or a tunnel, loads of earth and rocks and stuff falling down. That'll keep them busy for a while trying to sort that out. But yeah, logistics, as everyone says, that wars are won on logistics, not just on the battlefield. So yeah, hit those Russian logistics in Russia, please. Saboteurs of any kind whatsoever. Be lovely. And boats, maybe hit a few boats. And actually, I wouldn't mind if you could have a go at the lock gates. So there's a lot of locks that go from the Caspian Sea to the Sea of Azov, up the Volga. Then there's a canal, and then down the wherever it is, the other one, Don. It must be Don because it goes to Rostov on Don. So I'm thinking Don. So I just had to work that one out then. So yeah, there's a canal. So I mean, if those lock gates kind of got into a bit of trouble, and well, no shipping from the Caspian there, that'd stuff them up a little bit as well. So anything like that, wonderful. Might even add you to my Christmas card list, even though you are Russian. But yeah, you get a pat on the back anyway from me. What do you reckon, Jana?
Yeah, absolutely, Shaggy. I totally agree with you. And I also, yeah, for me, the outcome is really to be prepared for this Russian propaganda and misinformation, and don't stop in the support, and really urge our representatives to continue and actually strengthen the support and do everything faster, because yeah, unfortunately, it's going to still take some time. And you know, it really, I can see similar topics and similar themes in you know, various posts or pieces of writing from either friends of the space or some strong public figures who are Ukrainian supporters, because for example, there is a nice thread from Timothy Snyder, but now I'm going to change the topic a little bit. I just wanted to say that he also is saying that yeah, Russia is kind of pushing for this long war, and the Russian propagandists and their allies are pushing for the ceasefire, claiming that it's you know, for peace and for the good of Ukrainians. But it's actually, yeah, for them to be able to hold the territory, especially when they're losing. We can observe like waves of this, and it's exactly as Joanna said earlier. Like, yeah, they didn't have nothing, but by pushing for negotiations, they want to gain something. So it's disgusting.
Yeah. I mean, the Ukrainian strategy at the moment seems to be to trick the Russian military, to wear them down, to grind them down with what they've got, because they've got what they've got because we haven't given them everything they need, as we always say, which is true. It's not just a mantra; it's actually running true. But the Russians are also trying to attrit, but they're trying to attrit Western support. So that's their modus operandi. Their idea is, okay, shit, we can't win militarily because actually we are rubbish, but they're trying to attrit Western support for Ukraine. So that's my little phrase that I think about, and we've got to stop that. We've got to bash it on the head, bonk it on the head, tell the truth and tell what's going on with Russian atrocities, and that they're the aggressor, because they are, and that's what they do. So yeah, and if our support wanes, then that's giving an advantage to the Russians. That's what the Russians want. They want our support to wane. So we got to step on the gas. We got to up the octane of our support, so that the offensive and the broader fight to kick the Russian military forces and all their bloody quislings and collaborators and stuff like that, all the pro-Putin, pro-Russian Federation, anti-us people out by giving more support, and various people and various parties on the Ukrainian side are, but there's an awful lot who are not as much as they could, and I mean we all could do more, but we all do what we can, but from a government level, especially kind of like the UN and various big organisations, and our states, our governments as well, especially certain governments haven't even stepped up really. Looking at you, Switzerland, really, one mine clearing machine. I mean, honestly, thank you for the one mine clearing machine. But I mean, I know Switzerland's doing just more than one mining machine, but it's not doing enough. So I'm a bit grumpy about Switzerland at the moment. That's my grumpy country of the day. Not the Swiss people, not all the Swiss people. We have a lot of Swiss people who come on here who are doing a lot. Yeah, Ioana.
Yes, thank you, Shaggy. So actually, I wanted to ask a question about the MRAMs, because I have seen a news that Ukraine will get AIM 120 MRAM, and apparently it's a version that can go up to 160, 180 kilometers. So I wanted to ask about this because I have seen a comment that in combination with the F-16, this is really significant. But are they going to arrive in Ukraine now, or just with the F-16s later on? So yeah, if you know something more about this. And I also have a little update on the Pope, if you want.
Hang on, my screensaver went on there a second. So, from defense1.com, yeah, Ukraine could get the don't like that word, could. Oh, hang on. So the headline says Ukraine could get 5th generation AMRAAM weapons in 3 years. Didn't like that. Raytheon completed the first test flight of the new variation of the air-to-air missile in June. So yeah, this is telling me that Ukraine will receive a new variant for the AMRAAM in 3 to 5 years, according to weapons builder Raytheon. So, not anytime soon on that 5th generation one. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, well, thank you for the answer. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that
Don't be sorry.
doesn't get this.
Not your fault. It's somebody else's, my little niggle. So I'm not having a go at you. I'm not having a little poke. But yeah, in 3 to 5 years. I mean, hopefully it'll all be Ukraine would have won by then, and that'll be good for Army the Air Force. But I mean, put it this way: if Raytheon completed the first test flight of this new variant and it worked, well, why didn't they let the Ukrainians do the test flights when they get their F-16s? That'd be nice. I'm pretty sure the Ukrainians would be like, yeah, we'll test it for you. No worries. We'll be your system testers. We'll be your user acceptance testers. Or system testers, user acceptance testers. There's various testing that these things go through. And I'm pretty sure that the Ukrainians will be up for doing that when they get their F-16s, which hopefully will be sooner rather than later. I didn't even say Gripen, and Meti got up. Gripen. But yes, we'll have to see if they get it a bit sooner. 3 to 5 years seems a bit of a long way down the road. But no, we've got 3 hands now. This is amazing for our session, Jana. This is the most we've had so far. So I wasn't looking. I was googling away trying to find out about this AMRAAM. So you must.
Mete was first, I think.
Yes.
Shaggy.
Yes, yes, indeed, Sir Shaggy. Mette, then Chris, and then Hendrik. Please go ahead, Mette.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, the meteors and grievance wouldn't take 3 or 5 to 5 years at least, but that wasn't actually my subject. But I can always talk about grievance. But yeah, my question was actually, it might be a stupid one, but I'm worried about the mines. Of course, we all are. But when we were talking about preparing for the winter, what happened? Because now they have these, night vision glasses and so on that they can see the mines. What happens when it snows on a minefield? And do they just have to randomly sort of blow it all up, or how do they do that after there's snow on the top? Maybe a really stupid question, but it's been troubling me. So yeah, thanks.
Well, it's going to be a little bit more difficult to see them if there's a lot of snow on the ground. Actually, there was talk this summer of there being grass, so you can't really see them that easily. But yeah, if there's a lot of snow over them, that's going to be very difficult. Plus, the drones at the moment equip them with thermals, and that's based on the mines being having a thermal signature that's brighter than the surrounding Earth. But in winter, especially if it's cloudy and stuff like that, I don't really know how much of a difference that's going to be. But metal gets pretty cold compared to the Earth, so that's going to be a lot more difficult to see. That's probably why I would guess we need to get the fundraiser for War Doggo's thermal cameras for the drones. We're getting him and his men that he's supporting a very, very, very good thermal camera. So these differences, these small differences, will be able to be seen even when the weather changes. So not just any thermal, not just a cheap thermal camera, even though they're good for certain things. A very, very, very good quality thermal camera is going to really help in that as well. But yes, through snow, I don't really know. I would have to ask a military person about that one. So yeah, I'm guessing, but it's a very good question. Though. It's not a silly question, Mette. It's a very good question.
Yeah, it is, Mette, and I hope some military person will come up because I tried to do my super fast Googling, but I don't see anything specific to snow. So let's maybe park this question and hopefully someone will know the answer.
Yeah, can we go to Joanna? But I didn't ask her for if she wanted to follow up.
Yes, please.
Joanna? Okay, Joanna's not there. So I think it was Henrik. And then I thought, well, you had the order, Joanna. I'm just going to drop you in it with the order.
Yes, the order was Chris and then Hendrik, but then Chris put his hand down and now he put it up again. So Chris, please go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Jana. I don't know how my hand went down, to be honest with you, but so I put it back up again. Yeah, I'm going to leave the mine discussion for somebody who's more of a mine expert than that. But the AMRAAMs, I don't know what that's about because we've been. This was discussed a while ago on the space, but we've been sending AMRAAMs for HIMARS for some time, as far as I know. And then a couple of weeks ago, the Americans bought a load off of the Swedes, I think I'm right in saying, which basically we didn't know where they're going, but they're going to Ukraine for something, right? So I'm assuming that you're talking about a very like the very latest variant, but 120Bs and I think they're called ERs, the ones for HIMARS and that. That's all been happening for a while. So maybe you're talking about Cs or Ds or later or something.
Okay, well, this is just showing my lack of military knowledge here. I mean, I thought AMRAAM was just air-to-air thingies, but yeah, you're right. They have been successfully fired from a HIMARS since March 2009. So obviously, I missed that. I must have been asleep or just not paying attention when that was going on. When that was mentioned.
Yeah, I think, Sir Shaggy, that Hendrik maybe has something to say to this because his hand up and request when we were talking about this. Hendrik, please go ahead.
Yes, in the United States, they have what's called a dog and pony show, or lights and mirrors show. Well, this is exactly what I think the American politicians are doing. And it is sad to say that when you talk about weapons that will be delivered 3 years from now, how many Ukrainians have to die? It just doesn't make sense that the United States has all this military equipment and they're refusing to send it. Okay, it's a dog and pony show. It's good for bullshit because it's not doing the job. The United States gave Russia time to put in the defensive lines. They didn't destroy the equipment that was making the lines. All this stuff is going on. And there's no reason for it. It's a dog and pony show, and it needs to stop. The aid has to flow. We have it. It needs to be done. And the politicians know this. Time is up. Give them the drones, take out the lines, take out the stuff. The United States need to move, get out of the bullshit politics. Go.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with you, Hendrik, and that's why we really have to keep pushing and keep pressing to achieve something. Then, Joanna, please go ahead. You were in our order of hands, and then after you, then John. Joanna, please go ahead.
Finish the military subject because I had just a little update on the Pope trip to Mongolia. So.
Oh yeah, wonderful. Okay, let's park this one, and then John, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. So I think with this, with the mines and the winter and thermo whatever capable drones, I don't think that has to do with a push. That's more for clearing. I think no, I'm not so sure. I think that's more for clearing like non-contested areas. I think if they want to push through with the forces, I guess they always assume those mines. They will not take them out one by one. I guess they use those mine clearing tanks or whatever. That's just my thinking. I think this to find them with the drones is more for clearing after areas have been liberated. But I'm not 100% sure. But that's how I understand it.
Yeah, I mean, on the mines in winter when it's snow everywhere. I mean, if it's summer, okay, you got grass hiding them a little bit. But coming to autumn when the grass is a bit lower and has died out, that's not a bad time to spot them, I suppose, in the spring and in the autumn. But in the winter, if they've got like 60 inches or a foot of snow over it, I know the weather's milder in the south, but if there was snow, theoretically, or where there is snow and there's minefields, it's going to be how do you spot the mines in a snow-covered minefield? I don't know actually. So we need a sapper. Go there, John.
Yeah, because I assume they would clear a path with those mixtics or explosive ropes or plow a path, not take them out one by one, because then the sappers will become the targets, right? So I think that's not really possible if they take them out one by one. I mean that would take days to clear a path, I guess.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I did hear that Ukrainians were getting some flamethrower things, so that would burn a bit of snow off. But that's just maybe a silly thought. But I saw Goldman's hand shot up and went down again, and then Ruse's hand was up before, but that went down again. So I don't know if you guys did have anything to say. But where Yana and I have got our eyes out looking for hands now as well. Zagelman.
Yeah, just the AMRAAM discussion. I think we're confusing sidewinders with AMRAAMs.
Okay. Because this article that this article. Go on.
In the last presidential drawdown, there was the M variant discussion in the background and on this, in our Doodle Air Wing, because that's an air launched missile that there's no apparent aircraft the Ukraine owns currently that would be able to shoot that. So that was the discussion, I think, last week with Sidewinder. There is a variant of it that can be launched, I believe, from NASAMS, but it's not the variant that was actually on the list. So I think that's the discussion. The AMRAAMs, I don't think we've given Ukraine AMRAAMs, and the AMRAAMs in that article are the long range ones that are, really under development, targeting, the Pacific. But either way, we have plenty of AMRAAMs, not of the same range, that hopefully they will get with their F-16s. The longer range ones would be obviously a game changer. And it's disappointing that they wouldn't be first in line to get them. But they will get AMRAAMs of some sort. Hopefully with the F-16s, or a Meteor. A Meteor is the aircraft missile that's kind of in production that they need for air-to-air, long-range air-to-air.
Okay, yeah, that makes a bit more sense in my mind as well. I mean, I thought the AMRAAMs, we've all been talking about are with the F-16s. I didn't even know there were AMRAAMs that fired out of HIMARS, to tell you the truth. But yeah, some of them as well. Basically, anything and everything. As a country would supply its own forces, that's how I would like them to think of Ukraine, an extension of their own militaries, because they are. Basically,
as I describe it, and whoever did the rant on America, I agree. We in America as citizens are intolerant of combat losses, and that's why we have the best equipment. It's because politically we're intolerant of large combat losses. We should be projecting that intolerance into Ukraine. That's what I want. Our politicians to think that way.
Yeah, definitely. That's been my line for a little while since I thought of it. How would you equip your own military in this conflict, and do that for Ukraine? Simple. It's a very simple line, but if it was followed, it'd give a lot. Then John, and then Mette.
Yeah, regarding the AMRAAMs, actually, in the latest Swedish package, I think Chris maybe mentioned it, but AMRAAMs are included. And I mean, this is on the government webpage, so being sold back to the US, and we're getting new stock whenever that happens, and there's some kind of rotation to give the ones we had to Ukraine. And also,
Yeah,
I really question
the D variant is the one that's the long range. That's the new one.
Yeah, exactly. I think this is C, not one of the ones where there's some picture somewhere. And then also I have a question. I mean, it was mentioned AMRAAMs for HIMARS. I think that must be confusion. I don't think they're not shot from HIMARS. Right?
Well, apparently they are. I just googled it, and it does say the top 2 advanced medium range air-to-air missiles AMRAAMs were successfully fired by the HIMARS launcher in 2009. In November the 10th, BAE Systems.
Was my case.
Yeah. So apparently the U.S. Army Tank Automotive and Armaments Command to supply an additional 44 HIMARS vehicles, and this is dated just on the top of Google, basically 7th of July this year. So yeah, I need to look into that, update my knowledge. Mette.
Yeah, these missiles are so confusing. I thought I read something that Ukraine is getting something that they can shoot with the NASAMS, and that's 40 kilometers range. But I'm maybe mixing them up. But the best, as they don't have Gripens and they don't have F-16, the best would do to send them the bleeding ATACMS until they get some planes, and then we can concentrate on the missiles to go with those planes, because now they don't have planes. That's my opinion. Give them the long range ground to ground at least, so they can destroy the air bases, or they are, Sevastopol and so on. Yeah, but I'm still on the minefields because I just saw a video today that they are there's just not enough of these mine clearing vehicles, so they're doing it by hand. I saw this video about a sapper who's digging up this mine by hand. So it's just a nightmare, all these mines, and I could think about, they have these ropes that I've heard that, there's this rope that, sort of clears 200 meters or something at the time. But, this winter is really freaking me out, and these mines are freaking me out anyway. So I hate everyone who says it's going slow. Try to do that yourself, by hand. It's terrible. But yeah, they are doing it anyway, and they are advancing. Slava Ukraini. Thanks.
Yeah, Hello, Slava. I say, yeah. I mean, it's going steady. It's going. The reason it's going slower than some people expected is because we haven't given them enough to be able to go faster. Simple as that. Then John.
Yeah, I mean, I agree to what Mette is saying. I mean, it's the thing is that it is kind of going slowly. Maybe that's how it is, but a reason must be that I don't have SEP and so on. And do they have 100 Leopard 2 tanks? They have 50 CV90s. They have 180 something Bradleys. 14 Challengers, and soon 10 Abrams tanks. I mean, this is ridiculous, to be honest. So yeah, it is slower than it had to be if they only had the equipment, which we have. So, Shaggy, if you don't mind, I want to, this documentary you promoted from the guy that was interviewed here. I just want to quote Princess, who was in that documentary. She's, I don't know if you watched it, but she's a sort of humanitarian aid worker in Ukraine. And she said that we have to invest, we have to sink all our resources into the front line. Because if we don't, then everything we investing in the off the front line will be worth nothing, because the people will just not be here anymore. Something like that. I was paraphrasing. So yes, the only way to stop Russians is to kill them, and the sooner we kill them, the less humanitarian aid is needed. So and as long as that's needed, then we have failed. So we have to give them everything we got, and we should be outraged, the government. This is not acceptable, and it is going slower than it had to do actually.
Yeah, thanks then, John. Yeah, I'm glad you saw that that short documentary we had with Michael Negro. Right, I'm going to try and find the link to that. Oh, there it is. Right. Do I want to do that one? Yeah, the YouTube one. So everyone's got access to YouTube. So I'm going to stick that in the space right now. There we go. So if you haven't in the space in a couple of seconds when it makes its way up there, maybe it's got to climb some balcony stairs to get up into the nest. Well, nests are in trees, I suppose, apart from those that aren't on the floor. Anyway, I'll shut up on that. Yeah, so that documentary, is that up there yet? Oh, yeah, it's up there. Oh, no, it's Doman's up there. It'll be, oh, yes, now it's up there. So, yeah, there's a documentary, short documentary. It's 20 minutes long. It's called Fragments of Ukraine. It's a really good watch. I think it's a really good watch. Den John liked it as well. Den John.
Yeah, there was another quote from that documentary, but now you're all going to watch it. But I still want to say it because it's telling. And for all the people who maybe don't have who don't feel that it's morally right to help Ukraine for a reason or another, then I want to quote one of the frontline soldiers who spoke to this guy. And what he said was that, well, today this is my war, but if we lose, it will be yours. And that's the quote. And that's probably the truth.
Yeah, I agree. It's true. I remember right back at the start of the war, when I was listening to President Zelensky talking about the Ukrainian state and what Ukraine wanted to be in the future. what it was aiming for, and why it didn't want to be linked to Russia anymore. That basically made me want to go to Ukraine and fight. And I was about to go until I went through the checklist of all the necessities of the volunteers they were looking for, and I basically failed every single one. I was too old, no military experience, probably not fit enough, and yeah, just I had a passion for it, but I mean, you don't get very far in passion when you're in a war, really. Well, I don't think I would. So yeah, I had to do something else. But yeah, it's true. The people that can, there's a lot of people that have came to that conclusion, like I did in the documentary. If we don't help Ukraine now, then it's not going to be just Ukraine. It's going to be Ukraine. Russia's going to set its sights on maybe the Baltic countries or other countries, maybe Romania, Moldova, and countries like that. So we've got to help Ukraine stop them. President Zelensky said it right at the start. He said, "Give us the material give us the munitions and material to fight the Russians off from our lands, and we'll supply the men. We don't need your men, and we don't need your boots on the ground. We're the boots on the ground. Just give us the stuff." And he summed it up when people were asking President Zelensky to maybe bug out of Kyiv. I mean, when he said, "I don't need to ride, I want ammo," which was iconic. It will be forever remembered, mind you. There's quite a lot of phrases he said that are going to be forever remembered, but that was one of the first ones right at the start, and it's the same. It hasn't changed. Yeah, they still need the ammo, in effect. Yeah, obviously, bigger and better and more advanced munition systems and stuff like that, like F-16s and Challengers and Abrams, which might actually come this month. Finally, after being promised in January this year. Jesus Christ, 31. Okay, I know the supply chain and all that was a bit difficult, rocket fuel or whatever it is, jet fuel for the engines and the turbines and all this kind of stuff. But blimey, 9 months waiting for these things. And 31 of them. So I need a lot more than 31. Thank you very much, America. Just kind of dip into those arsenals that just sat there in the deserts and stuff like that. Lots of armored vehicles and all this kind of stuff. I needed to mention Bulldog before. I'm gonna have to Google that one because I forgot about the Bulldog. I think it's a British Bulldog. Must be British Bulldog. But yeah, loads of hands. I'll shut up. Go back to then John for a follow up, and then it's Henrik, and then Tracy, and then Chris. If that's cool.
Yeah, I mean, regarding the logistics for Abrams, that's bullshit. First, it didn't need jet fuel. It's a gas turbine you can run on something else. But either way, they have T-80 already, the Russian tank, which is a gas turbine. They can do that. The Abrams is less heavy than the Challenger, so that's not the problem. The bridges will hold. So it's all rubbish. And then to remove this secret armor, I mean, someone said it, I was laughing. That might be a problem, but you know, the US has what, 350 million people. They can't find a few to chase some armor. I mean, that's ridiculous. So it's only excuses, and it's not only the US. It's all of us. It's excuses. If we want to make this happen, it would happen. That's the thing. There's no excuse. It's politics.
Yeah, exactly. If it was us, if it was our countries being attacked, we'd make it happen. And that's the thought that these people who are not making it happen should have. What about if it was your country? Would you dawdle like you're doing now, like you have been doing, or would you pull your finger out? But anyway, Henrik. Oh, Henrik is going to have something to say on this. Henrik.
Yes, what I'm looking at is that there's been a lot of positive reviews on the cardboard drones. Now, these are exactly like almost like a flying wing, but they're very inexpensive to make. That's number one. Number two is accordingly that they are immune to radar. They have a small cross section. So my thinking is, I think it's time perhaps to make a version 2 of that with a little bit larger wingspan, which would enable a larger battery and more weight to be developed. And I would take those and start trying to take out all of Russia's air defense systems. And I've actually seen videos already of these planes actually flying into jamming stations, radar stations. And I think basically that should be a major push to have this, especially during the winter months, where they can try to stop and shut down the eyes that Russia has. They're very cheap, and I don't understand why we're not giving more to them, to Ukraine.
Yeah, great idea. I mean, I remember old films back in the UK of World War II, and if you looked in the sky in there were just hundreds and hundreds of planes flying on missions. I'd like to see that with these cardboard drones or any drones from Ukraine, just hundreds and hundreds of them just flying into Russia and just doing their thing, basically. So yeah, scale, and those things seem to be quite easy, relatively easy to make and put together. So yeah, I hope that company's whole stock is winging its way, if you pardon the pun, winging its way to Ukraine. Well, actually, they come flat pack, don't they? So it wouldn't be winging its way. But anyway, I kid to Ukraine, and yeah, they ramp up production. Actually, I should really look into that, see if they are ramping up production. Maybe well, they're going to be asleep right now, aren't they? So if any Australians are listening in, if they want to talk about that, that'd be great. Jenna?
Yes, yeah. Sorry, I just wanted to add, because I was furious at Googling, because I have an impression that I saw some piece of news in the previous days that they are indeed ramping up productions and they will deliver more. So let's keep our fingers crossed, and I'll search a bit more for this so we can confirm. But yeah, it's absolutely agree with you, Hendrik. Shall we go to Tracy, because Tracy has been trying to get up to us as a speaker for about the last half an hour. So Tracy,
Oh
please go
no.
ahead.
Yeah, sorry, Tracy, didn't
Thank
see your
you.
request.
That's okay, Sir Shaggy, no problem. Thank you, Joanna and Shaggy. Actually, I wanted to change the subject, so if Den, John and Chris wanted to comment on this topic, I don't mind waiting.
All right, thank you very much, Tracy. So the order was then Chris and then John. Please go ahead, Chris.
Thanks, Jana. Thanks, Tracy. All I was going to say, I sent you, Shaggy, a DM. So I might have said HIMARS when I meant NASAMS for the AMRAMs. But they've definitely been having those since 2022.
Oh yeah, I'm seeing that now.
Thank you
Yeah,
very much.
I need to catch up on my DMs actually. I did catch up earlier on, but they probably filled up again. I guess they have filled up again. Yana.
Yes, sorry, Sir Shaggy, but I didn't catch what you were saying. I was just reading praise for the Swedish king. Sorry, what did you say?
I was passing it over to you. Back to Tracy then.
Oh,
Tracy.
okay. That's very good. I think then John maybe can close up this topic and then we go to Tracy. Is that okay? Then John, please go ahead. Then John, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can't hear then, John. Maybe it was raining. Actually, I heard some rain, so maybe he's putting his umbrella up, or he's getting out of the pool, or he's feeding the fish. I don't know. So let's go to Tracy then.
Finally, go to Tracy, and we can give then John a go when he is able to reach us again. Tracy, please go ahead.
Thank you, Jana. Firstly, I just wanted to maybe apologise because it might have been me that caused that problem with the AMRAMS thing. I made a post to the comment of the Yuri Ignat, the spokesman of the Air Forces. So if it was me that caused that misunderstanding, I apologise for that. And then I just have some bits of news from around the regions. The
The first bit is very sad, I'm afraid. Sumy Regional Military Administration made a post just now. Russian terrorists carried out another insidious shelling of the city of Seredinye Buda. 4 civilians were injured, 2 of them were children, and unfortunately, a police officer has also died. So that's very sad. They express their sincere condolences to relatives and friends and direct their strength to the defenders. So that's, I'm afraid, sad news to report. Some maybe better news in Kharkiv. The farmers have finished harvesting the winter crops, and they've cultivated 316,000 hectares of fields, collected 1,304,000 tons of grain, and this was reported by Kharkiv City Council. In Mykolaiv, they're updating the infrastructure. The reconstruction of the heating network is underway, and they've actually completed part of it. It has to be done in stages. They've completed a pipeline, supply pipeline in the area, a 90-meter pipeline, so that's quite a long way, and they will be starting stage 2 on that this week. And then I just have some information from Alexander Tanavsky, Brigadier General Alexander Tanavsky. He's commander of the operational strategic groups in the Tavri direction. He's reported that artillery units of the Defence Forces carried out 1,349 fire missions during the day. Over the last day, the enemy losses amounted to 289 people. 77 were irrevocably injured, 208 wounded, and 4 captured. They destroyed 32 units of military equipment, in particular 4 tanks, 10 BBM, 7 artillery systems and mortars, 1 anti-aircraft defence, 1 unmanned aerial vehicle, and 8 units of automotive equipment. They also taken out 5 enemy ammunition depots. So just to finish with a little bit of good news there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tracy, for bringing us the news. And yeah, just you know, it's absolutely horrendous that every single day we have to hear news about some civilians killed and wounded. And it's like really, really, really every day. And I just really want to make sure not to, you know, grow kind of accustomed to this, because this is not normal. It's absolutely horrendous. So yeah, but thank you, and thank you also for the positive news. Let's give then John a try if he is able to reconnect with us, and if not, or after he speaks, we will go to Joanna and her news. Then John, please try to go ahead. Okay, I think it's not going to work. So, Joanna, can you please bring us your piece of news that you had ready for us?
Yeah, I just wanted to give you an update because we talked yesterday about the Pope arriving in Mongolia. It was part of his tour. It's kind of interesting because Mongolia doesn't have really too many Catholics, between 1,500 and 2,000 apparently. And of course, he had a speech. And in his speech, he again made like a slight blunder, because he said like this, just a moment. So this is part of his speech. May it be the will of heaven that on earth devastated by countless conflicts, times again will be established without strife, along with respect for international laws. Nothing wrong until here, as it once was under Pax Mongolica. Pax Mongolica is something that is like the idea came from the Pax Romana, and it's about a period in the 14th century when there was a time of relative peace in Mongolia. But this peace came after one of the most cruel campaigns of imperial colonization done by the Mongols beginning in the 13th century. So they practically won by fight a lot of territory, and they colonized it. It was brutal, absolutely brutal. So this peace came after this type of colonialist attempt, not attempt, but they really managed to do this, and it's again an imperialistic peace. So in his discourse in front of the Russian young, he talked about some other imperial figures like Peter I and Catherine II. Now again, he's turning to a thing that seems nice in principle, a peace, but is a peace that followed after were a conquest, an imperial conquest. So I don't know who writes the speeches for the Pope. I don't know if he really documents his things, because just take two words, Pax Mongolica, and use them in a discourse is not really what he should have done. So yeah, I just wanted to point out that this is again a slight blunder from the Pope, not like the first one, but again he's talking about something that is related with imperialistic practices, at least. So that's my update.
Yeah,
Thank
thank you very, very much, Johanna. Yes, I think I
yeah,
saw this, and I also. Oh, sorry, Sir Shaggy, can you hear me?
yeah, I can now. Sorry, I'll shut up.
Oh, no worries. No, but thank you very much for bringing this up. I saw some reactions from from some naval fellas to also reminding the readers of this, that he is again praising basically the brutal invaders of the past. Yeah, but yeah, thank you very much. So Shaggy, you wanted to say something.
Yeah, very important. Guess what day it is today? Yeah, no?
I don't know.
Have a guess.
Please tell us.
It's World Beard Day. And I've got a big beard, so it's my day today. I just somebody DM me that. Yeah, and that's just made me very happy. Oh, Tracy, what have you got to say about beards?
I don't have nothing to say about beards, Shaggy, but if I can just find the post, sorry, just give me a second, I'll find the post. But I can tell you that there is another day today, and it's the day that the Chernihiv paratroopers unit was created. And on the occasion of this day, they've been given awards and medals. They were greeted by the Chief of Staff, the Deputy Commander of the Airborne Assault Troops. I just made a post about it actually, because I think it's really nice to see when people get medals. And obviously with it's the day that their unit was created, that's significant as well. So just a little bit of good news there. And it's a bit better than Beard Day, I think, so Shaggy.
Yes, I agree with that. Actually, I think I just like to post that that somebody was showing a medal off. So maybe it was that same one. I'm going to have to get into my profile and have a little look now, because it was only a couple of likes ago. Or maybe it was a guy. I definitely saw a medal somewhere. It was a rather nice medal. Oh, there it is. Yeah. So great honor for my work, Commander in Chief. Who's that? Yeah, somebody got a medal. Yeah, but yes, very good. Chernihiv. So that reminded me of when we were talking about the royal families the other day, maybe yesterday or the day before. I've lost track of days now. Yeah. So Ukraine still has a royal family. He apparently works in IT. The Prince of Kiev and Chernihiv. That's why I remembered. That's why that rang a bell. I think that's his title, Prince. I'm not sure exactly. I'll have to Google that one again. So yes, that's very good. I mean, a lot of well, all defenders of Ukraine deserve honors. I mean, we honor them, but when they're when they're given their honors from their own commanders and stuff like that, yes, it's got to be it's got to feel great. I mean, I don't think I can't remember the last time I got an honor. Okay, in NATO we got joint honor from the Lithuanian diplomacy, but that's not really quite the same thing by a long chalk. I think the last thing I got an award for was swimming 25 meters when I was 15 years old. So that really isn't an awful lot either. So yeah, I really like the Ukrainian medals. A lot of work goes into designing them. There's been some new medals created during this horrible invasion by the Russians. I think I've seen about 3 different medals being created. Tracy.
Thank you, Sir Shaggy. Yeah, I've been following those new medals. They're absolutely beautiful. And if you read the descriptions of them, the thought that's gone into the creation of them, I think is really quite special. Each one has a specific meaning, and they have specific images and pictures and things like that on that relate to the specific units. I've actually put them all on Facebook. So if people want to see them, they can find them on there. But I did tweet about them as well. Up to now, I've counted about 12 new ones. So they are really nice to look at if anybody would like to go and see them. And you can also find them on the military media channel, the Ukraine military media. So you can have a look at them all there. I would just ask everybody to go and look at them and just read the descriptions and how thoughtful they are and the meanings of them. Thank you.
Yeah, I think
Thank you
there's
so much.
I think there's a special word to describe I don't know what it is, to describe heraldry or something like that, all the meanings of all that. So I'm going to definitely go and have a look at that. Yana.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you to Tracy, because these are such interesting. Well, I don't know how to call it, like pieces of information and trivia. It really gives us a lot of background, what we can imagine. So thank you very much for bringing this news, Tracy.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks very much. And Prince. Oh, I see. I got your name, Prince,
Hey there.
just as your hand went up. How efficient is that?
I know, right? I know, right? Somebody said the word Pope 3 times, and for some reason it makes me get up. Come up anyway. You know, the thing, I understand. I mean, this is another popeism, another Pope moment that isn't looking very good. And the thing that gets me is, if you look at, like, talking about the Russian, and I would be interested to see this on this, but I don't think I have time to do the research on it, and it's in Mongolia. But anyway, if you look at what the prepared comments were from the Vatican that the Pope was supposed to say specifically to the Russian children in this example, the examples that he ended up using with Catherine, and was it, I don't know, I'm tired, I apologize. But anyway, those examples he ended up using were not part of his prepared remarks. It was something that he threw in there on his own. And oftentimes, when the Pope does this, as with many leaders in the world, they go off script and they make a big blunder. And I'm wondering if this is the same situation as what happened in Mongolia. He tried very ineffectively to find a example that the local population could relate to, and in doing so, picked the really wrong thing. And that I think is where it sometimes comes from. The Pope that people who work with the Pope have to go behind him and clean up these comments sometimes. And we've seen that, and we are still seeing that happen with the comments that he made to the Russian children. And I'm betting we're going to see that with these comments in Mongolia also, Iona. It doesn't make it right. Nothing makes it right, except for a public apology from the Pope. My understanding is that there is, I'd have to go and look for the article again, but just in rough description from me, he wrote a letter to somebody in confidence that, well, not really in confidence because they've shared part of it, that indicates that the Pope has repented, but he has not repented publicly or said, I'm sorry publicly. for the comments that he made in Russia. So it's still one of those things that you're sort of following and still seeing bits and pieces about. I think it's going to hang on for a little while, and these comments in Mongolia are probably going to add it to it, and it doesn't make it right. It's just saying what I understand and what I've heard about what sometimes happens with the Pope. So anyway, I'm sure Iona has a response. Thanks.
Thank you. Ioana, please go ahead.
Yes, so I wanted to say that he is, of course, a preeminent religious Christian figure. And because of this, he, of course, has to strive for peace. He, of course, has to speak about peace. Peace is the desiderate that every Christian should have, and it's only normal to talk about peace. And of course, he has to talk to the Russians, because Jesus talked to the sinners. It's a historical, religious example. He has to talk to them. It's not a wrong thing that he talked to the Russians, but the problem is what to say to the Russians. And when you struggle for peace and when you talk to the Russians, you can just say, stop this invasion, stop this war of aggression. If you want peace, just stop the war. And he never said that. He never said that. Of course, you can use very nice words about peace, and you say, let's sow the seeds of future, understanding and future peace and future life in I don't know, cooperation between the people or whatever he wanted. But he never said that the Russians should stop the war. He never said that this is a war of aggression and this is a genocide. He never said this. And again, in Mongolia, he's using this expression, Pax Mongolica, which is an imperialistic, result, the result of imperialistic conquest. So again, it's a blunder. Again, it's something that he shouldn't have done. So yeah, that's my only comment. It's normal for the Pope to speak about peace. It's normal for the Pope to speak to the Russians, to the Mongolians, to whatever person. But it's important what message you give to them, because when Jesus talked to the sinners, he didn't say, okay, it's okay what you are doing, it's perfect. No, he said, stop and repent. Maybe that's what the Pope should have said.
Yeah, absolutely, Joanna. And what fascinates me about this is also like this kind of like what I can observe, like the way they try to maybe sweep it under the carpet. If indeed, as you said, if he just apologized or like admitted publicly and indeed asked them to repent, that's even on top of that. But it's kind of a hypocrisy that I can see, that this whole PR machinery and the Vatican press, they're just either pretending nothing bad happened and they just try to diminish it. But yeah, I'm not very knowledgeable about these religious things, but it's just an impression I'm getting as an observer. But yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I agree. Peaceniks are going to peacenik. That's what they do.
No, absolutely.
So yeah, I'll leave her at that. I don't want to wind Catholics up. It's good to have faith. But yeah, sometimes
true, Sir Shaggy.
sometimes you need to go on a bit of a crusade. Thank you very much. But anywho, maybe not that kind of crusade. But you know what I mean. I'm going to shut up. Fancy.
Yeah, I wanted to use this opportunity to connect on to what Joanna was saying about the Pope, and I don't know, I would not let the Pope get away that easily. I've always had a dislike for him, as all his comments and remarks before the Russian invasion already seemed quite anti-Western, anti-American, anti-European, in terms of on the side of communists or of modern Europeans, quote unquote communists, right? and therefore I never liked him. And now the remarks, it doesn't surprise me at all that he sides with imperialistic Russia and doesn't do more to condemn the war when calling for peace, does not call out enough the criminal. So the church does not pursue at all maybe the one task, the one responsibility religion, Catholicism, the church would have in our world. That would be the promotion of peace, right? But in order to promote peace and to establish peace, you need to call out those who are responsible for violating peace, and that's only Russia. And I think that needs to be clearly said. And every single one who fails to call out Russia as the single responsible party for the violation of peace in Europe, in my opinion, is a Vatnik. There is enough information out there, and the Pope, let's not fool ourselves. You don't become Pope by being some village idiot. I think he's intellectual enough. He has enough intellectual capacity to understand what he's saying, what he's not saying. The whole team behind him has enough intellectual capacity to fully understand. They work on these stupid speeches the Pope gives, right? It's not like the Pope goes out there, raises a glass of vodka, and makes some random speech. No, they talk about, they prepare it. It's well prepared, everything that he says, and so I can only assume that the Catholic Church does not fight for peace in the world. And I don't know, if it doesn't stand for peace, I'm asking myself for what else, right? And I've written 2 emails to different entities in Austria that represent the church, that represent Rome, and I written to them after the Pope made these atrocious statements where he celebrated Russian imperialism. I didn't get any answer, and that I found extremely crazy. I don't know how long it's gone now, or how much time has passed since he made that statement. I think it must be almost a week or more, and I have not had an answer from the church. And in my second message, I wrote to them, if they do not come back with a statement where they distance themselves from these atrocious statements, where they explain how this mistake could have happened, I will exit the church. And I think when the Pope made some other atrocious statements on Ukraine, I think a year back or so, I said I would leave the church. I think now it's really time to take the time to go there to this office and just hand in my stepping back from the church. I mean, I'm personally more of this. I'm in the church because I like the culture in Austria that it created, represented. So I don't have other laws, but I also say if you're really religious, you can be religious without paying the church in Austria. Yeah, and so I'm incredibly pissed off. I don't understand this at all, what the church represents. In my opinion, I mean, we've been raised in Austrian school with Catholic education. Nothing what I read in the Bible, nothing whatever Jesus said is reflected by what the Pope is doing. The Pope basically is going and appeasing the devil. And I don't fucking understand, sorry, my French, I don't understand how that is compatible with Christian values and Christian belief, to go to Russia and to celebrate this imperialism. I mean, it's just unbelievable, and I think there should be more outrage. I mean, if it was for me, if I was somewhere closer to Rome, I would be calling for the Pope's removal. But I don't know. The best thing every one of us can do in a democracy is either protest, right, or vote with whatever opportunity and ways we have. So we can protest, we can write letters. If that all doesn't help, the last measure we can do is vote with our money. So step out of that organization and say the reason why I'm stepping out of this organization is because it actually fails to promote peace, and it fails to call out the evil in the world today, and it doesn't represent anymore what I thought were Christian values, and that's what I'm gonna do. Thank you for the opportunity of this rant. Slava Ukraini.
Hello, Slava.
Hare
Fancy.
Slava.
Right, we've got to get out of our seats, Jana. If you want to say something and then drop down first, I'm going to have a little rant about the Pope as well.
Oh, gee, I would, Fancy Vishivankas, thank you so much for this rant. I can relate to what you said on so many points, but I'm I'm not going to go there. Maybe some other time. But I just would like to highlight one thing that you said that makes me so angry. But not only in Catholic Church, but also if other people do it, whether to individuals or in this horrendous war that Russia is waging against Ukraine. I just hate when the aggressor is not called out, and when the pressure to, for example, make peace or whatever is put on the victim. This really makes my blood boil, and you really highlighted this because this is exactly what the Pope is doing. And let's discuss the religion some other time, but you gave me some inspiration. I'm also going to write some emails. And with this, I would like to say my goodbyes. Apologies for people who had to wait for a long time for to be brought up. We had some Twitter box, I guess, today. But yeah, thank you very much, everyone, for taking part. Thank you, Sir Shaggy, for co-hosting with me. It was great as usual. And I would just like to say goodbye and Slava Ukraini.
Heroin Slava and
Yeah, hello, Slava.
great job.
Yeah, cheers, Jana. And while you're descending the stairs, hopefully somebody's coming up. Just take your time. Yeah, cause right. Well, I mean, I only know really about the Christian faith a little bit, and turning the other cheek is all well and good. But if you're going to turn the other cheek when you got a genocidal maniac behind you, then you're going to get stabbed in the back, and you're not going to last very long. And yeah, there's a time and a place to turn the other cheek. That's generally just to calm down before you react too swiftly. However, when you know that somebody's coming after you, and when you know that genocide's going on, turning the other cheek does not work. Hopes and prayers do not work in that lark. You need munitions, ammunitions, a lot of good men, a lot of support, and that's what we need from the Pope. Basically, he needs to put his foot down, and basically support Ukraine against the genocidal invader. And until he does that fully and wholeheartedly, yeah, he's a numpty. Sorry, any Catholics out there that have called your leader a numpty, but he's acting like one. So, and he's been acting like one for about a year and a half, and that's not good enough. As simple as that. Leaders have to lead, and he's just going round in circles, not doing much. I mean, I've heard rumors he's trying to help kids come from, get kids back from Russia, but I haven't seen any that he's got back yet. It's always in the works. So yeah, I'm just a bit miffed off with that. I can see Robin, a little mic test for Robin, just to check that she's here before I drop down as well.
Hello, Sir Shaggy.
Oh, you
Do you
are.
hear me, Sir Shaggy?
No, I don't hear a thing. You're going to have to recycle again so I can have another little rant. Thank you very much. No, I hear you
Forget
perfectly,
it.
Robin. You're good. You're
No,
good.
and I want to say I'd like to add something to your rant before you get back to ranting. Number one is please don't confuse Catholicism with the Pope. As an outsider, I can be more magnanimous probably than a lot of Catholics, but this Pope, we have to remember in most of our lifetimes we had a Pope John Paul II, who, to my mind, is one of the greatest, most moral, most wonderful human beings who's ever existed. This Pope is not so great. The church has gone through their popes in history, but it does not. it might reflect on the selection process for popes, but it should not reflect on really the beauty of a lot of Catholic tradition. And I, as a Jew, have learned an awful lot about life from Catholic thinkers. So I just want to throw that in. This Pope has got to get his act together. I absolutely agree with you. And back over to you, Shaggy.
Not throw. Yeah, I definitely don't want to throw the baby out of the bathwater, or the bathwater out with the baby if the Pope's a baby. Yeah. Anyway, you know what I mean. Yeah, definitely not. There's a lot of people of the Catholic faith who support Ukraine wholeheartedly. It's just that the leader of the Catholic Church doesn't seem to be fully on board with it. Well, just isn't fully on board with it. There's no seam about it. He's not on board with it. So David, which David is coming up? David, is this you, Brookfield? David is coming up now.
Well, is there any other David?
Well, actually, now there isn't.
Yeah,
No,
there is
that's
one.
true.
Have you been cheating on me? Have you, Shaggy? Have you been cheating on me, and you're now confused as to the Davids?
Yeah, well, I cheated.
You're the only David who's always been a David. That's for sure.
Yeah, that's true. I just looked at the diary and it said David, and I was thinking it was another David, but it's you. All right then. Well, I'll get out of the way then. I'm glad you came. I'm glad you're a bit older than me, so it took you a while to get up.
Well, a lot older. Thank you very much. It's not a little. It's a lot.
I was being nice. I was being
Shaggy,
nice.
before you go, give me the order, okay?
Before I go, what? Sorry.
So give me the order of hands. I didn't catch it.
Oh, Randy, and then John. And you got a request there. Oh, James has still got his hand up in this way. Yeah. Let's say Randy, then John, and James. And I'm going. I'll go right now. Then I'll get out of David's way. All right. It's lovely speaking to everyone. Retweet the page to David and Robin, and don't forget to donate to MriyaReport.org. That'd be lovely. Thank you very much. See you later.
Bye, Shaggy. So thanks for everything. I can't, Joanna, I see you. I can't add you. So as soon as David gets up here, I think I'm going to have to recycle. So hang on, please. Let's go to Randy in the meantime.
I know that we are trying to put every oar in the water to paddle in the direction of freeing Ukraine. I am involved quite a bit in theology. I'm a layman, but I'm a warden in the church. And I just wanted to remind people that when Christ came to Israel, he was thought of immediately by the Jews as somebody who would overthrow the Roman rule. And there were rebels fighting the Roman Empire, and it was as cruel as any empire in history has been. But he took the stand that he was not there to be a ruler of men or a king among normal kings, and resisted getting involved in fighting the then evil empire. And there were a lot of discussions in theology about that, but the statement was render unto Caesar what is Caesar's. And the Catholic Church has been generally adept at trying to coexist with empires throughout history. Pope John Paul, where I live in Poland, is a national hero, was unique in that he said some things that challenged the evil empire at the time. And that's all I wanted to say. Is it's a little bit more complicated than that. But also, if you have professional speech writers, it's usually also a good job to stick to the text they give you.
Yes, I think more than one politician has learned that to his regret. David Brookfield, welcome up.
No, it's okay. You don't have to call me David Brookfield, Robin.
At first instance, then I'm going to call.
I insist you only ever call me David. There we are. Right. Well, thank you very much. Have we shared a co-host spot for more than 5 minutes before?
I don't think so.
I don't know. I have the pleasure of your company, don't I?
It is a pleasure for me. Although I'm concerned that I can't really step into Axel's shoes, so I'm hoping you'll be able to descend to my level in the meantime.
Well, see, this means the good thing is that I don't have to feel I have to discipline anyone at this point, right? Constantly keep someone in the right lane. I can't tell you how difficult that is.
Well, on the right lane, aren't you always turned to drive on the left?
Well, who knows where it is with Axel? It's one way or the other. Which way is he even indicating? We don't know.
I take it you're confident that he's not listening right now, but somebody may tell.
I
so
was
you have
hoping
to
he
say.
was. I might send him a clip of this.
Well, in the meantime, let's go to Denjon and we can think up some more insults for Axel in the meantime. Denjon.
Yeah, you have to remember that Axel is a is a German in exile, or at least not living in Germany. So yeah, we have to excuse him. They have their ways.
Very good.
Yeah, yeah. No, regarding the Pope, I agree. I mean, of course, we cannot call out every Catholic, but we want to have some outrage from the roots as well. It shouldn't only come from the non-Catholics. Yeah. And whether he kept to his script or not, I mean, it's even worse if he didn't keep to his script. That means this is his view he has. I mean, and that should be called out by by everyone, including the Catholics, like Fancy Pants was doing. That's the expectations, and let's do that. I think it's more powerful if it comes from within than us from the outside. Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. And yeah, good to see you again, David. And you kind of jinxed you said, have we ever co-hosted for more than 5 minutes together? I mean, you haven't done it yet, so
it's still time for it to go badly wrong, right? Robin goes, I'm resigning. I'm never going to work with him again. Oh, yes.
Don't jinx it, okay? All right, that's my advice.
And very good to hear you as well, Denjon. I've not heard your dulcet tones for a very long time. I have no idea of hands, Robin. I should have been paying attention.
So we're going to James next, and then Joanna. James.
Hey, good day, everybody. I hope everyone is well. Yeah, sometimes the Pope, oh boy, he did two things right in his term. He turned around the doctrine that the church held that kind of approved of colonialism, which I think is wrong-headed. How'd the church get there? Was it influence? Were there oligarchs back then? Yeah, probably all that stuff corrupted the church and what they said back then. So he did say that right. Colonialism in its rawest form is not good for humanity. The fair exchange of valuable things is good. So there's that he kind of helped point out. The church shouldn't be a cover for greed. And he also published Fratelli Tutti, which is naive, but well-intentioned. And if you can set aside your adult skeptical, often wounded nature and read it with your children's eyes, then you can see it's a nice thing. It's saying get together, be nice to each other. But I don't look for him to do anything good that is going to help Ukraine directly. I do have a reading from the book of Google Scholar about, I searched for, to settle my soul, robotic demining AI. That's what I searched for. And, it is as, I don't know, it made sense. The response I got made sense. The title was Multi-Agent System and AI for Explosive Ordnance Disposal. And I'm like, yes, brother, preach. And they go on to describe this application among Europeans who are working on this, and they lay out some of the methods that are kind of, or approaches to the overall problem of having like a swarm, essentially, go and clean a minefield. And, it's all about recognizing it as a mine and then disposing of it various ways. So I think the Pope isn't going to get behind Ukraine, but it sure the hell seems like that the Catholics ought to be able to be, to get like a Manhattan Project together to do robotic demining. You know what I'm saying? It's like something like that. Come on, man, a balancing act. You don't have to go all in for Russia and nothing for Ukraine. You got Catholics there too. So he's in a tough spot, the Pope. And I will say it again, he's done something that the West must also do, the West, I said West, and that is find a way to speak to all the people of Africa and South America that are going to make sense. And I think it's about the exchange of what we know about mineral extraction and helping them over the next 50 years train up a whole culture that can do that on their own. So I'm thinking that the Pope isn't going to do any of this. So it's really, you got to kind of run past him to get at his base. And especially the base that he has, who's got money, who can think about this strategically, and who would be willing to work with, obviously, the Ukrainians on this kind of problem, because they're probably doing all this stuff too. So, anyways, money from Catholics to demine Ukraine would not be a bad thing for the Pope to say, yeah, that's not bad.
No, I have to agree with that. Although, see, I'm an atheist here, so this is not a staunch the kind of Christianity side you've got on the co-hosting point. But I have to go. The bit I was disappointed in: smiling and kissing the cheek of genocide is a bad look wherever it is. Right. So there are so many ways this could have been dealt with. Could have been just along the lines of, you know what, we're just not going to visit for a while, right? Anything, and then all the other stuff, as you say, doing the stuff for good. And as you were talking about the AI, right? So it was a while ago, I put a bit of thought, because I think some of you will probably recognise that I'm a bit dubious as to the mine clearance abilities of drones. I could see those benefits and how they could be used. I think the AI component, there's a little bit there. I think, you know what, some of the stuff that they may be able to do, which is calculate the optimum path through a minefield, things like that, I think would be really, really, really useful. But how do you clear a mine by a drone? Well, you drop something on it, and okay, right, so you're dropping a whole load of explosives and all the other things, and what do they mean? Because most minefields have a lot of oversight over it. They even have artillery sighted on it. Although, in all fairness, much better that you, if they're going to be dropping the artillery in that area, they'd be dropping it into an area where there'd be drones who could get out of the way. But I'm still a little bit dubious about the clearance abilities. I've seen them in some situations, but in minefields, I'm not so sure.
Well, I would imagine, and I know nothing about this, David, but I would imagine that the more different options they have, they go at it many different ways, the better off they are.
Oh, without a doubt, right? Because this is as a physiotherapist once threw into my face. It's multifactorial, right? And I then pointed out that's what I'd been actually saying beforehand, right? The more options you've got, the better it is. If you've only got one option, and that was doing it by hand, that's bad. If something comes in and goes, well, I've got this other device that can help, well, that's great, because that will decrease risk, because they're able to do some things that other things can't. So I think it's wonderful. All I'm is a little bit dubious as to how good it would be in minefields as opposed to helping and all the other bits and pieces. I mean, I've seen I think we saw the one where the drone dropped a grenade onto a series of mines, which got rid of all of the mines. And now I go, that's absolutely wonderful. And I am I tweeted a little bit earlier, so if anyone wants to look at my timeline, there is a tweet there with a video in it, and a Ukrainian EOD guy. I mean, whether he's EOD or whether he's just a sapper or just a soldier, I don't know, but he's clearing a mine and he's dug out part of it, and underneath it is a grenade that's set to go. So and I'm just going, the astonishing bravery here. But for the life of me, I don't know why they just didn't blow it in situ. Why didn't they just blow it up? Why take the risk with the grenade underneath the mine and getting out and all the other things? Just blow it up. I mean, I could get it if it was really near some incredibly important infrastructure, but if it's not, just blow them up. Don't take the risk.
I think this video was just for showing that some minds are booby-trapped.
And it showed it very
Yes,
well,
he
didn't
did
it?
show it very well, and I was very surprised that he did get it out normally, because that is very, very risky.
Yeah. Tell me about it. I puckered up a little bit watching it, and for those who don't know, I have walked up to bombs and etc. So I was going, oh yeah, I probably wouldn't be doing that, right? But as a demo, yeah, I mean it highlights the problems and the absolute risks that people have, and this appears to be something that they have a lot of. This isn't a lot of the mines aren't just a machine laid. A lot of the mines are hand laid with these things, and some of the mines are laid on top of other mines, not just grenades, but other mines. So the risks are pretty extraordinary. So I would encourage everyone to look at, if you look at my profile, yes, I'm clout farming here, Robin. And look at my profile. You see some tweets on demining there as well. I think it's really, really useful.
After that public service announcement, why don't we go to some hands? We've got Joanna, Denjon, Roos, and James. Joanna, welcome.
Thank you, Robin and David. So I have a subject, but I want to briefly comment on the AI. The fields in which AI is better than humans are pattern recognition and data processing. So AI can be used, for example, for accurate mapping of minefields, or even take a drone and drop a grenade on a mine, for example. But for this, there is a very complex machine learning process that has to be done, because I think that they have to use multispectral analysis, not just one infrared length. They have to teach AI how to identify the mines. They have to take into account a lot of other variables, like the air temperature, the soil temperature, the humidity in the air, the slope of the terrain, the latitude. It's a very complex process. I'm not saying it's impossible to do it. I think it can be done, but there is a lot of machine learning ahead in order to achieve this purpose. So that's my comment.
Yeah. If I'd like to respond to that. Yeah. So I loved your comment. It's exactly my thoughts. Right. It is incredibly complex. I'm not even. I have seen them dropping grenades which make no sense to me. Right. Because grenades are not contact. They are time frame. They go off on time. Right. So and they're round. Right. Do you want something that's going to roll away and all the other bits and pieces? I could understand if you had something like a little VOG. Right. But there again, if you were dropping, hundreds of VOGs in a field, and this is what we're seeing with mine density. The mine density seems to be astonishing. Then why would do that? As I said, I can absolutely see that plotting a pathway through a minefield. Here you are. This area here seems to be the easiest one. In an attack, basically, and this is important. There's a difference between clearing a minefield when you're in an attack, as opposed to there would be at the rear of the lines, as we call it, right? At the back, after you've gone through, you can clear things very differently. So I would go, plotting that mine, here the area. This is where the fewest mines are. That means you could clear your way through the quickest. Would be an astonishing, would be really good. But as you go, that's an awful lot of computer capacity needed to do these things, isn't it? And as you said, multispectral analysis, and here's the other thing, right? You can dig in mines deeper than where these things will be spotted. You could use a piece of wood, you could put the piece of wood over it. There's all these other things that you could do to conceal this. So anyone who thinks, yes, we get 100%, you will not be 100% at the point where someone is manually putting these things in. Someone might go, okay, right, let's do it like this. And there'll always be a way round. You can confuse the AI.
Well, that is a frightening thought, David. I hadn't thought of that. And I think our issue is whenever there's a new technology that we're implementing, we go a little overboard on it. It's like with the self-driving cars that have been plowing into broadside into trucks and things like that. We assume it can do an awful lot more than it can. And as Joanna was pointing out, it's garbage in, garbage out. It depends on the input, how well the AI performs. Joanna, do you have a response?
Yeah, so I really like the answer from David. Indeed, it's very complex, and the Russians are known for having concealed minds in different ways. So it's really very complex. I still think that something can be done, but it's really complex. And I had a question, if I may. I hope the answer will be short because I see a lot of hands. But the religious talk before and the Davids brought to my mind a news that I've seen lately, because in this war, Ukraine was a David fighting against a Goliath, and a few days before they received some anti-drone weapons that are called slingers or something like this, which is a proper weapon for a David. So I was wondering if you can give us some details about the slingers and how effective they will be, because we know that apparently the Ukrainians do have some problems with the Lancet drones from the Russians.
I don't know anything about these. I need to do a read up on them. I mean, I'm all for anti-drone, many versions of anti-drone stuff. I will do some reading, Joanna.
Thank you.
So I'm sorry I can't help you, but I will do some reading.
Yeah, I've heard the name, and that's about it. So, David, we'll give you a few minutes to do your research. Let's go on to Denjon. In the meantime.
Yeah, thanks. David, don't go reading yet, because I want to talk about clearing minds. Cluster ammunition. No, I won't go there. Sorry, I'm just.
No, keep going. Keep going.
No. I was just joking. Cluster ammunition. No, anyway, I want to talk about the Pope again, because he's a symbolic leader, right? I mean, he's maybe to some he's more than a symbolic leader, and he's kind of they can't do much, but they can do a lot. We had an issue here in Sweden with a Nobel Prize that the leadership of the Nobel Prize, they wanted to invite Russia, Belarus, and Iran, and there was a public outcry, and but they were still stubborn. No, we're going to do this because that's how I do things. And then the king, who's actually the one handing out the prize, he was asked, I think, and he said that I will think about this. And like 30 seconds later, the invitation to the Russian embassy was pulled back. So symbolic leaders, they have a sway, and should not be underestimated. And this guy needs to do what's right. Yes, it's good that he's keeping kind of trying to keep the world together with Africa and all that, but this war is decisive. If if Russia is successful, then it's going to be a different world we wake up to. So I think he needs to do what's important first, and then next step is to do the second important thing. But he needs to step up, because he's got a lot of sway. If he said the right thing, a lot of people would change their minds, and he's not doing that. So I still keep criticizing him, and I think the Catholics should do the same, as we are criticizing our leaders, elected leaders. So really.
No, in fact, so Robin, I'm going to interrupt here a little bit, because I'm very much with you there, Denjon. Right, the initial start is not a good start, is it? In everything that's happening, we all know that religious leaders have a huge amount of sway, right? Incredible amounts of sway, because that's what happens, right? Every Sunday within Christian churches, don't ask me when, and in other places of worship, not just on a Sunday, but there is a sermon, and that has a huge amount of influence on everyone. The church, the Pope at this point has not stood up to be a leader, right? And the fact that some people are thinking we can't criticize them, no, that's stupid, right? Because wrong decisions are things that should be criticized. Just because someone's in a position of authority doesn't mean they can't make a mistake. And as far as I'm concerned, the Pope has made a huge mistake. Clearly is not thinking about the future properly in the way the world is going to change. And this is changing the world in the same way as the world changed in 1945.
You know, and I think, David, I think John makes a good point. The King of Sweden, the Pope, the late great Queen Elizabeth, you know, they are able to be unique moral leaders because they are outside of the political system. Queen Elizabeth made such, and her son, God bless him, I hope he manages to get closer to her level, but she, you know, in the entire how many years of her reign, and it's my whole lifetime, nobody knew where she stood politically. She made a point she made a point of being a leader of her people, and by extension of most of the world. Everybody admired her, listened to her, took her serious. She was able to speak to people and give them what's the word in Hebrew we call it musar, to give people to tell people they're wrong, you know, that they need to behave better, and people listened to her because they knew that, you know, she was above the petty political stuff. The Pope has not done that. The Pope has descended into politics and has weakened himself. I hope he looks at the King of Sweden and sees that this is how a non-political leader should lead. So thank you very much, John. It's a good point.
And by the way, I'd like to thank you for your words. You're very, very right there, Robin. She being a moral leader, walking the walk, isn't it? And in actual fact, it chokes me up a little bit now, to the point where when her husband died, and there she was doing the distancing all by herself. To this day, makes me feel, oh, all I wanted to do was go and give her a hug. No, as I said, you probably hear it now. Chokes me up.
No, I felt the same way.
Walked the walk.
Indeed, she was an unusual, great woman. Let's go to Ruth. Ruth, over to you.
Yes, I agree with you, but I think you're all complicating this quite a bit. He said he liked Russian imperialism. Anyone can go off script and say a dumb thing, but anyone can also say, I repent, I did say the wrong thing. As long as he doesn't do that, he means it. He actually means it.
Well, Ruth, that is a point. That is a point, and it has been very disappointing that he hasn't managed to. He should have walked back those statements. He should have realized that he had done something wrong. We can hope. The Catholic Church moves slowly, so hopefully he's still getting himself together to do that. But you're right. James.
Yes, I believe that the Pope has propped open the door to Russia, and he is not going to do something that will get him disinvited, which if he turned around and negated the things he said, he would no longer be welcome. So I think there's that. But not important. Not important. He's not important because he's on the wrong side right now. What's important is that the people decide to stand for Ukraine, and I don't think Jesus was specifically against military endeavors per se. I think he was always about getting people to do the right and moral thing. And certainly some of the Old Testament time to kill, kind of, you know, all that. It kind of speaks to that. So I don't think there's anything wrong. David, to your point about the demining, I wouldn't want to start something that's aimed a Manhattan project that I aim to fund from Catholic pockets by taking the military side of this equation first. But if you think about the civilian worry, right? It's like, man, well, look at my farm, man. Look what they did to my farm, or whatever it is. Look at my house, you know. That's the kind of place to start, and that's the kind of place where I don't think anybody could say, oh, that's morally wrong to get rid of mines in civilian areas. That would be a ridiculous argument. The Pope isn't going to go there. Nobody's saying, well, okay, I'm forgetting about some of the people in the world who probably would figure out a way to say it's stupid. But anyways, so that was the only point I'd make. And I'd also just say that I think there are a number of very smart people who are looking at a difficult problem and thinking about this kind of globally, like what it can mean. And you know well that software, it's hard to invent the first time, but that second copy is pretty cheap, right? So that value of creating a solution that works the first time, it's huge. And if you pass along, and this is sensitive, I know, but civilians can work without the military on this and come up with patterns for every single type of ordinance that they encounter. And that could be shared, and that could be the core of a data set for the AI using it. And there's lots of data sets out there, and that's what the literature is indicating, is that this work is progressing. So I do think that accelerating good things like this, it should be an X Prize. I haven't seen that yet. It really should be an X Prize kind of activity.
Oh, don't get me wrong. I wasn't saying we shouldn't be trying to do this. I was saying at the moment, I can't see how it would be used or could be used effectively for minefields. This is not to say that we should not be doing it, because guess what, right? The more we do things, the better we get at it, right? Isn't it? That's one of the premises I used to use when I was competing. The more I trained, the luckier I got in that respect. And yeah, that's how we get to things, isn't it? People start developing. How long did it take us to develop antibacterials? Then we've got antivirals, and then we've got all the other things, and that's what happens by starting the process. So I was never saying don't do it. I think it's a brilliant thing, and ultimately it could come up to something. Let's just go into the realms of science fiction, but yes, someone at some stage works out a laser that could be used with from 4 foot away or something like that, and you could do it incredibly accurately or anything like that. I would welcome that, because it would mean that there wouldn't be someone walking up to that bomb.
Yep.
Yeah, absolutely, David. The more we can do long distance, the better off everyone is. Okay, let's go to Tracy and then back to John.
Thank you, Robin. I have a different topic, so if John wants to go first, I don't mind.
Thank you, John.
Yeah, I will be short. It's just on the technology. Yeah, I agree to both what David and James were saying. I mean, probably first generation of everything is kind of useless, but you learn from the mistakes and you improve. I remember, because I'm in telecoms, right? In the early 2000s, we introduced mobile data, TPRS and GSM, which was kind of crappy. And I was looking at my phone with I don't know, 3-4 lines of text and thinking, what the hell are we going to use this for? But here we are. So yeah, we will find ways to use it. Now we have Twitter and other things.
It's really true. I remember I'm old enough to remember the first time I ever saw the internet. It was got the command line thing, and I remember thinking, it's sort of interesting, but what in the world are we ever going to do with it? Well, we found out. Anyway, back to Tracy now.
Thank you, Robin. I just would like to bring a couple of updates from the SBU. So recently, they've been capturing and detaining and building cases against people that were trying to defraud military units and the Ministry of Defence. There was a case where some defective body armour was tried to be supplied, and that's been rooted out. Also to do with the food as well in the army, and that's been rooted out. And to do with defective mines. So defective mines and defective body armour, which is quite serious. So obviously that's all been cleared out now, and I think that's really positive news. And then today they exposed a businessman who tried to sell a batch of tank engines to the armed forces of Ukraine. They artificially inflated the price, And in the end, the engines were seized, and I'm pleased to say that they've now been given to the armed forces, and this perpetrator is looking at 12 years. And then I just wanted to bring some good news from the SBU in terms of their future and people that are going to be working for them in the future, because 175 cadets today took an oath of loyalty to the Ukrainian people. It's a military oath, and the ceremony took place in Kyiv. They say, today with the Defence Forces, we are doing everything possible to free our land and to free our land from corruption. These young men and women overcame very high competition when entering the academy. The course includes children whose parents are currently defending the country or have previously died in the line of duty. Among those cadets is a son of the hero of Ukraine, Lieutenant Colonel of the SBU, Valik Bohach, who defended Mariupol until his death at Azovstal. According to the tradition, the new course is named after the hero of Ukraine, and this time that's Alexander Vodchenko, Colonel of the Special Operations Center A of the SBU. He was a leader of the group of snipers that were working in the Donetsk region, and he died in Bakhmut in the spring. His relatives and wife and mother and daughter were also present at the ceremony. And today the ranks of the security and defence forces were filled with motivated boys and girls who realise their dream of becoming a part of the security service. You have consciously chosen to protect our state, and it is your duty. I believe that you will serve with dignity and carry the name of our hero with honour, said Andrei Chernak, the rector of the SBU National Academy. The memory of the fallen defenders of Ukraine was honoured with the moment of silence and the laying of flowers. And the deputy head of the security service wished the cadets on their journey a personal success that would lead to a great victory over the enemy. And just lastly, I would like to tell everybody that we have the SBU segment coming up tonight. It's Crime and Punishment, SBU, and that will be at 10 p.m. Eastern Time, which is actually 3 a.m. for anybody that's British. So you could go to bed early if you can't stay up that late. If you can join us, that would be fantastic. Thank you.
Have we just lost Tracy?
No, she just finished speaking. I don't know. Didn't you hear the end of her?
No, it just cut off abruptly. I was going, well, all I heard was 3 a.m. and I was thinking, I don't think I can make that.
Yes, it is 3 a.m. for us, David. It's because it's 10 p.m. Eastern Time. So yes, it is quite late or quite early, whichever way you look at it.
David, you hear her now?
I do. You're back. I was going to say back in the bush there, Tracy. I heard you. Thank you very much. Yeah, 3 a.m. is. Yeah, I could take a nap and then get up.
I could do the same thing too. It's only 10 p.m. my time, but I always end up falling asleep in the middle of Prince Heather and the Tracy this time, and it always gets me angry. I wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning realizing I've slept through most of it again. So we'll all be taking naps this afternoon. Thank you, Tracy, for mentioning that. There are two other issues of corruption that you didn't mention that are well, it's to be admired. Recently they got rid of all of the recruiters, the heads of the recruiting offices, because of widespread corruption, and they are now going after the people who give medical deferments and reevaluating all of the people who got medical deferments, which must be making some people who paid for them very nervous. But Ukraine is obviously really, really serious about rooting out corruption, which is one of the reasons that the Kremlin has upped their disinformation about Ukraine being so corrupt, because it's not anymore. Yeah, Tracy.
Thank you, Robin. It's just to say, yes, we will be talking about that this week, actually, because there have been quite a lot of arrests and cases built against the Military Medical Commission, and they've actually detained, I believe, if off the top of my head, it was 10 people in a network that are what they call evaders, making fake military certificates for people to evade conscription. And actually this week then we heard the NSDC secretary say that in the coming weeks, those people that have evaded and gone abroad, their names will be made public, and also they will be looking at trying to extradite some of those people back to Ukraine. So yeah, that's something we'll be talking about this week. The cases have slightly changed. In previous weeks, they seem to be catching many more people giving away strategic locations and directing air attacks and that type of thing. This week it's changed somewhat. It's the military commissions and those networks, that are the corruption networks. And also this week there have been a lot of war crimes cases. They've identified people that have committed war crimes in Ukraine and specifically in Bucha. So we'll be looking at that also. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Tracy. Yeah, David, I'm sure you've seen too. They've actually indicted a few Russian soldiers they've identified as being perpetrators in the atrocities in Irpin and Bucha.
No, I have, right. I've been I've been following it closely. I have been following it at the yeah. I mean, it's really good news, and it's just a reminder that the world now is not the world it was in 80 years ago, escaping and disappearing off to Brazil, Argentina, or Venezuela, or wherever they wanted to go and take their money just isn't really an option, because the world is not as big as they thought it was. And yeah, many of these people who are just on camera, right, doing these things, they're going to find it very, very difficult. Very, very difficult. And internally, I would expect it to be very, very difficult, because we've got money and things like that. And money, you can just go, here you are, the wanted poster up in the post office somewhere, and that'll bring it in. And I talk about corruption a reasonable amount, because people talk about it and say, I love what I'm seeing. The numbers of people who are being arrested and in front of the court, and these are people who are judges and lawyers and other people who are being taken. This is just you probably describe it as a bit of a cleansing, right? It's going to take a very long time. As you know, I call it the Russian disease. I really do see it as the Russian disease. And yeah, they seem to have found a bit of the antiviral, haven't they? Right, for this at the moment.
Back to Tracy.
Thank you, Robin. Yeah, I'm glad you said that, David, because it's an interesting something that I've noted that Prince Heather and I and Nefo Dave have discussed, that even though these people are Ukrainians, and especially the ones giving away strategic locations and trying to direct air attacks and that type of thing, just the behavior and the way that they speak and the complete shock that they've been arrested, you can see it on their faces, and that hubris that and it's really odd that you can't say that they're not Ukrainians, because they clearly are Ukrainians, but it's as if these people don't think of themselves as Ukrainians, because especially the ones with torture, we've quite a number of cases where people have joined military groups such as DNR specifically to torture Ukrainians, and it's like, you're Ukrainian. How can you say you want to torture Ukrainians when you're Ukrainian? So I think this Russian disease that you call it, David, the Russian influence and the Russian corruption, that certainly comes across all the time, and I don't seem to see any what I would call Ukrainian characteristics amongst these people. Thank you.
No, thanks, Tracy. You know, and it's true. I mean, the Ukrainians I know, to a person, are disgusted by this Russian disease, as David, and they identify it as such, and are determined to root it out. Like, what other country can you imagine where the head of the Supreme Court could be arrested for corruption and indicted? I think it's breathtaking. I can't imagine that happening here. I can't imagine it happening in most countries. And also, you know, I don't know if you saw the news yet. I think it was today. Igor Kolomoisky has now been served with papers about, you know, for his massive corruption. This man who thought that he had bought the president, and it turns out it's anything but. And he's under sanctions by the United States. He can't leave Ukraine, and it looks like he's going to be staying in Ukraine in a long time in custody from the way things are going. Yeah, Tracy.
Thank you, Robin. Yeah, he's actually been in court this morning. That's one thing that I found, the speed of that. So, I mean, that's very, very impressive, I think. I don't know how things work in other countries, but I know the justice wheel turns very, very slowly in our country, in the UK. But yeah, he was actually detained this morning, and then now he was in court in Kyiv, and he's been detained to the detention centre. So he's gone along to the detention centre there. There's some, I've posted some videos actually of that. They chose a preventative measure in the form of detention for 2 months with an alternative in the form of bail in the amount of 509,960,000 hryvnias, which I think is an extraordinary amount. I mean, I know with the conversion rate, it's not as much as it sounds, but it's just an odd amount, I think, isn't it? But
It's amazing. I'm surprised they didn't have 37 kopecks on the end of that. That is amazing. That is breathtaking speed. I assumed when I saw this morning that he had been served with papers that, that he'd be invited to turn himself in next week sometime or something at the earliest. Yeah, he's a flight risk for one thing, and two, they must that bail must be most of what's left of his fortune.
I mean, look at. I mean, it is. You say the people who have been caught up in this in their own tangled webs. To paraphrase someone else is astonishing. And you say is that in some of our countries it would be it was the excuse of a lapse of judgment or something like that. Oh, don't send him away for a very long time. It was only a little mistake. It was only $500 million. How can you be in that fact go, yeah, exactly. We've all heard it before. It's all ridiculous. People using their power and influence to mitigate what goes against them. And now we've got a point where in Ukraine, they're just going, no, I'm sorry, mate. You're part of the normal people now. And I see it in the language of the soldiers as well. People who are posting, and you really, really do see it. They feel that they've been, my dad has empowered them, and they are very, very much no, that's not the way it's going to be. Here we are, and they're on top of pretty much everything. This is what happens with when you empower people to be part of their own freedom, right, Robin?
Yeah, exactly. It reminds me of that meme that I love, which shows a Cossack, and it says that the Russians' mistake was sending slaves to have victory over a free people. Yeah, yeah. The Ukrainians have taken their future into their hands, and they're not going to let anybody get in the way of it. Doesn't matter who you are, and it's a testament. It's very admirable. Tracy, back to you.
thank you, Robin. Yeah, just to add that President Zelensky, I don't know if you've heard, he's also set up a whistleblower program, and there's going to be a portal online, and I believe that goes live quite soon, the 6th of September, I believe. So I think that's a really positive move also.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, it's and all of this. Remember, all of this is in the middle of a genocidal war against them. It's I mean, I have such admiration for what Ukraine is accomplishing. It's really it's to be emulated. Okay, David, we don't have any hands up at the moment, so I think I'm going to take this moment to ask everyone to please share and retweet the space. We get some more people in here, let people know we're here. There are a lot of people. I've been handing out. I've made cards up about MriyaReport, and I've been handing them out to people. People are looking for information. It's let people know if you want to know what's going on in Ukraine. I hope most of the time intelligent discussion, sometimes funny, but often intelligent. The latest news, come here 24/7. As all of you who are listening know, let people know about us, please. The more people we get in, the more we can dispel the disinformation that the Russians are trying to put out about Ukraine, which will help support for Ukraine and help the victory to come sooner. And please, as we were talking about mine detection before, we are still in the midst of a fundraising campaign for thermal drones, for war doggos. outfit. If anyone who listens much knows War Dogo, incredible guy. And as well as for many other humanitarian projects within Ukraine. See if as our friend what does he call himself these days? Ernest says, we don't want your rent money, we don't want your the money for food, but see what you've got. Maybe you don't need to go out to Starbucks for coffee. Maybe you don't need that expensive bottle of wine. Doman's not listening, is he? But see what you can do. And I personally, as a donor myself, think MriyaReport is one of the best places to donate. I know that the money is used wisely. It goes to wonderful vetted projects in Ukraine. We helped in Kherson after the Kakhovka Dam was destroyed to get help into people for water purification systems and that kind of thing. So anyway, see what you can do, help us, and like I said, like and retweet the space. Let's get some more people in here. Let's go over to Marcus.
Hello. Can someone explain to me where florks came from? I know we're not having like a super serious discussion at the moment, as much as these discussions can be serious, but I guess I came to the NAFO thing a little late, and I'm just wondering if anyone can explain where the florks came from.
Thank you. I don't know that either. Can someone explain that to both of us?
No, I don't know it either. I think I remember very early on. I say relatively early on, seeing something, but I've no idea.
Okay, if we've got anyone down on listeners who can explain this to us, please do come up, because I have asked myself that off and on too, and I'm absolutely in the dark. Oh, here comes Sir Shaggy. If anybody would know this answer, he would. Shagster, as soon as you connect, let's give him a second.
Robin, it's the Shagster to you.
Oh, excuse me, the Shagster. Go ahead, Shaggy. Tell us.
Yeah, so the florks. So there's already an account. I can't remember the name of it right now, but when I do find it, though, I'll DM it to the co-host so they can either decide to put it up in the nest or not, or read out what the account is. So the creator of the florks did a flork. And NAFO got involved. Basically, the flork creator basically said that NAFO could start using the florks for themselves and help Ukraine. So that's kind of how NAFO got involved with the florks, basically. Hope that helps.
Thank you.
I'll stay on the panel.
What is the significance of
I'll stay on the panel. I'll do a bit of Googling and I'll put my hand up when I find out.
Good, perfect. Thank you, Shaggy. Okay, I think Denjon was next, and then Lily.
Yeah, can we start in the right end here? What is it? What is it called? Flork?
Well, see, yeah. Denjon, I was thinking exactly that. What is a flork?
I was, my nose was growing here. I was trying to pretend I actually knew, but I don't have a clue. Please start there. What is it, and then we can take it from there.
Can I answer what it is? Because I asked Marcus yesterday. But I bet you Shagster can add more into it. I'm sorry, the mighty Shagster. Okay, so the artist, the originator of the I guess first flork, was just like a cartoonist, right? A caricaturist. So they did this one image, and then NAFO really dug it and asked, could they use that to fundraise? And the artist agreed. And then if you look in from like the first flork that was born to those that came after, you will see they have personalities. Like then there was a shark after the Russian 20-something-year-old was attacked off Egypt. And you'll also see florks now put the army cap on top of the moon. So anything that works against Russia or our own positive propaganda keeps us smiling, even though we know people are being murdered as we are on this space. So this is a way to raise money, and the artist was so kind, and it just sort of sped off, and you can get clothes with florks and things like this. But Shagster, maybe you will add more. That was sort of a bland response to you, Robin and David, but that's all for now.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Now, you know, I suddenly remember what they are. We need to find a picture somewhere to post in the
Look
nest.
in the nest.
Oh,
I
it's
didn't know
there
what it
already.
was,
Beautiful.
yeah.
Thank you.
So the Flork originator was it's Flork of Cows. So there's a website, florkofcows.com. If you go to @Flork of Cows, all one word, that's the originator. It's been around for years and years and years. And you can normally license the Flork of Cows and all that kind of stuff. You can license Florks, but NAFO don't have to license it. They've been given permission by Flork of Cows to create their own Florks and use Florks on stuff. And use the money raised, so you can have Florks on. I've got a Flork, so is Mockers actually. I've got a Flork sweatshirt, and the money raised from that goes to Ukraine. So Flork of Cows.
How wonderful that is, and how generous it was as well. Brilliant.
Okay, back to Denjan.
Yes, it turns out I actually had used it, but I didn't know what it was. But so I put today the Swedish king. He became one of them. Well, he was kind of accepted by the Flurks. So yeah, that's what I put up there.
He must be so proud.
my son, the Flork.
Yes, so we've run out of hands, haven't we, Robin? So all we want.
Actually, we've also run out of spots. So if there's anyone who is, oh, never mind. Shaggy just left down. Okay, so yes, go on, David.
Oh, right. Oh, okay. I was saying, if anyone wants to ask a question, feel free to come up and ask a question about anything. Well, pretty much anything. Oh, Tracy, you've got your hand up already, and Oyvind's turning up as well. This is brilliant stuff, Tracy.
Thank you, David, and it's great to hear you back, by the way. I just have an interesting post that I just came across. Today, Odessa is celebrating the 29th anniversary of the founding of the city. The head of the Odessa district, Yuri Kruk, together with the leadership of the region, the city, and the representatives of the military command and honorary citizens of the city, took part in a solemn ceremony and raising the flag of Odessa next to the city flag. The flags of many branches of the military that protect Ukraine from Russian invaders, as well as the flags of those states that support Ukraine and Odessa in its fierce struggle, also flew onto the square. The Pearl of the Black Sea will continue to develop thanks to its residents, diligent in their daily work since their thoughts and honest actions. On the occasion of the City Day, a special redemption of a postage stamp was held on which the architectural monuments of Odessa included in the UNESCO Cultural Heritage Site are depicted. I just thought that was quite cool and interesting. Thank you.
No, that's very interesting, and another stamp as well. The UNESCO monuments. Clearly, they're going to include the one that the Russians managed to or attempted to blow up as well. It's another in your face to Russia, isn't it? Right. This is the how Ukraine looks at it. Yeah, there we are. We've recorded it on a postage stamp. We might even send one to Putin as well. That would be wonderful.
The postage stamps are really wonderful. They as you're saying, it's in your face, each one of them in your face at the Russians, and they deserve it. Tracy.
Thank you, Robin. Just to say that I'm going to make a post about it now because there are some quite lovely pictures if anybody wants to look at them. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. I will take a look at that later. And congratulations to Odessa, and may she be rebuilt even more beautiful than before very soon.
Well, exactly, and I always wanted to go to Odessa, Robin. For about not about over a decade, I kept on saying to my friends, "Let's go to Odessa." No, and they kept on going, "No, they're all Russians in there," because they didn't want to go because they thought it was filled with Russians. So it's not Russian. they're Ukrainian, right? Anyway, I never got to go, but I will be going at some stage, hopefully very soon. Always wanted to go. It was just one of these things. I don't know why. Don't ask me why. The beautiful yellow and blue of Ukraine and the rest of it. Don't know, but always wanted to go.
Well, hopefully on our way to the Crimea beach party, we can make a stop off in Odessa sometime soon.
Yeah, very much so. And I hear Olga's going to make cups of coffee and tea for everyone. Tea and biscuits. She doesn't know yet, but we'll find out.
Sounds good. You know, we don't have any hands at the moment, so I wanted just to mention something that the Defense Intelligence of the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine has published recently, and it's topics of a new stage of information war against Ukraine has been approved in the Kremlin. This is on August 25th. Now, one wonders how they know what was decided in the Kremlin, but obviously they had a way. But let's hold this in abeyance for a moment because Oyvind is coming up, and we can deal with this a little bit later. Oyvind.
Good evening. I have a question. I don't know if anybody can answer it, but when did you first read about the orcs, that they call the Russian soldiers for orcs? Was that before the full-scale invasion, or just the same day, or where did it come from? It was a good description.
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I noticed that after the war had started, the whole business of orcs and as Axel calls it, Mordor. I asked a Ukrainian friend, and he didn't know actually. So I don't know, David, do you have any insight on that?
No, I don't have any insight on it either. I'm very much aware that very soon after the war started, the orcs started being used. I do know a couple of Ukrainian developers who I used to speak to before the war started, and I never heard them using the term. So yeah, but this is another thing for us to do to get the atheomology on it, right? Let's work out when did the orcs start.
And actually, and to back up a little bit, I'm sure you know of David, but some people might not. This comes from Tolkien's Lord of the Rings. The orcs were the bad guys.
Yeah, and Mordor and all that stuff. Yeah, but it was very good. I liked it.
Oh, it absolutely fits, no question about it.
And it's spread all over. I'm sure if you ask even Joe Biden, do you know what an orc is? He will say it's either from Tolkien's or it could be a Russian. Everybody know that. I don't know about the Pope, but all over.
We should let him know.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Okay, Denjon and then Benito Mussolini. Denjon.
Yeah, I think the orcs, it came very early, around I think it was around Bucha and Irpin and those places where it, they earned and deserved the nomination. I think it was around that time, so quite early, a few weeks in.
Yeah, it certainly fits. It also shows how educated Ukrainians are in non-Ukrainian literature. I couldn't name anybody in a Ukrainian book, but they're quite well acquainted with foreign literature, it seems. Benito.
So I can give you a bit of context on the orcs. The whole thing, it started out with a bunch of memes from the tabletop game Warhammer 40,000, which was based on Tolkien's sort of lore originally. There are space orcs in that one. There's a lot of memes out there about them being just absolutely rabid looters and just crazy in combat and more or less useless and stupid. And some 40k memes started pouring around, Warhammer 40,000 40k, started pouring around the time of the Bucha massacre, and it got picked up. Well, those memes didn't really endure, the description did.
Very interesting. That makes a lot of sense that it would come from a game. Thank you so much. That's definitely value added.
You're welcome. Gonna drop back down.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. That's really, really useful. Anyway, so I'm going to do a little bit. It's my turn to do a little bit of housekeeping now, Robin. So I'm going to remind everyone, if you would, retweet the space. That would be wonderful. I'm going to put a tweet into the nest in a moment. Well, I will do as soon as I can actually get to it, because guess what? My phone is just, well, Twitter just doesn't work. Oh, it doesn't work the way I want it to. Right, certainly isn't quick. I'm going to put it into the nest, so you don't even have to try and do anything really special. Just go up to the nest, and the first tweet in the nest, if someone isn't, G-Man's not here, so he's not going to put something in front of it. Now, or is he here? I'm looking. Right, so if you look at the first tweet in the nest, you will find a tweet that all you have to do is click on and share, and do a retweet, like it, maybe add a little funny comment to it, and then the rest of it, and that will bring more people into the space. Well, we hope so anyway.
Thank you, David. And don't forget about donating. As we said, we have many projects going. The more donations we can get, the more good we can do in Ukraine. Quite seriously, we've got a lot of as everyone knows, the need is great in Ukraine at this point, and any extra money that anybody can dig up, don't people sometimes say, oh, I could only give $5. What good is that? Well, we have about 350 people on. If each of you gives $5, I'll let David do the mathematics, because I can't even add, but
it's a lot. There you are. See, it's a lot.
Okay, Tracy.
Thank you, Robin. Yeah, I just wanted to add to what you were saying about the small amounts, because I live on a limited income, so I can't afford big amounts. The most I've been able to do in one go has been $25, and usually I do like $5 or $10. Sometimes I've even given $3. So, if you can afford it, it does make a difference. Like you said, Robin, if everybody in the space gave $3 now, it all adds up really quickly. And I find it easy to give little amounts and do it often. It's more manageable that way when you live on a limited income. And I'm doing all the same things that many other people are, like cooking at home and not buying takeaways, and especially coffee, because I have my coffee so strong. It's actually $10 for me to buy a coffee in a coffee shop, so I don't do that anymore. And I don't expect everybody else to give up all these things. This is just what I do. I've never been very materialist and needed lots of things like that in my life, so I find it quite easy to do that. But yeah, the small amounts do make a big difference, so please don't be embarrassed. It really is valuable. Thank you.
Tracy, you're a girl after my own heart with the coffee. And yeah, I think too, beyond the amount of money, I really believe that there's a critical mass, a psychic mass, sort of mass, I'm sorry, of people supporting Ukraine. That $5, it makes you part of a mass movement, and I really think it makes a difference beyond the money. That the good thoughts and the intentions, the concern. It's the money is important, but also the thoughts that go behind it are equally important.
Always, isn't it? Right. The whether it's 50p, 50 cents, or $500 or whatever it is, right? It is the thought behind it. And as we go, I mean, I was gonna bring out something from the Bible, but I can't remember the words of it. The one where Jesus was talking about the little old poor lady who gave a shekel or something along those lines, as opposed to that over someone who is very, very wealthy, right? Proportionally, we will get the idea, is that she was giving considerably more, right? And there's the thing: we know that people who donate often aren't from incredibly wealthy families and the rest of it. They're typically very, very generous. And we are certainly, I am incredibly grateful for everything that everyone does.
I think we all are. And it's interesting too. I have seen surveys done in the United States, and it's probably the same everywhere. It's often the people who are, as you're saying, of modest incomes, who proportionally give a lot more than people who have more and could manage to give more. I think somehow people who don't have a lot, they know what it's like to not have a lot, and they know how much it can mean to someone else. So yeah, it's a wonderful thing. we just somebody posted in the back channel something called the Ukrainian War Dictionary, which it has an article on why Russians are called orcs. This is something I'd never heard of this, so I'm going to take a look at it later. It's at
1999. There we are.
Oh, there you go.
But it's not much of a surprise, though, is it? When you think about it, and I'm just thinking about the days of when I was in, right? It's not much of a surprise that when I think about it, everything was a little bit Mordorish in the days when the wall was still up before Glasnost and and all of those things. It was a strange old place. I'll remind everyone. So many years ago, I used to be. I was stationed in Berlin for quite had a reasonable amount of time. It used to be a short posting, but I got extra time there. And one of the things we used to do, they would have the Berlin train, which was a military train that used to go down, and it was really call it a mobile embassy. And I used to swap with the Russian guards, right? Things like 2 packets of cigarettes for a Russian greatcoat, for which I would then go in my capitalistic way and sell to someone on a Sunday or wherever it was later for whatever it was, 50 or 100 Deutschmarks, right? Always felt a little bit like Mordor.
I remember when I was in the late 70s. I spent a year in Germany, and we made a visit to Berlin and to East Berlin, and it's people who haven't done that, or from the West, don't have any experience with what that Soviet occupation was like. I mean, I will never forget crossing over. I think it was Friedrichstrasse, from West to East Berlin. West Berlin was a prosperous Western city, and we crossed over, and it was like, I mean, it wasn't actually bombed out, but it was dark and gray, and people were wearing cheap clothing in those horrible Trabant cars. Really, it was Mordorish, as you're saying.
It was dire. So in those days, it would have been the old style Checkpoint Charlie. From the Checkpoint Charlie, people were recognised from the 1960s and the films, right?
Yeah,
so
exactly.
no. So that is exactly how it was for me. So I was first arrived at the Berlin 1979. And that was my first trip there. Yeah, and it really very much was when you look at it. And we used to go across to go and get cheap beer, but we had to be in uniform, and but it was 4 Deutschmarks to the Westmark, and then it was 4 marks to the pound. So we could go a long way. And it was a incredible time, and interestingly, people. The way they would react in East Germany, obviously they reacted very differently than Russians did, but wasn't great. If anyone's seen the film the Lives of Others, the Liebe der Anderen, then I highly recommend it, because that is incredibly close to how Berlin was in those days.
Yeah, that's a very powerful movie. If you want to know what it was like, if you want to, probably Russia's probably still like that, and it's certainly what it was like in East Germany in the bad old days. The Lives of Others is a really really powerful movie. I highly recommend it. Also, Denjan.
Yeah, I was actually in East Berlin in May of 1989, and I think I said it here before, but yeah, there's many listeners here. But so actually, we asked how long is this war gonna last? They said, oh, it's gonna be there forever, keeping us safe from the evil West. That was in May, and then November came, and yeah, it was history.
Yeah, and I remember I went back for the 1-year anniversary as well, right? And the number of people who turned up for that, it was incredible. And it was still in those days, because the wall had just come down and people were just wandering around, and the differences were really stark. I mean, going back, the city's not even the same. So the Kurfürstendamm, which was the sort of the Oxford Street in the Times, doesn't really exist anymore. It's all moved on. and everything's moved towards the east, right? But it was just incredible. The concrete, communist type structures, and then you had the differences with the buildings that had survived, for instance, in West Berlin. Very, very stark differences.
I remember in East Berlin still seeing bullet holes in the buildings.
Yep.
Yep. It's unbelievable. Okay, we've got some hands, James, and then Pierre.
Hey, just on orcs in the Lord of the Rings. Loved the book as a kid, and grew up reading it again a couple times, and more recently again. And what I just want to say about it is that first, J.R.R. Tolkien, in his introduction to the book, he said, "This is not about World War II." And you could say, well, it sure was. It seems like it was. It felt like it was. But he says no. And also the other thing is, and I'll get back to this, but he's a Catholic, and he actually, after he became famous because of this book, the Catholics kind of hooked him up to take a hand in editing a new version of the Bible. So he's got that little kind of work in his resume, which I find kind of humorous because it feels like from his comments about it, he got dragged into that. But back to the orcs and this, I can kind of see how he may have been looking forward in time as he wrote this, because he was writing it during the Second World War, much of it. And I could see now that he probably had a very good handle on the world, and he clearly could express himself in writing and understood history. I think is evidenced in his building of histories. That, anyways, he I think maybe looked forward to this and had a better picture. And finally, you'll probably recall from reading it or seeing the movie, which, anyways, not perfect but useful. The orcs were of two types, and I would just compare them to the Russian Ministry of Defense, their war staff versus Wagner. And so there was, because Saruman, who is sort of the servant of Sauron, he's sort of like Prigozhin, I guess. I don't know, because they did call him Sharky, and they were kind of, the orcs in Lord of the Rings called him an affectionate term, Sharky. But anyway, so that's enough. I probably killed this, but anyways, hopefully they all kill each other, like in the battle where the hobbits go into the tower and all the orcs kill each other in the tower while they're trying to sneak by. Anyways, good stuff if it happens that way.
Well, it is, and there's so many similarities, can't you? As you know, everyone had those very expensive chain mail things, which is the modern day version of Kevlar and bulletproof vests, right? And good old Frodo, carrying that. The similarities are really up there. And here's the thing: whilst he may have said it wasn't about, you have to think that that maybe subliminally it really was, because he was living in that period of time where it must have felt very much like that. So how would you be able to take it out? Even the author might not even have understood some of the reasons why he came up with what he was thinking and why he came up with it. Yeah, good stuff. Thanks, James.
Okay, Dave, we have a couple of hands. Let's go to Pierre and then Joanna.
Hi, folks. I'm not sure if you can hear me.
Loud and clear.
Wonderful. Yeah, just a couple of things about East Germany and Russia. I had the opportunity in 1992 I was doing a sabbatical in Germany, and my host and I went over to the ehemaligen DDR, the former East Germany, and on looking at environmental projects, and it was actually shocking to cross the border and drive through those little East German villages that hadn't seen paint since the Second World War, right? And the state of the infrastructure that you could even see was really quite horrible, and visited a potash mine and processing center, which was the worst environmental disaster I ever was close to. So you know, it really gave an image of what life was like under that regime. But in and around the same time, I mentioned this on the space a few weeks back in another context. I was in Berlin, and at the Brandenburg Gate near the Reichstag, and out in the big cobblestone area in front of it was the Red Army band, and they were playing, and they had a kind of bowl for people to drop coins in for you know, to gather money for them. And I remember thinking at the time what an incredible fall it had been for Russia, for the Soviet Union, if the Red Army band was now reduced to playing for a tip jar for all intents and purposes at that time. So I suspect part of that, the impact of that fall, is what has motivated people like Vladimir Putin, you know, to as a kind of imagining the fall of the Soviet Union as the great geopolitical disaster. Anyway, that's it. I'll drop back down.
Yes, it's difficult to explain to people how different things were back in the day. I mean, it's an extraordinarily long time ago, isn't it? But it feels like an extraordinarily long time ago. I was young. I still had hair then, Robin. Yeah.
Amazing.
I know, it is unbelievable, isn't it? Yeah, young, and I still had hair. Those were the
What's
days.
frightening is it means you must be as old as I am.
Very clear. Oh, I don't know. I won't ask you your age. I'll guess though, right? But I won't do it publicly.
Okay, it's a deal. But we both were in East Berlin in the 70s, so that does tell you something.
It does, doesn't it?
Okay, let's go on to Joanna, and then Oyvind, if he doesn't drop down again. We're having some connectivity problems, but we'll keep on keeping on. Joanna.
Thank you, Robin. So I have two things. First, you talked about Berlin in those years, and I don't know how Berlin was, but I know how Romania was, and yeah, it was very, very much grayish. If in the 70s there was still, you know, life, and in Romania the situation worsened gradually. So in the 70s, I have pictures with my family with, you know, colored shirts and nice dresses and things like this. Late 80s in Romania, it was like everybody was in uniform, and it was gray and ugly, and, you know, no electricity, a lot of time. Winter, it was very cold. The shops were empty. You couldn't buy things even if you had money. Money were not a problem then, but the availability of the products was. And, you know, Ceausescu had that idea that Romania should not have debts, and everything was going to export. So every day we were seeing at TV how great the harvest was, and so on. And in fact, we had cards for 1/4 of a bread per day per person, adults, not children. The children were included in the family, you know. So yeah, it was a very great time, and I do remember some of it. And yeah, I'm glad that Romania is very different today, and I hope that you know, even people in Russia will manage to see the light at one moment. Anyway, I wanted also to comment on the orcs, because it's very interesting. Usually, you know, the fiction is inspired from the reality, and there are those wonderful stories that tell us, you know, the difference between good and evil. Those monster stories are very useful for the children, because that's how they learn. That's how they learn about the courage, about values, about things that we have to fight in life. And for the last 77 years, we didn't have war in Europe like this, and we kind of forgot about this. And those stories come back alive now, and we have seen this denomination of the Russian as orcs. And I did some philosophy studies, and for me it's very difficult to call them orcs. It's not a thing that I like to do, because it's in a way dehumanizing them, but it's also a symbol, and it's very important to think about it as a symbol. And actually it's very appropriate in a way, because it represents this dehumanization that the Russians prove themselves capable of being, and doing things that we thought that are not possible in 2022, 2023. And I also, because we are here in the fictional realm, I also wanted to point out that what is happening now in a way is a hero's journey. I don't know if you are familiar with this circle, this narrative. It's very interesting. The people of Ukraine is a hero right now, and they are going through this journey. And in stories, this is used very much, this scheme of what is happening in order to build a wonderful story. And Ukraine is doing that right now. There is the call for action. There are some, when the hero decides if he will take the task that is ahead of him, and it's a very difficult task, and he take it. And then there are like helpers, there are allies, there are even supernatural helpers, and of course there are no supernatural things, but those eyes in the sky that are provided by the allies, those HIMARS, those howitzers, and a lot of other things that Ukraine is getting, almost supernatural in a way. And you have these allies, and you have to fight, and there are also traitors, and you have to fight for them. There are people that try to trick you, and Robin, I think we know about the efforts that Ukraine is doing to get rid of corruption and things like this. And there is this big battle, very determining battle, but then there is also a moment of reconciliation, because people in Ukraine will have to live with the population that was in occupied territories and was kind of influenced by the Russian narrative and so on. So there will be this part of reconciliation between the members of the same nation that are kind of different in thinking. So this will be an effort too. And then there will be the return to normality, the return to a new world, building this new world, reconstructing Ukraine, and being the master of it as it should, a people that is free, and it's living the best of of the possibilities. And I really hope that this will come soon. So I just wanted to talk about it, because I think it fits. I think it's a good way to look at it, like this challenge that is in face of the Ukrainian people, and how he behaves, in fact, in his totality as a hero.
I can't disagree with anything you said. It's incredible, isn't it? Because they are fighting a war, the war against an external enemy, and then there's the internal enemy of let's call it the Russian disease again, and what they're fighting for there. It is as you say, a heroic struggle for their freedom. And it is pretty incredible. One of the things that when you were talking reminded me. So when we came back from Africa, one of the things that I did, or my family did, on the way to on holiday in the summer, we would go through France down to Italy or to Spain, or go into the south of France. But one of the big things that we did was we would go through the war cemeteries, because my mum at the time was busy trying to find, because it wasn't that long after the war, trying to find her cousins. She's lost 3 or 4 of her cousins in Italy and in France, and didn't know where they were. So we would take a route that went through the cemeteries, and she would be looking at the names. I'm pretty certain something like that will be happening in Ukraine, 10, 20 years time from now.
Yeah, you're right. It's going to be a long time before normality can come back because of that. One of the things that we're talking about learning from history, and one of the things that I hope Ukraine does better than Germany. I think they will. Germany, when after reunification, I think that the people in the West assumed that they were now one people, but they did not do the hard work of rooting out the Soviet spies and the networks there that unfortunately seem to still be to some extent in place in East Germany, that are creating massive problems with Russian disinformation and that kind of thing. I think Ukraine will be better at that. They, for one thing, have a lot more experience directly with what the Russian apparatus is like than maybe the West Germans did. But it's going to be a lot of work for a long time.
And it was a case of sort of Germany went through the, yes, it's all over, right? We don't have to worry about these things, and instead of thinking, sleeper cells and all the other things they should have been, and there is being a continual capture of or finding that there are people in very senior places who have been actual fact really still on this, working for communist Russia. They just moved. Maybe they're I don't think they were. Maybe they would be Stasi. Maybe they're not. But some of the politicians and some of the decisions they've made, they make very little sense until you add Russia to that factor, right? And then suddenly you go, oh yeah.
Yeah. Now, if I can get my mic on, I would refer people to a book I've mentioned before in this space, Putin's People by Catherine Belton. I'm still attempting to get through it in the midst of being on MriyaReport 24/7, either listening or co-hosting. But in the first couple of chapters, she talks about exactly this, about how the money that was squirreled away by the KGB, and how what went on in setting up sleeper cells and networks in the former East Germany and in the rest of the West. So I highly recommend it. She's been sued several times by Russia, so it shows you that there must be something to it. Putin's People, Catherine Belton, highly recommended. Let's go now to Oyvind, and then Tracy, and then Lily.
I find some interesting about the orc thing. It's actually, it's the Russian themselves. It's back to the Soviet era. There's an entire genre dedicated to the interpretation of Tolkien's books, and Russian writers make significant contribution to this development. One of the most popular books on the subject is Russian writer and publicist Kirill Yeskov's The Last Ringsman. In this, he claims that the Lord of the Rings is Western propaganda written to justify the orc genocide. So it comes from themselves.
That is fascinating. Have you heard about that, David?
Sorry, I got distracted. I heard the bit that said where Oyvind said that even the Russians think this, but then
I can repeat it.
Please do.
There is an entire genre dedicated to the interpretation of Tolkien's books. Russian writers make a significant contribution to this development. One of the most popular books in the subject is Russian writer and publicist Kirill Yeskov's The Last Ringsman. In this, he claims that the Lord of the Rings is Western propaganda written to justify the orc genocide.
Oh, well, how interesting is that? How very, very interesting. So that, yeah. Therefore we see it as Robin, as you were saying, the other book, they're getting a bit of lawfare against it. So this is they genuinely believe that it was written about them. So here's the thing: by ipso facto, by definition, they see the semblances, or they recognise within their own society that behaviour. How interesting is that?
Yeah, I find that very interesting.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you. I step down.
Yeah, thank you, Evan. Okay, we'll go to Tracy, Lily, and then Dr. Nick, who I'm sure has some insight into this. So, Tracy.
Thank you, Robin, and thank you, Ivan. That was very interesting. I'm actually quite surprised, but not surprised at the same time, if that makes sense. So I just wanted to say that President Zelensky's evening address is out, and I will post that in a moment. But I just thought it was quite poignant, something that he'd said. He's spoken about Odessa, and apparently it's the day of Sumi today as well, although that day changes every year because he said that's the second Saturday in September. But on the corruption thing, I just thought it's very interesting. If it's okay, I'll just read a short bit of what he said. Undoubtedly, we will defend Ukraine and restore freedom to our land. Each of us feels that this will be Ukraine with different rules. The borders are the same. Democracy, probably just as turbulent. Freedom is one of the greatest in Europe, as always. But without a doubt, there will be no more decades-long business as usual for those who plundered Ukraine and got themselves above the law and any rules. I thank the Ukrainian law enforcement for their determination to bring every case stalled for decades to a just conclusion. The law must work. It is so, and it will be so. Glory to Ukraine. I just thought, given what we were discussing, that was quite important. And then also, lastly, just to say that the Ministry of Defence has created a commemorative coin. And they say 27 years ago, the national currency, the hryvnia, was put into circulation in Ukraine. The history of the fight against the Russian aggressor will definitely end with a commemorative coin dedicated to our victory. And I will drop down now. Thank you, guys. It's been really interesting. And please retweet the space, everybody, and donate if you can. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy, and you've made a great contribution to this, so we really appreciate it. Lily, and then Dr. Nick.
Oh, thank you, Robin and David. I had sent a note or asked a question to Ioana if anyone discussed the Financial Times enormous article on Andrei Melnichenko today. And why I bring it up now is because we were talking about fables and fairy tales, or even religious texts that teach good and evil and all the conflicts. And the title of this enormous interview is "It's Pointless to Talk About Good and Evil." That's Melnichenko's quote. And in this ridiculously long article, I don't know if anyone is familiar with him. He is considered one of the wealthiest oligarchs. I don't know, it seems like they all have bazillions of dollars. But he gave his interview where? In Dubai, because he was sanctioned in 2022 by the EU. He was sanctioned at that time because he happened to go to an emergent oligarch meeting in Moscow. He said he thought it was related to Russian entrepreneur oligarchs, except it was sort of a browbeating by Putin. And he read them the Riot Act. And what day was that? But February 23rd. That's when Putin called them all home. And he said now he's a pariah. So Italy got his $600 million yacht. Fortunately for him, he was able to hold on to his $300 million yacht that he's able to use at UAE. Now, through all of this, the war, actually, because he's in coal and fertilizers, doubled his, I guess, not income, but his holdings. And I just want to read, if you don't mind, good and evil, right? So he's a pariah, and he had to leave his villa in San Moritz, and now he can only go to Russia and, I guess, UAE. So he's very sad. What is his take on it? Well, you can't say good or evil, so you can't blame just Russia, and it wasn't Putin. This is what this Momser says. Melnichenko says, Ukraine's Volodymyr Zelensky is responsible for the war because he made it a goal of his election campaign to avoid the war, but provoked his strong, aggressive neighbor into doing it through his extreme unprofessionalism. CIA's Burns failed when the US declassified intel that Putin was planning the invasion. That means he did his job badly and couldn't achieve what he needed to do to avoid the war. Now, if that isn't just the most ridiculous tripe, and the FT has the gonads to paste that as a full-on interview, one entire page. It's really disgusting. I have a love-hate with many newspapers, and I read many of them, but this really is pathetic. And by the way, he has a Ukrainian mom. Belarusian.
Yeah, jeez. Yeah, thank you, Lily. That is absolutely vile, and shame on the Financial Times. I would have thought better of them. Yeah, well, he may not think that good and evil is something to talk about, but I think the rest of us would beg to differ with him, and I would say he is on the side of evil, which may be why he doesn't like the term. Dr. Nick.
No. Oh, I'm sorry. Go right ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, Lily. We lost you, Dr. Nick. Okay, go ahead.
No, I was here. You were saying go ahead, Lily, so I thought she was supposed to say something.
No, Dr. Nick, you go for it.
Okay, great. So when I didn't see who it was because I was driving at the moment, but when the other speaker was talking about the Lord of the Rings thing, I had read about that a while ago. I don't know, more than a year ago or something like this, 2 years ago or whatever it was. And one of the, I don't know if this other thing that I'm about to say is out of that, because I just remember sort of being, very, of course, like we all are now, like, of course. So I didn't really read into it or, investigate it much further. But not too long after that, I heard some sort of line about how Ukrainians are supposed to be like the elves in Lord of the Rings, because they are the purebloods or whatever, and so they're really the fascists. And they try to liken the elves in Lord of the Rings to fascists and all of this kind of stuff. And it was just, you just really had to laugh at the whole thing, because, of course, I mean, if you know anything about Lord of the Rings, the orcs were, of course, evil, horrible, and terrible. And it had nothing to do with, per se, them being of mixed quote unquote race. It was just, they were bred to be that way. And so, it's just really, kind of crazy. But I don't know if those two things were exactly aligned, if that author was the one who said that, or if somebody else extrapolated from that. But I just remember that line from it, and I don't know if anybody's actually read the thing. I just didn't want to waste my time, but that was just something else that was floating around in relation to that, so I thought I would bring it up.
Thank you, Dr. Nick. Also this business of Ukrainian and racial purity is a riot. I mean, Ukraine is one of the most diverse countries in Europe. I think it's, and I know again from speaking with Ukrainians, when you talk to Ukrainians and you bring up Jews, it's like, oh yeah, there are Ukrainians who are Jewish too. There's none of this. It's a different group. Or, I remember Sarah Aston Cirillo a few months ago. She said she's not talking about being transgender in Ukraine anymore because it's absolutely not an issue. So, in Ukraine, it's not an issue. So why bring it up? And then to have this, the Russian propaganda has so little relationship to what Ukraine is really like, that it's, people are getting to know Ukraine. I think God willing, will have less and less of an effect. Yeah, Dr. Nick.
Sort of related to that, I remember being in Moscow one time. Well, I mean, I was there many times, but you rarely saw people of African descent at any point. But one time I did, and I remember, I think it was in the Pushkinskaya metro, and I had just gotten, off my little metro car, walking, out towards the street, and there was this group of Russians sitting down on a bench in there, and then these African men, young African men, I think there was like 4 or 5 of them, walked by together. And it was like everybody just sort of stopped and like stared at them. And I was just like, what is this? Like, are they like, is this like a zoo or something? Are you like just, I mean, like literally it was like in a Western, like in the spaghetti Westerns, like when somebody, walks in and then everybody stops and like, turns and looks and it's like really awkward. It was literally like that. And I'm not in any way exaggerating. It was just really strange. So, that's just unfortunately the way it is. And when you watch Russian movies, I think I alluded to this last night or one of these days recently about how, in Russia, the use of the N-word is really quite common. And they are just thoroughly convinced that this isn't a bad word. And they really don't care what anybody else thinks. And so and they'll just use it so casually, and they're convinced because of the fact that they can use that word, that, for example, America is less free and less democratic because we don't use that word and think that it's taboo. So just stuff like that. I mean, I literally have had people say that to me, and when the many times I've been to Russia, when they realize you're an American, they're like, oh, well, and then they just want to sit there and list all the ways that Russia is better. And I'm not kidding you. Not a single person that did that to me in the many times I'd been there did not list the fact that they could say the N word. And yet
perverse.
I know it really is, isn't it? And that was one of the many things that made them free. And another thing that they would say is, in American TV shows, there's always like a black person, except they don't say black person. And some Latin person and some like Asian person or something like this. And sometimes an Indian person or something like this, and they're like, it's not really like that in real life. And I'm like, I don't know, maybe in some rural parts of the country, but in bigger cities, and in some of the suburbs around there, definitely. I have lots of, I mean, I'm not trying to sound like that person. I have black friends, but I'm trying to make the point that, this is actually not that uncommon, in actual reality. And it's like, they like, don't believe you. They think you're just like making this up if you have friends of different ethnicities and that this is like a common thing for you. They think that it's just trying to be PC or something like this, and pushing that on you or something, and you're like, just like, wow. People actually think this way. But anyway, so just thought I would bring that up too.
Yeah, thank you. That's very interesting. We don't, you're in a unique position because you've actually spent a lot of time in Russia, and these are things you bring things that I couldn't even have imagined. So much
Yeah, of course.
appreciated.
I just want to say real
yeah.
quickly, just as a caveat, of course, not everybody said those kinds of things to me, but it would be every trip I'd have people say those things to me. So of course, the people that I hung around with didn't say those kinds of things. Of course, I'm not 100% sure how many of them might have harbored those things and just didn't say them to me out of being polite, or what the situation was. A few of them I could say for sure I don't think really felt that way. But I'm certain that there are people who aren't completely racist in Russia, but it seemed to be entirely too common that people wanted to say those things to me, which I thought was really strange. But anyway.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Nick. David, do you have anything you want to add before we go to Miscellaneous?
No, I'm easing.
And then you'll have to go get yourself a cuppa. So, okay, we'll keep things going in the meantime. Miscellaneous.
Hi, I just wanted to add that if this description of a Russian of a book from Tolkien has been this presented this way, and it was written in a communistic era actually, then I wouldn't actually put too much thought into it, because back then everything was censored from the West, and everything coming from the West was considered some sort of Western propaganda. In China, it was called, I think, even capitalistic propaganda, or probably in Russia as well. So they always tried to keep those things out from public, and if they somehow managed to those things managed to get into the public, they needed to have a higher ground on the interpretation. So they had to somehow discredit it, and everything was called Western propaganda. And to conquer the narrative, they needed to explain it in such a way that it would actually show the people why they should not read it and why it's evil and things like that. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, that is true. Although, as we know, the occurrence of samizdat was quite wide in those days. So a lot of, it's a funny thing, when you ban something, it becomes more interesting to some people. So I have a feeling a lot of these things were circulated under the counter, sort of, and where the government couldn't see it. Carrie.
Hello, Robin. Hello, David.
Hello.
I'm just hunting to see what's going on, because I've not been on most of the day. And I just wanted to come up to say, oh my God, David, I'm so happy you're back. It's lovely that you're here.
Oh, thank you very much.
Yeah, really nice. And then I'll send you a voicemail, because I finally solved my plumbing problem today. But I'll send you a voicemail to explain it.
That is great news.
Carrie has fixed her plumbing. There we are.
Second plumbing problem down. I'll send you a voicemail, okay? But yeah, send me a message. Catch up, okay?
Do it. Yeah, thank you. Bye.
See you in a bit.
So this is no more waterfalls when Carrie comes up to speak. That's so sad. I'm thinking, as Carrie mentioned, we really need to take a look at what's actually going on in Ukraine right now. And I have not been watching the feed here. I see that Zaporizhia is under air raid alert. Gee, what's new there? But anyone has been keeping better track than I have in the last hour or so. Feel free to come up and give us the latest. As I said, we've been talking about other things, and I haven't been watching.
I've not been watching. I did think there was something. There might have been a drone thing happening, but these are daily. Happen daily nowadays. At the moment, there's not a lot happening that they're telling anyone about. Right, there is a lot happening, but we're not getting any intel on it, because guess what? It's all an OPSEC thing, and we'll get to hear about it when they are. The sort of stuff that's being released at the moment is demining and a load of that stuff. I'd be interested to know what things we might be getting from the US, but at the moment there's not a lot on about it.
Actually, that does remind me of something I saw, that apparently, after all of our protestations to the contrary, apparently the United States is now going to be sending depleted uranium munitions to this is in Reuters this morning. sending controversial armor-piercing munitions containing depleted uranium to Ukraine. So we can expect in the next day or two to have the Russians freaking out about how we're going to contaminate all of Eastern Europe with hot, with radioactivity, completely ignoring the fact that depleted means the stuff isn't radioactive anymore. Anyway,
and who was it? What newspaper?
This is in the Reuters feed.
Yes, so good old Taz again, because that's where Reuters gets their information from. Yeah, look, I mean, look, this is just stunning, isn't it? Because the Russians have been using depleted uranium all the time, right? But this is part of which number? Here you are. This is a test for you, Robin. Out of the 5 Russian narratives, disinformation narratives, which one is this?
Oh, I couldn't tell you, David. You tell me.
I can't tell you either. It's one of 5. I can tell you that. But yeah, look. I mean, oh yes, the accuse someone of doing something that you yourself is doing to remove the spotlight on yourself, right? Okay, it's just this is just extraordinary, and that also explains why I saw a thing about a depleted uranium shell. Yeah, it does have depleted. The word is in the depleted, right? We use it. It's an extraordinarily hard metal, and therefore is very, very effective. People who go in there aren't dying of cancer. And by the way, if they were in a tank and it's hit by a depleted uranium shell, they're sort of dying a little bit before cancer could get to them.
You think? Also the other thing is, at this point, how can we say anymore we can't send them Abrams tanks until the armoring is changed out from depleted uranium to whatever it is they want to change out? It's the excuses are falling by the wayside, and it's time to get our behinds in gear in this country and get the weaponry to Ukraine yesterday, and no more of this, of all of the excuses, in my not so humble opinion.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's obvious we just haven't given enough, have we? This time, no, it wasn't this time last year. It was July last year when Axel and I, and in fact John Howarth, did a back of the fag packet, and we worked on the back of a fag packet was a minimum of 1,000 IFVs, and I think it was 600 main battle tanks. And what have we got? I think in total we may have managed 120 main battle tanks as opposed to the 600.
Yeah, and in this country we have, we've got more than Ukraine could ever possibly use that we're never going to touch. It's going to go out of they're going to have to decommission after it gets too old. It's just I don't get it. It's somehow, well, I'm not going to speculate as to why, but really we have to call your, as the CC is always saying, call your congressmen, representatives, everyone in the United States. If you're here, let them know it's, this. I mean, I personally, I'm a one issue voter, and I never used to be, but I will vote for anybody if they're going to do good by Ukraine. The United States will survive the worst government that we could have. We'll be all right. We'll get it back together again. But Ukraine cannot survive without us giving it what it needs now. And no more young, wonderful, talented Ukrainians should be dying because we can't get the munitions to them. It's unconscionable.
And it's not just even that, is it? There's many other things. It was the other day I saw it was a tweet. It was a tweet about you won't know this, Robin, but during the COVID days we had these things called the Nightingale hospitals, right? And there were quite. I think there were 3, or might have been even 4. They had an astonishing number of beds in there. They have just sold hospital beds, which are coming. They're about £10,000 a pop. They've just been sold for £6 each. We could have just donated those to Ukraine. So here you are. You've had a lot of hospitals that have been blown up. You need this kit. We could have just sent that stuff. They were sold for £6. If you took a wheel off one of those beds, you would get £10 for it on eBay. Hospital bed wheels are astonishingly pricey. So someone somewhere got an absolute bargain. We could have just given them. And this is the thing that throughout the Western world, things like this will be happening. I mean, when I heard it was £6, of course, the first thing that came to my mind was someone got a nudge, nudge, wink, wink deal, right, of the century. Yeah, and we could be doing so much more. And that's not for here. It's not just America. I'm talking about Europe. I believe that Europe could have solved this problem without America. We've got the money, and we spent, look, 750 billion subsidizing or setting aside for energy, right? So we've not 750 billion. I think we're at America's at what, 79 billion help to Ukraine. So 10 times more, right? That's how much help we could have given. Oh, I see Prince has got a hand up.
Hey there, David. I actually would like to test something, and I'm hoping maybe it makes some of our American audience giggle, and they will recognize it. So hang on here. Did you hear that?
Oh, I didn't. Try again.
Nope.
No, I'm not hearing anything.
I'm not hearing anything.
Okay. Well, then that's not working.
Might be noise cancellation.
Yeah, but
yeah, very possible.
Yeah, I'm trying not to. Well, I'll figure it out. I'll live. It's just a stupid little sound effect that I was hoping to use for our time tonight, and on the crime and punishment BU segment. And that's fine. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work.
Oh, I bet I know what it was. Well, we've got a few hours to work on it, so hopefully.
You know what it was? It was done. It's
the Law and Order ding ding.
Unorder ding ding. It sure it is, and we're just trying to have a little fun with it. And I even didn't use my headphones, so it might be a setting on the phone, but
yeah, it could be. So, Prince, remind me: is the SBU part of your show is going to be starting at 10, or is it starting later?
Starts at 10 Eastern time.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah, 10 Eastern. I always forget that. We New Yorkers are so ethnocentric. I think that everything revolves around my time. Yeah, thank you. Good. That I have to be able to stay up and not fall asleep before this time. Great.
Yeah, it's just that it's as we've moved and done this for a couple of weeks now, we have discovered that we're having fun with the wordplay with the SBU and the TV show in the United States, Law and Order. So we've decided to call it Crime and Punishment SBU, and we're just having a little bit of fun with that. So it's getting some people's attention, though, I think, which is part of the point. So I'm liking it. Thank you, guys.
You're going to get a bit of an iced tea sound effect on there as well.
Yeah, right. Wouldn't that be good? So yeah, it's a good play on that TV show, I think, and that TV show's been around forever, and so it's a lot of fun. I think a lot of people know it and recognize some of the things, even the little description we put on the card. It ends with "These are their stories," or this, the same kind of theme that they do with that show, and so it's a lot of fun.
You have to see. Maybe Dave can figure out how to get us to be able to hear that sound. You've got a few hours to work it out anyway, so hopefully.
Well, I did
play it on computer speakers or something like
that.
I
was playing it on computer speakers. I was playing it on computer speakers, and I don't have my headphones on, and my phone was literally sitting on top of the laptop.
I bet Masilius is right. It's probably something to do with maybe the frequency is higher. I know that my son was telling me something about that with the noise cancellation and the different frequencies it cancels more or less. Anyway, you've produced a bunch of hands, Prince. Thank you.
No problem. Look at all those hands. Thank you, guys.
Okay, David, did you notice the order these came up in?
No, not at all. I
Okay.
rarely notice anything, Robin.
Okay, I'm gonna go Chris, Tracy, Yana, and Denjon, and hope that's more or less right. Chris.
I think it is pretty well, actually, Robin. I was just going to say, well, New York is a sort of civilized 5 hours behind us, isn't it? Whereas the West Coast is a bit, 7, it's too much. Well, I have a question for you, David. Right? If the Americans take off their secret armor off of their Abrams, what would they put on? Do you think? That's a question for you. And I have a question for Dr. Nick as well. Dr. Nick, I'm confused, right? So which are the real Russians, and who are they racist to? Because it confuses me. Today I saw a video, and I don't know how. I guess it was true. There were presumably Muscovians or something, and that police kicking over all of the food of the immigrant workers, right? So I can't quite understand, Dr. Nick, right? Which ones are the real Russians, and which ones are the ones that you take the piss out of? Let me put it like that.
Well, I mean, the real Russians, depends on what you mean by real Russians. So let's define your terms. When you say that term, what do you think you mean? I mean, what do you mean? I don't mean what do you think you mean. What do you mean?
Well, I think I mean probably Muscovites and St. Petersburgers. I think those are probably the ones that think they're the real Russians.
Well, I'd be more precise than that. It's ethnic Russians. And they don't necessarily have to be in St. Petersburg or Moscow, but of course, the ones in St. Petersburg and Moscow, and I would also add Ekaterinburg. Those are the 3 largest cities in Russia. Maybe, to a lesser extent, maybe Vladivostok too. But, then just generally, I think ethnic Russians, but of course, Muscovites and those in St. Petersburg also additionally see themselves better than everybody else. But of the ethnic Russians. And everybody else would be, considered part of the sort of Russian state, okay, as like a citizen, if that makes sense, kind of like as like the government sort of structure, but not true Russians, right? So that I think would be the difference. So
Dr.
yeah,
Nick,
go ahead.
I'm sorry. I know in Ukrainian they make a distinction between Ruski and Rusiani. Is that what you're talking about? Like the real ethnic
Right.
Russians as opposed to, yeah.
Right. So and it's the same in Russian. So it's you have Ruski and Rosia. Yeah, it's Rosiani, and those are Ruski is ethnic Russian, and Rosiani are the national like citizens. Like you can be a citizen of Russia, okay, but being Ruski is, so think of like Ruski Mir, right? And so they try to say that Ruski doesn't really denote ethnic Russians anymore. But those that know that that's not really true. And that, that because they try to say, and you see this through the various
sort of state-run propaganda that they often show, where they'll have, like, "Ya Ruski," and it's people from, like, Chechnya and, you know, um, where is it? Like Tuva and, these various places, right? All over, Sumi and all over the place, right? These various ethnicities. Um, but we know that that's not really the case, that they treat the ethnicities differently. You can measure this mathematically in the way that funding is given to the ethnic regions and all of that kind of stuff. And you can especially say those that are migrant workers fall even, believe it or not, somewhat further down. And it becomes a situation where you see kind of akin to America in, the turn of the last century, where we had lots of migrant workers come in, and then you had those who were here, um, previously, who were also being, that were considered American, but were still ethnic minorities who were second class citizens. And yet they felt that they had some higher position. And so they too would push down the migrants and whatnot, also, or the immigrant workers. Uh, because unfortunately, that's the way this sort of like weird psychology ends up happening, of Russification or Anglicization, um, that weird sort of psychology where that it makes you feel like, that because you've gained this status of citizenship, that somehow maybe you can become one of them if, you engage in that sort of same behavior. But the reality is, in Russia, those ethnic others will never really truly be Russian, no matter how Russified they are, like Shoigu or Kadyrov or any of those people. They will never really be good enough. So, Chris, I don't know if you have a follow up to that.
Yeah, I do. How do they tell one another? Do they carry DNA kits around, or do they have like a Mason's secret sign or something?
Usually there's something. I guess you know they imagine that they can tell by either a accent or, a certain phenotype, or, it's those kinds of things. And when you live in a community, right? So say you live in one of these ethnic regions, right? People know who each other are. Um, it could be your name, like if your first name's a certain way, even your last name, like the first part of your last name might be of an ethnic origin, though it might have a Russified ending, so that could be part of it too. And so there's this sort of these sort of baked in ways that people can tell. uh, Sometimes other people are able to kind of get by, but for the most part, people can't. And it's because of these sorts of things. There's things that are baked in um, to the system that, even though their name may have been Russified in some way, there's some aspect of it that you can kind of tell. Um, and so I guess that's what I would say.
I imagine too. I know the year I spent in Germany. I When you're in an ethnic homogeneous, is that the word? Area.
Homogenous.
Homogeneous. Yeah, well, homogeneous, I guess, is the way David would say it. But anyway, you all know what I mean. That you could spot somebody who wasn't of that ethnic background. My family background is ethnically German, so I fit in. But I remember I had friends who were foreign students also, and they were spotted right away. And I'd see someone and say, oh, that person doesn't look German, and invariably they weren't. So I think there's probably, we don't have the sensitivity to that in the United States because we are so diverse that everybody looks American, really, when you come right down to it. But in a place where there's one major ethnic group, I think people clue on little things more than we would. We're not used
the
to
other
that.
thing is in some of the ethnic regions, so there's a couple of things that either happen. Either there's majority Russian, or you'll have a situation where it's half and half. And so, the like in Central Asia, for example, those people are very distinctly, in a lot of ways, very distinctly different from Europeans. But at the same time, I mean, from appearance, right? But at the same time, if that isn't always going to be the case, if they mix over time. But so I get what you're saying, Chris, right? Because sometimes you can't always tell by appearance. But again, because of how, I guess, racist the idea of being ethnic Russian is, it's like people kind of know, and they either flat out won't mix with those people, or they consciously will. Do you know what I mean? Like, I know that this person is of that background and I'm not going to do that, or I know and I'm going to. Do you know what I mean? I guess.
Yeah, Dr. Nick, it's sort of like aristocrats, but I wouldn't know because I'm not one.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I guess that's a way to put it. I mean, they're very, it's very much baked in, and has been for centuries, this concept of Russian exceptionalism. And that goes into their ethnicness also. But again, and I have to emphasize, not everybody's that way, right? So, for example, Dudayev's wife was an ethnic Russian. Okay, so some people will make that conscious decision to, marry somebody of a different ethnicity. Okay, I think, if I remember, yeah, I think Shoigu's wife is not. I think she's either ethnic Russian or, yeah, I think she's ethnic Russian. And so, sometimes, you do see those kinds of things happen. So it's not like it's totally like unreasonable. Okay. But there's also instances where those things are very much looked down upon. Okay. And even when they do intermix, it doesn't matter, because that person, say, for example, like Shoigu, doesn't matter that he has a Russian wife, or Dudayev. Yes, he became like the first major general in the Soviet military. He never would have been able to become like president or not president, but general secretary, whatever. So that's the kind of thing I guess I'm trying to say. Stalin, I guess, was really a kind of a outlier, I suppose.
One of them was Ukrainian, weren't they? Weren't they, Dr. Nick? Sorry.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah, they were. Yeah, they were.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for helping me.
Yeah, but like what I'm saying is like the people specifically from like Tuva or Mongolia or Chechnya, especially, they never ever would have. and I
thank
think
you.
that Khrushchev was able to, because at that specific time there was that sort of power vacuum after Stalin, and he was the one that kind of stood up, and there was a multitude of reasons why he was able to do that at that time. Um, you know, because in part, um, you know, there was such a power vacuum. There was a struggle. Lots of people, nobody was really, I think, in a position to take the reins like Khrushchev was. And additionally, I think that some people might have felt that he was in a position because, I don't know, maybe because of his background as a farmer or whatnot, because they were having problems in relation to food and stuff like that, that maybe he might be qualified in some way. I don't know. There's a multitude of reasons why Khrushchev was best positioned, I guess, at that particular point. But again, I think that both Stalin, because he did it at the point of a gun, and Khrushchev, just because of the weird power vacuum, I think that was just sort of happenstance, not necessarily because of the way that anybody really wanted it to happen. But anyway, I guess I'm done.
Thank you, Dr. Nick. That was interesting. Okay, we have Yana, and then Denjon. You had your hand up and it's down now. If you still have something to say, put your hand back up, and I'll call on you after Yana, and then Vasilius. Okay, thanks, Yana.
Yeah, thank you very much, Robin. I just wanted to maybe circle back quickly to what Prince was saying and Tracy, and it's a practical question because I was very intrigued by their topic that they're preparing, the segment, and I think it's going to be fantastic. But I just bitterly regret that I'm not able to join it because, as I was saying the other night, when I'm trying to even listen to something in the night, I always think, oh, this is so interesting, I'm going to remember it. And in the morning, it's just blank. I promise my brain used to work, but that was many years ago. So my question was, Prince and Tracy, would it be possible to maybe record your segment and make it available? I am willing to help if needed with some, I don't know, not technical, but I can do simple editing.
Prince.
Yes, actually, I know that it is in the queue of things to get worked on, and so yeah, so that is what I know. I know that it is being downloaded and that it is in the queue to be worked on. And let's try this. Now
it worked.
That worked. Yay!
Beautiful.
Amazing.
It kind of worked, yes, but it kind of almost sounded like a more like a what's the word I'm looking for? A blender. Got to make it a little bit cleaner.
I don't know what your blender sounds like, but if it sounds like that, you need to really replace it, Dr. Nick. You need to replace it.
I'm trying to think of something. It wasn't quite exactly that, but it was close. I don't know.
Give it one more try, Prince.
What is that,
You
Prince?
recognize it when you know.
What is that, Prince? Because I've literally just been sending a pile of messages to David explaining how I dealt with my plumbing problem. What is it, darling? I've just come back on.
Law and Order. How could you not know? That's the Law and Order sound.
No.
No, I agree. I agree with Dr. Nick. It was like a blender. I totally agree with you, Dr. Nick. So I think it
just you
depends who you are.
Philistines.
All right, this may require a little bit of work, but at least we heard something this time. And I'm glad to hear that this is going to be in the queue for going on to Spotify. I guess that was the other issue. Yeah, I think Prince, you were going to explain that, or not. So the best of Maria Report gets recorded and put up on Spotify in a few days. I think is your segment one of those?
I don't think any of them. This will be our third one, and I don't think any of them have made it up. I think that we help with editing is much appreciated, because I know that Dave works very, very hard on doing the editing for the Spotify podcasts, and that is
Yeah, he certainly does.
Yeah.
He astonishingly hard, isn't it, Prince? Although I have made a suggestion to Carl that which we might be discussing a little bit later on, which might help a little bit.
Also, I just recently learned that the YouTube feed, it goes back a few hours. So if you want to listen,
Which is what I discussed, Robin. So yes, yeah.
Genius.
So
Okay.
and I'm coming up with I say coming up, not just me, but other people are coming up with a plan how we can, in actual fact, utilize YouTube a lot more. All we need to do is get some people trained up and work out how to do it. So that will get archived there, and then it could later on it could go to Spotify.
Could I say something real quick?
Oh,
Okay, because I just was completely brain farting, but on Khrushchev, related to the power struggle, he was one of the things that I just want to say is that when he came and he did that de-Stalinization thing, and I don't want to go on for this for too long, but I just feel like I have to say this, is that one of the things I remember is that people were like, you're coming and saying all these things about Stalin, who are you? Weren't you there with him? And he's like, well, yeah, but I was just doing what everybody else was doing and trying to survive. Well, maybe that's true, maybe that's not. But at the same time, I guess we can't really overlook the fact that he was, really like a total lackey for Stalin a lot. And that may have been one of the things that, really positioned him, even though he was, Ukrainian, um, to be in that position. So when Stalin died, because he was, um, named to one of the secretary positions, that he was in that position. So when the power struggle happened, he was able to, sort of seize that power, and make that, be in that position to sort of take that control and all that kind of stuff. So, I don't want to sort of blow it over and not make it clear that he kind of was kissing Stalin's butt or anything like that, because he was. And it's, even though he did this de-Stalinization thing, and he claims he was, engaged in that butt kissing and all of that as a way of his own, trying to secure his own survival. That of course remains to be seen. There is some academic research on this. I forget the name of the author, but he did something on what's called forced trust under Stalin, and that's where people sort of engaged in, because of how bad it was, as far as, you had family members turning in on family members, and neighbors turning neighbors in, and coworkers turning each other in, just for even perceived, because they didn't like each other, not necessarily because they were, quote unquote enemies of the state or anything, or they wanted their apartment and they could be promised their apartment or something even like that, that people just would be willing to, just turn anybody over or do whatever, that people, just sort of became almost catatonic, even though they hated the state privately, and hated everything that was going on, that they would engage in this sort of preference falsification in public, and would just, laud the person, like Stalin, laud the state, and just blindly go along with everything as a way of a survival mechanism. So and I'm not trying to justify Khrushchev or anything he did. I don't know if that's what was going on with Khrushchev, or if he, is just somebody who could be using that as an excuse. But de-Stalinization did occur under him, and so that's all I have to say about that. I wasn't sure I wanted to really go into that, but I guess I feel like I just should, just for the record, because I don't want to.
Well, I mean, the interesting part is that, listen, he didn't have to get involved, did he? Right? He goes, I was forced to. No, he wasn't. He didn't have to get involved. Could have just carried on being working somewhere else, right? So it is just an excuse. But I thought it was very interesting what you were saying, is the whole point about how people behave. Because if we go through history, look at what happened in the Witchfinder trials, right? Over in the UK, let's see, forget about what's happening in the United States. Yeah, people dobbing in someone else to get someone else's house, right? Throughout history, this has happened. If anyone who's read there's a book, I would very much recommend people read it. It is tragic. The book is really a tearjerker in historic terms. It's called King Leopold's Ghost, and there's a story about how people are sending off their family members, anyone, their neighbors, into slavery so they could get on. So I dispel this is survival. No, this is just their trait. Right, here we are. There are some people who are prepared to do anything to get a little bit more money. We look at fraudsters, etc. As an example, my little old mum. This is a story I've said before, so people won't be hearing anything new. She had her life savings conned out of her, and she just, to the day she died, didn't understand, because it's not something she would do. But there are truly evil people in this world, and we only got to look at what Russians are doing in Ukraine, and the barbarity. One of the things I read the other day, and this is barbarity another level. It's a pastor, I think, who'd gone into Russia to get some Ukrainians out, and he witnessed a Russian soldier cut out the tongue of a child. That's the level of barbarity we get, right? But this is their nature, their nurture, whatever it is, but it's still a choice, right? They choose to do these things. There is no excuse.
Right. Just to clarify, Khrushchev was Ukrainian, but the thing is that he did want he did want either. So
as Ukraine, appreciate it. Let's go to Ms. Silius next, and then Chris, and then Tracy.
Well, I won't be that informative, but I will try to be funny, actually. And we spoke before about those DNA tests, about how to prove that one is real Ruski and not Russian. And you know who is actually constantly trying to cover his DNA traces? Yes, exactly. Putin is running with a secret suitcase, which has his poo actually and other things in it. So it might be that he's actually not from St. Petersburg, but from Dresden, actually.
Oh no, that's funny.
Just a joke, of course. Thanks.
Very cute. Okay, on to Chris. On to.
I'm fine. I defer to Tracy.
Okay, Tracy, thanks.
Oh, sorry, thank you. I'll just be really quick. I just wanted to support what Prince was saying about Nevo Dave, because I mean, you probably all know anyway, but maybe not the numbers. We've had quite a lot of guests, haven't we, recently? So I believe that's why things are a little backed up, because we've had some exceptional guests, and obviously they're really important. So just to note that. And also, does it help if I go do 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 do? Now do people recognise it, or does it just sound terrible?
I was wondering what dance track that was from the 1990s, Tracy.
She's trying to do the theme song.
Don't listen to him. It was great, Tracy.
There you go, Prince. There you go, Prince.
Yeah, I have the theme song all prepped up there too. So
Yeah, I have to tell you a story about that theme song. I used to have that as my ringtone because when I was in law school, because and I had jury duty once, and I was sitting out in the hallway between sessions, and my phone rang, and the two very young ADAs at the end of the hall, they heard this theme song going, and they turned around like a laser and stared at me. And I knew at that point I would never get on a jury. So if you want to get out of jury duty, that's a great ringtone to have.
I once was dumped as a result of my my ringtone on my phone for a girlfriend, because she heard the ringtone.
What was your
One does have to be
ringtone?
careful.
Yeah, it was the psycho ringtone.
I would dump you too. That makes a lot of sense.
We're going into all sorts of things, right? Ringtones now, aren't we? Right.
Well, Nick Brown is coming up, so hopefully he'll save us from our nonsense here. Let's just see if Nick raises his hand. I'm in. Macilius, are you raising your hand?
No, I just want to say bye, and
Oh.
we'll drop down to listener.
Okay. Well, thanks. Thanks for being here, and we'll see you soon, I hope. Bye.
Bye.
Right. Well, whilst we're waiting for Nick and the rest of it, I'm going to do a little thing. I don't think Gaz is listening, but there is a listener, and this is for a different thing. Of course, everyone knows that I'm very, very interested in the mine clearance and the rest of it. And Gaz, who's off, has done his own mine clearance course, paid for it, and he's off over to Ukraine shortly. And he started out trying to raise enough money for 5 mine detectors, and it looks like he's got 32 now, enough for 32, and that includes their shipping and all the other bits and pieces. And it looks like, we hope, he may be able to fill his Land Rover. Gaz, by the way, was in the REME, which is the Royal Engineers minus the education, for anyone who's unsure. But he feels so passionately about the subject, he paid his way through his own mine clearance course, and he's off over there very shortly to go and get stuck in. There's some Swedish guys going with, and he's meeting up with them, and a couple of other people. Amazing stuff. Amazing stuff.
Yeah, that is amazing. That's wonderful. It's these are these little acts of heroism that we've seen throughout this war that are just really humbling.
Very, very much so. And if Shuk is listening, we've a frequent listener here. Shuk has actually purchased 2 mine detectors herself. And and a little bit earlier, I did have a little bit of a blub about it. So Shuk, thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. Let's go back to Prince now.
So yes, after this I am gonna drop because I've got to go do some stuff. But as I said, we're sort of having fun with this, and so I thought maybe I would take a moment to read. The name of the segment is Crime and Punishment SBU, but under that the subtitle goes, the SBU is the main intelligence agency. It's main intelligence and security agency of the Ukrainian government. They counter corruption, crime, and terrorism. These are their stories. So we had a lot of fun with this, and I actually sort of thank Will for it, because he's the one who started to play with it while we were having the segment last week. So it is a lot of fun, and I'm excited about it, and it really sort of sums up what we do, and it's a lot. It's going to be great. It's great to talk about these cases and how Ukraine is finding all of these things, these nooks and crannies. And I heard Tracy earlier talking about some of the war crimes that they've arrested people for this week, and those are some of the ones that I wanted to talk about. So we'll definitely have some good conversation tonight.
Great, thank you, Prince. I'm looking forward to it. I think I'll take a nap this afternoon so I can stay up for it this time. I just wanted to mention one thing, and then we'll go to John. We seem to be having a lot of instability today in Twitter. I know there are people. I've gotten a couple of messages of people who have come up multiple times and keep on dropping, and then one person was saying that they weren't able to raise their hand. So I'm trying to keep a close watch on my DMs. So if you manage to get up but you can't raise your hand for some reason, shoot me a DM. I will try to keep an eye on it so that we can call on you. In fact, somebody I just called up who was waiting to speak has dropped down again. Come on back if you can. Anyway, okay, we'll go to Kerry in the meantime.
I was just going to say, I'm just sort of catching up on some posts now after my day of plumbing, but I love the fact that Poland has denied entering Belarusian airspace. I think that's hilarious. That's such good trolling.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, for anyone who's unaware about this, is that of course, it had probably more like a month ago, the Belarusians entered Polish airspace with in fact, 2 helicopters, I believe. Right. So, and then recently there was a belief that Poland may have done the same thing to Belarus. It's absolute quality. And talking about that, Robin, I saw a beautiful little escape attempt. Sadly, the escape attempt didn't work. The little, I think it was a little black bear trying to escape out of Belarus through the over the wire, and failed sadly. Someone needs to teach it to ride a motorbike, and it could have done a Paul Newman type affair to get out of the place.
Yeah, I saw that. It was sad he didn't make it, but it was a good try. I just wanted to mention Chuck posted recently, or well, actually, this is someone reposting Chuck's post, that apparently there was what is he calling it? Was a multi-axis UCAV and naval drone strikes against the Kerch Straits anchorage, and it looks like at least 3 different points of attack. So things have been going on tonight, and of course, as usual, there are drone alerts in Ukraine in the south. Shaheeds are apparently on the way, but at least Ukraine is getting its licks in too. So we look forward to. I'm sure the Russians will say that nothing happened and everything is fine, and we'll have to wait for a day or two to see what the satellite pictures are. I'm hoping for great news and a bridge in the water, although he isn't referring specifically to the bridge here. Anyway.
And Karen, you've got your hand up.
Well, Robin beat me to it, because I was just going to ask if there were any Kerch Bridge updates, and she just gave us to me, so I will release the podium to someone else. On AP, Russia, it says Russia has released a statement that it has destroyed 3 Ukrainian naval drones, but it makes me wonder what the what got you know, that's Russian news, and chances are those drones may have done some damage before they got destroyed. So anyway, I'll hop down. Let somebody share something more current.
Thank you, Karen. Yeah, it's like the drones that the Russians have shot down over Moscow by putting a building in front of them. Sorry. Denjon.
Yeah, I don't think they need to engage those drones because you know they sunk a few ferries there, and they're only 160 meters apart. So yeah, I think it's well protected without any
Yeah, Lord knows
additional.
Lord knows the Ukrainians can't figure a way to get around them. Yes, you're absolutely right. Good point. What do you think, David? Do you think the Ukrainians can figure out how to get in between those barges? I think David's out for his cuppa. Let's go over to Peter.
Yeah, are we saying, because I've been out of the loop a bit just recently, are we saying Kersh Bridge has been hit?
Chuck has said there have been. In fact, let me get back to it again. It didn't say exactly the bridge. Let me call this up so I can give you the actual wording here. Oh, and David Brookfield's app has crashed, so we're not going to be hearing from him for a minute till he gets back up here. Let me just see if I can get this large enough to read. He's saying multi-axis UCAV and naval drone attacks against the Kerch Straits anchorage. So it looks as though, yeah, actually, okay. Naval drone destroyed near the Kerch Strait Bridge. Attack on the Russian missile corvette Putilvi, I guess. And part of it is he's reporting that the Russians, of course, are saying they successfully destroyed everything, but there have been a few attacks. Doesn't look as though it was on the bridge, but on Russian vessels near the bridge.
Oh, right. I'm just waiting for that so I can sing. Putin's bridge has fallen down, fallen down, fallen down. Putin's bridge has fallen down, la da de do. I want to sing that.
Yes, well, I hope that you can come up and sing that very
Yeah,
soon, and that we will also be singing Kerch Bridge on Fire at the same time.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm pleased to see David's back. I kind of missed him around here, but I've been out of the loop a bit as well. So just say hello to him.
Thank you. Yeah, well, David and Doman were gone at the same time, which for me was rather traumatic because it covered most of my morning and afternoon was not populated by the people I'm used to. Anyway, Sir Shaggy, welcome.
Thank you. I was wondering if Peter knows the second verse of that nursery rhyme. No, I'll have to look it up. But can you sing it? Have you got a good fitting piece for that? Because I think it would be a superb song to sing when it does go down. I'm eating soup at the moment, so I can't sing, I'm afraid. Otherwise, I'd love to.
Oh, so we have to all wait in suspense. That's really cruel.
It's probably more of a blessing than anything else, actually. Although I was in a choir for 6 years, but there's only 4 people in the choir, including me and 2 sisters, and a very old lady who also couldn't sing as well. Yeah, anyway.
Okay, maybe. Okay, let's go to Marcus.
So I saw a thing today about the Ukrainians. I guess somebody reviewed the Challenger, and they said the main cannon was like a sniper rifle. And then somebody in the comments mentioned that actually they probably just love the kettle. And I was wondering if a Brit here could explain to me, is there really a kettle built into this tank?
It does sound British. I don't know. Is anybody here who knows the answer to that?
I don't know, but I will say on the Abrams, on the back of it, they have something where you can heat up your MREs and stuff. So I would say that that's not entirely that doesn't sound entirely like far-fetched, especially for British who love their tea time. So I don't know. I'm just completely speaking from, I don't know anything, but I'm just extrapolating from the American Abrams. So that's all I have to say.
It's true. We do have, of course, we have a tea maker.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Well, I remember seeing something of a VW in the 50s that actually had a coffee maker in it, and I thought it was a joke, but my German cousins told me it was absolutely the case. I think it's a great idea personally. So if we can have a coffee maker in our VWs, then I don't see why the Brits shouldn't have tea makers in their tanks. Makes a lot of sense to me.
And I'm sorry if Den John was going to say that.
No. Yeah, I was, but it comes from the horse's mouth. You're British, I'm not.
I'll have to go and have a cup of tea now, won't I, Den John?
Go for it.
Yeah, actually, that's funny. That's one of the things that always happens to me whenever I start watching Downton Abbey or anything on BritBox. I suddenly just have to have a cup of tea. I don't know what it does. It's
Earl Grey, hot. Make it so.
PG tips, Dr. Nick.
2 times fresh.
no Welsh brew all the way. I can't stand the Earl Grey. I hate to say it.
What?
Welsh brew or the new thing that I found, which I love, is builder's tea.
Earl Grey's for posh people, Dr. Nick.
Oh my God. Well,
that's right. And I'm not
no.
posh.
And but I'm also surprised nobody caught the Star Trek reference either.
Oh, I caught it. it. Make it so.
Okay. But I do love Earl Grey. I still do. Sorry, can't help it. Maybe Picard is posh. Maybe that makes me a little posh and bougie too. But I still love Earl Grey.
With or without milk?
Without. I'm sorry. I don't like my tea with milk. I just don't. And I do love Irish breakfast also.
Guys, just to break in here for a minute, if there's anybody who doesn't think they'll be speaking at the moment, if you could drop down, we're having trouble getting my co-host back up.
No worries.
If you could make a little space, I'd appreciate it, and then we can bring you back up afterwards. Thank you. Oh, I don't know who was first. Let's go to G-Man and then Denjon. G-Man? Oh, up. Oh my goodness. Denjon, I guess you're up.
Yeah, I just had a comment on the tea. So Typhoon 2 times fresh.
I don't like Typhoon. Well, how about Yorkshire blend? How does anybody feel about Yorkshire blend?
Oh, I have strong feelings about Yorkshire blend. I shall share. So they used to be very good, and they had a world-class tea taster, tea blender, and then a couple of years ago, as they started to become more popular, they went more low rent, and so now it's a bit rubbish. And the tea I can recommend to all of you is by Thompson's, and it's called Punjana, and it is absolutely divine. I'm very, very particular. It's the only tea bag I'll have, and it's got 2 Great Taste Awards. So try that. It's absolutely fabulous.
Terrific. Can you DM me the name? I didn't quite catch it. That's
Will
one I've
do,
never
darling.
heard of. I thank you. I've traveled the length and breadth of the British Isles through tea. I've never actually been to most of the places, but I also like, what is the name of it? In Edinburgh. I can't remember the name. Well, whatever. Anyway, enough of this. Let's go to Chris and then Nick. And welcome back, David.
Yeah, I don't want to wee on Kerry's parade, as it were, but people perhaps weren't here for the discussion about PG tips earlier today. Was anybody here for the PG tips discussion?
No,
No, but I
finish
know
it.
David drinks that, doesn't he? Yuck.
I
Right.
do.
Well,
I drink PG tips. I drink Typhoon. I really was thinking about contacting them, say, can you call it Typhoon? That might be a lucky name for it.
So David, right? This will, if you're a PG Tips fan, right? This will upset you, but bear with it. Bear with it. It gets better, right? So earlier on, there was a discussion about companies that we should not buy from, right? Beefeater's the expert on this, isn't he? Beefeater's down there. I can see him. Companies that we should not buy from, right? And one of them was, if I believe I've got this right, Unilever, right? And then somebody said, "Oh, PG Tips belongs to Unilever," right? And then somebody else said, "Well, that's it. I'm going to take all my PG Tips out and throw it in the bin," or words to that effect, right? And then somebody else came up and said, "Whoa, whoa, 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 whoa! PG Tips doesn't belong to Unilever anymore. It's a different company now." And then there was a massive debate about that. That obviously the PG Tips was like in the bin, out the bin, in the bin, out the bin, right? So yeah, just be careful what tea you're drinking, folks, right? Because if they're working with Russians, then we're not drinking that tea, are we?
That's right.
No, we're not. No, we're not. So before, anyway, one thing. So I crashed just as the question came up about the challenges. Let me answer that question, if I may. Yes, challenges have in fact, they may even have two. I wonder if they have two. I think they have two. And it's called a BV, a boiling vessel, for doing, you can cook anything in it. The most typically in the old days, we used to do a thing called an all-in stew. An all-in was basically, if you see all the things with rations and everyone's ration packs, and what they would do is everyone would get their ration pack, open up, and just put it all in, regardless of what it was, right? Baked beans with pineapple and everything. It was called an all-in for a reason. It was typically the vilest food you could ever think of. Probably is not as vile as what the Russians get, but yeah, that's what we used to do. And the thing about with the sniper rifle, yes, it's pretty much what it is why we had, and we've only just going to smoothbore rifling on our tanks is because rifle barrels are more accurate, to the point where the world's longest tank-on-tank kill is by a Challenger, and I think it's 3 miles or something like that. Yeah. They hit something from 3 miles away, and it's not guided, right? Well, it's guided by someone who aims properly. There we are. So that's my little thing there, Robin. And yeah.
Good to know. Now, I think I'm going to get ready to drop down, but I'm hoping when G-Man gets on, he will let us know what he thinks of Barry's, because that's another tea that I like. But I think I'm going to get out of the way because I don't want to be accused of staying late, Alan. You know how upset you get about people who stay late. Anyway.
Robin, I did just
Yes,
send you the link, darling, with the image as well. Okay.
Thank you, love. I appreciate it. Okay, so anyway, I'm going to get out of the way for Alan and Michelle, and thank you, David. It was an unexpected pleasure, and this is fun. We have to do this again sometime. And so that's it. Slava Ukraini.
Herem Slava. And I can see we've got some hands. Nick, I'm not going to go to you first, because you sat there tantalising us in the speakers panel for ages without putting your hand up. And all you wanted was the good quality sound, right? Yes. So we're going to go to G-Man. Yeah, I know, Nick. I've got the power. That's you. Then to Kerry, G-Man.
Right, so good evening. I'm just having a speaking. I was up as speaker for like donkey's ages, David, and I did get welcome you back. So welcome back. It's been not the same without you, I have to say. Yeah, we missed your dulcet Welsh tones. Anyway, I am responsible for saying that thing about the tea earlier on today. And because I used a website, the data was a little bit inaccurate because the website that I happened to stumble upon with my search, Unilever tea brands, was from 2018, and some things have changed since 2018 in that they sold some of it. But there it is. So I believe they sold pretty much all of their tea brands, I think. Yeah, they completed it in 2022, maybe just in July 2022. So it's, only a year ago and a few months. So it might be possible just to relax a little bit about the tea. However, having said that, the best tea, I have to agree with Kerry, because the best tea in the world is Thompson's. There's quite a few brands, sub-brands within Thompson's tea. It's from Belfast, therefore it's the best in the world, because we're the best in the world at pretty much everything. Shipbuilding, once upon a time, do you remember please, that the Titanic was fine when it left Belfast? Just saying, just before somebody comes back with that one. Also, we had HMS Belfast. It's still going strong in London, even though it should be back in Belfast. We give them HMS Caroline, but never mind. And yeah, and then there's other good ships like the Canberra that was built in Belfast and is now a floating hotel somewhere, and went to the Falklands, all out there. Anyway, so that's that. So the tea is probably okay. The boiling vessel thing, yep, absolutely. All British tanks, armored fighting vehicles, it would be the right term, come complete with a boiling vessel, which is extremely useful, especially on a cold day, I'd imagine. And just disclaimer, it can make more than just tea. Other beverages are, of course, available. Thank you.
And they're not cheap, BVs. I think they come in at something like 140 quid or something along those lines, right? But they do take a bit of a battering, right? So which is just as well, G-Man, as people in the services don't treat things lightly, do they? You wouldn't have something delicate if you're in the services.
No, absolutely not. I mean, they look like they're built like the proverbial brick S house. Really do look quite the thing. Indeed. I'm sure there's been developments. We're probably on the mark like 600 by now. Even though we can't get our Challenger 3s built, we can certainly get boiling vessels. Priorities, don't you know?
Yes, we can. And then on the subject of things that are delicate and wonderful, Alan, welcome to you. It's been a while, hasn't it?
It has been such a long time, David, without your voice here and without you in the co-host seat beside me. Welcome back.
Thank you very much. I come back properly a week on Monday. So it won't be a week on Monday. It'll be a week on Sunday, because I told Axel I would join him for the Tynaton, which is going to be a week on Sunday. For anyone here, everyone listening, Tynaton, a week on Sunday. With that, the order, I believe, I remember saying, it was Nick, then Kerry, then I think it's Dr. Nick, and then Chris.
I'm waiting for anyone here, starting with G-Man, to tell me where all this wonderful local tea is grown. I'm assuming G-Man will be revealing to us the location of the tea farms of County Down, and we can compare them with the tea farms of Yorkshire. Although there is actually tea grown in Cornwall, grown in Britain, but in incredibly small quantities. Otherwise, it's all about the purchasing and the blending. Completely different question. I've been. Hello. Den John seems to have a hot mic with the radio on.
desperately trying to mute him. Yeah, so you go for it.
All right. So I've been. It's getting dark here. I'm in an unusual for me location. I'm actually in the UK. I've been dog sitting my daughter's dog all week, and the dog has just gone to bed, and the dog has its bedtime little rituals, and it got me thinking. And I do ask when I'm co-hosting. I sometimes say to people, "Come up and ask." You know, the question that you're kind of afraid you've been afraid to ask because you think it was too silly. So here goes. What is happening right now? And I don't mean obviously in a concrete sense, but in an abstract sense. What is happening right now? It is midnight in Kyiv. It is midnight on the battlefront in Ukraine. What is happening down at the front line? Where are the people? Where are the troops sleeping? Are they concerned that there's going to be attack in the night? Either side, the Russians. I mean, I guess the Ukrainians have better night vision goggles. But I'm trying to imagine a situation, and I have no possible way to imagine what it's like to be a soldier. But I can't imagine being in a war anything less than 24/7. And yet people have to stop. People have to sleep, and they don't coordinate that with the other guys. So someone with military experience, someone with combat experience, put me in the picture. Put me in the picture of what it's like right now. I'm sitting in this house in Essex. There's a patch of parkland just outside the house. Imagine that's the front line. What is happening right now? I don't know if this makes any sense, the question, but nobody's fighting. But is somebody thinking,
that's not true.
I'm going to throw, if somebody's thinking, I'm going to throw a grenade, or what happens at night? What happens?
Let me explain, Nick.
Okay.
No, so the thing is,
David, does the question at least make sense?
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to answer it.
Okay, I'm glad the question makes sense. Then I will listen to answer. I was afraid that the question wouldn't even make sense. Please tell me.
No, so listen, this is one of the things I am stunned at quite often when I watch stuff. We saw all this video stuff with the Russians, doing stuff during the day. Typically, you don't do huge ops and the rest of it during the day. You might do, depending on where you are, but depending on the call it the environment you're in. Right, so a lot of huge amounts of stuff happens at night time, right? Because that's the time where you could roam around and less likely to be spotted, and even more so in this day, right? So the fact that the Russians don't have as much. I'm not saying they don't have it; they will have it, but they don't have as much thermal stuff. Will just mean that it's easier for you to operate. So things such as you'll go and do recce's, and that's, by the way, will be going out towards the front line or even past the front line, depending on what you're doing. To go and work out what's happening, right? Depending on what your role is, right? It would depend on what you might be recceing or doing, right? So there is a huge amount of stuff happens at night time. That'll be planning and all the other things. Typically, right, when you were in the military, you don't get 8 hours sleep. In fact, on most things, you rarely, if you probably, I don't know, rarely would you get more than 3 or 4 hours sleep. Luckily, during the day, sometimes you may get an opportunity to get on and do some sleeping. Depends, right? So the things are relative to what you're doing, right? So as it stands with the Ukrainians, right? Let's just say that they are trying to breach through those. Let's just say they're trying to breach through a minefield, for instance, right? What will happen is you've got sappers. They work out what they're doing. This is what we're going to do. You've got the other troops who will be waiting. So there'll be an idea of when things are going to happen, and people will be lined up in order, right? So then you'll have your IFEs, you'll have your tank crews and the rest of it. They will be behind the lines somewhere in different areas, because you don't want everyone lined up like the Russians did on the road, right? You have everyone waiting to go. Let's just say, the off time for you is midnight, for instance, right? So let's just say that's what time they expect the minefield to be cleared. So 12 hours before, you'll be getting ready, you'll be making sure your guns, everything's cleaned and all the other bits and pieces. Have you got enough fuel? Do you have your ammunition? Do you have your food supplies and all of these other pieces, right? So dark time, nighttime happens, you get people come up, you might, if you're going on a patrol, for instance, right? So at a patrol time, right? So you get your kit, but before you go out, you go through a check. Okay, you've got your weapons here, we've got your weapons, everyone's got their magazines. Yeah, they're all full. This is how much ammo we've got. Okay, you've got your grenades. Then, right? Okay, what's your equipment looking like? So you're shaking it. Is your webbing clanking, for instance? The new webbing you get nowadays is considerably better for this. But in my day, we had it's called 58 pattern, i.e., it was designed in 1958, right? And you had to go to a great deal of effort to stop it from clanking away.